stacked. Impeccable service, sir.
What up? Yo, what is up, everyone? It is Donardo here on my way to Bradenton, Florida. Got about a 3.5 hour drive ahead of me. Cody said we have to document every aspect of this trip. So that's what I'm doing, not to piss off Cody. So just left not too long ago. Again, mentioned about 3.5 hour trip, but last time I came down to meet up at Jim 2 weeks ago, took me 6 hours. Hopefully that doesn't happen. I gave myself a 5-hour window this time, but let's be real too. If it does happen, is that the worst thing in the world? I mean, making Jim pay 120 bucks to Uber Cody to the Airbnb, make his life more difficult. Isn't that what we all want to do? So I'm down for that, but really, hopefully not, because I don't want to be stuck in traffic for 6 hours. So with that said, I will see you soon. Bye-bye.
Good morning. It is 6:45 a.m. Pacific time. I am at a casino here in Las Vegas. I was here for some work stuff, but before we hit the Uber to the airport, got some chips. Got to go cash those in, and then we'll call an Uber and we'll get going. Let's go. All right, cashing the chips. Got 150 bucks in my pocket. Let's head to the airport.
We can vlog. We can do this. This ain't hard.
We'd be cute vloggers too. Look at us.
Look at us. But all right, my ride's here. AKA your father.
AKA my dad.
See, now this is why I hate vlogging, because I feel bad for doing it. I have a perfectly good hand that's just holding the camera. Yeah.
So we called him for his birthday.
Go upstairs. I don't know where to go, so I'm just walking.
As soon as I got through TSA, realized I didn't have my AirPods. Now I'm trying to buy some earbuds, and I don't see a price, so that sucks.
So, as I'm almost getting Cody right now, his flight came in early, so I think we're just gonna hang out somewhere and then get Jim. But I was thinking about it. Something kind of, I don't want to say cool, because I don't think it is cool, but something definitely unique and maybe a lot of people don't even realize. I've met Jim, I've met Cody, I've met Tyler. None of those three have ever met each other. And this is actually just hitting me right now. This is gonna be the first time Jim, Tyler, and Cody all meet each other, I believe. Actually, Tyler might have met Cody once, but something tells me Tyler probably doesn't remember if he did. But regardless, even if that didn't happen or did, I think this really is the first time all three of them are meeting each other. So there's that for you. But let's go get Cody.
Just landed in Tampa. Donardo got here early to pick me up, so he's gonna pick me up. Don't know what we're gonna do, but then we gotta come back here and pick up Jim in about 2 hours.
These are the Blue Express arrivals curve to meet your run.
Oh, I literally walk out the door and I'm like, holy shit, there he is.
I mean, that's time.
So, where are you taking me?
The mall.
Oh, that's not as fun.
The International Mall. Why?
International Mall?
Yeah.
Could be more fun.
I mean, there's a lot.
I don't know, there's a nice like tavern back there.
I mean, there's a bunch of stuff at the mall.
Okay. You make me spend all my money at the mall?
This is where everything was happening in the Super Bowl. So.
So where they did Radio
You'll
Row?
like it. There's a cheesecake there. We should get an Adam's peanut butter cheesecake.
I want a cheesecake.
That I was about to Uber myself roughly 18 hours ago.
Cheesecake sounds fire right now. I do need real food though.
I'm actually okay on food.
Oh.
But
let's grab a turkey
we
sandwich.
can definitely get you some.
Get some
Pub
cold
sub.
cuts somewhere.
Pub sub, baby.
All right, after an adventure with the door, first one here. Jim booked it, so blame him. There's baby Jim's room. Cody and Denardo can snuggle together. Put them together. Spoon. And I'm assuming I'm going to crash right on this bad boy. It says it sleeps 5. I'm not quite sure how that happens. Whatever. It'll work.
All right. Time to get Jimothy.
Wow.
I didn't do a lot of vlogging in the mall. I think I'm lacking on the vlogging.
Bought socks.
Denardo bought socks.
You didn't get on film.
I bought the pirate hat that's been eluding me for years now. It was a solid run to the mall. Solid. I got some Chipotle.
Now we're getting Jim.
All right, so Denardo got socks, and I got this beautiful Pirates hat. I really hope that they go back to the red accent and the color scheme. What's your favorite Pirates jersey?
I mean, like right now, literally the script, the black script.
The current script?
By far, yeah. I'm just pissed. They won't go all black. Like, to this day, that will never piss me off to all end.
Right.
That black script, they should have the black pants. All black. So they go the gray pants.
But like black pants in the MLB, I don't think that really...
I don't care. I don't care. Black on black.
I feel like people would make fun of us. They already make fun of us.
First off, it's the Pittsburgh Pirates. The last thing they make fun of is the fucking uniform.
I just hope they bring back a little bit of red accent. Just a little bit. A little bit of red accent. There he is.
What a loser. What a loser.
Oh, hi, Jim.
What's up, man? You have room?
Yep.
It's nice to be appreciated.
Welcome to the party, Jim.
What's going on? What? I've been thinking about getting a Pittsburgh themed tattoo, and one of the ones that I was considering was like sort of how his logo is with the outline of forehead.
Pittsburgh Clothing
So you're
Company.
getting a Pittsburgh Clothing Company tattoo. Is what you're
Well,
saying.
Nice.
but that's the thing. Like, I can't get a Pittsburgh Clothing Company tattoo. As much as I love Pittsburgh Clothing Company, I feel like that would
Just
be
like,
weird.
just
But
hit
you
up
should
Zach
you should
and be
just say
like,
that it is.
But
you should hit up Zach and have him design one for you.
But the Fort Pitt logo, like I love the Fort Pitt outline. It's a really cool design. Like,
Right.
And I feel like if you make a really cool tattoo, maybe add like a Pirates P in the middle too. Like that'd be sick.
Yeah, no, the only Pittsburgh/Pennsylvania tattoo I have is the one on my arm.
Yeah.
It's just a keystone.
Imagine just covering the camera with your arm instead of showing it.
Oh, I was showing Jim.
Are we all getting
There it
tattoos
is.
while we're down here?
If I get a tattoo, I'm getting the Steelers logo on my thigh.
Let's all get NS9 tattoos. I don't feel like we're pressured or anything, but I could really use a coffee. really, really use a coffee.
The thing is, coming from Jim, that could have went like 13 different ways. I was wondering what
It could have been anything.
No, so like,
Don't feel pressured, but I'm like, oh boy.
like don't feel like
This
you
is
need-
junior high all over again.
Don't feel like you need to stop. Don't feel like you need to stop. But if you could stop and I could grab a coffee, it would be amazing.
All right. I'll see what I can do. No pressure on me though.
No pressure. No pressure.
Yeah, no, there's no pressure at all. If you can make it happen, it would be greatly appreciated, but no pressure.
The trop. Uglier than ever. That was a terrible video of it.
But there's not a good. You can't get a good.
There is no good angle.
It's gonna be here. Right,
This is the best angle.
Behind the plate, it's not a good
What a shit.
It just looks like a giant like, Sam's Club.
Right.
Giant Sims.
It's a warehouse.
There's a handsome fella.
Hi, Tyler.
Hey, Cody. You're beautiful. Not as beautiful as Steph, but
What's up, brother?
I had country music playing and everything.
Yeah.
Just heads Carolina.
14 Bud Lights for you, buddy.
14. That's a random number.
It's a random pack. So it was left over from 24.
Well, thankfully, we got bush lattes now.
We're actually all together.
It's a shame. Why are you dressed like a 23-year-old?
Get in the car with him. Last time I seen him was like probably 2017, maybe 2018. First thing I noticed is he's skinnier. I'm like, bro. I know, I gave him a big fucking head now.
Don't tell him he's skinny.
Gave him big head. I gave him a big head, and then we went to the mall. And he's like, I want to go in here. It's H&M. I'm like, oh yeah, now you want to go to H&M because you're fucking skinny now. Whoa, whoa, whoa. That's not how cars work. Gang's all here. What? Stop.
Cody,
Yeah.
how's it feel to ruin everyone's lives? So, I mean, clearly, Luis Ortiz, Rowan Contreras. I mean, Chapman's Cuban, clearly not him. You know I'm bad with names also, but the outfielder that's got from Kansas City, no. Damn it. I was going to go there. Okay. Higuero, Endy Rodriguez, and then O'Neal Cruz. No one else from the bullpen. Jose Hernandez.
And there's actually, Endy doesn't count because he's not on the 40-man anymore.
Oh, he's not on the 40-man. You're right. So, son of a bitch. Why could you ask me this yesterday? But wait. So if he's not, wait, who was just signed? Wait, who was just signed? I mean, Fleming, obviously. And then who did they? Oh. Y'all, no, Grandal's not Dominican. What am I talking about? Moretta. Big Bank. Oh, son of a bitch. It was another bullpen guy. All right. I'm not too proud of myself, but I'm not.
Let's go, Kirsten! Oh yeah, he's here. Yeah, right? Yeah. Full dugout. Let's go, Heston! That is kind of fast. Let's get it started, Kirstead.
Yo, yo, yo. Welcome to Starbucks. I'm your host, Anthony DiNardo. With me, we have Jim Rosati. Jim, we are officially back from Bradenton. Spring training is well on its way, and happy Monday.
Happy Monday. Sorry for the technical issues this morning. I don't know what happened there.
Good.
I think it was just like, I think everything was in Florida mode still. So
Yeah,
Yeah,
all our
all
setups had to be reestablished. So it is what it is. But other than that, so yeah, it's good to be home. I'll say that part.
it's good to be home. At the same time, it was like 45 degrees when I landed on Friday. So
Oh,
that kind of sucked. But it's warming up a little bit. It is now, I think the high today is in the 70s. So things are looking good. It was a beautiful day yesterday.
good. I'm glad to hear. I mean, spring is basically here. So we should be enjoying some better weather.
Unless that groundhog is lying to us.
He wouldn't dare.
I think when was that? February 2nd?
Yep.
Groundhog Day. And he said 4 more weeks of winter. I think that's what he said this year, was 4 more weeks.
Oh,
Which
is that what he
means-
said?
I mean, it's springtime. It's springtime, baby.
Well, technically it's 6 more weeks. But I'll take 4.
Yeah, I think he said it was going to be a short winter. If I remember
okay.
correctly. Yeah.
Gotcha. So he verbalized it. He's like, you know what? I
Yeah.
know normally we say 6 more weeks, but this time it's different.
Yeah,
It's different.
He
It's 4
said,
this
you know
time.
what, this year only. I'm pretty sure that's what it was. I could be wrong, but I think we only have 4 more weeks this year.
Well, that works because like you say, it's March 4th, so it's been 4 weeks. So let's get this on the road here. Let's get baseball season back, which it's basically is back now. So we've had a full week, like we mentioned, of spring training, which we were down there for. The Pirates have been playing some baseball. We're gonna talk a little bit about that, but I guess where do we want to start? We're going to talk obviously about Brian Hayes. We want to talk about Brian Hayes. You especially want to talk about Brian Hayes. There's been some injuries to the bullpen. This bullpen that we've been talking up, that's going to be a really good unit, right? Dalman left the game yesterday. And then with that, we kind of heard on top of that with David Bednar, he's dealing with some lat issues. Where do we want to start today?
I mean, I guess let's start with Moretta. That's kind of the newest news, right?
Right.
9th inning yesterday's game, threw a pitch. Fastball was below 90 miles an hour. I think it clocked into 89.8, which was, 4 or 5 miles an hour below his average. Yeah, he and then arm kind of dangling there. You could see he didn't really look too good after the game. Derek Shelton said it was his elbow, right? So that's never necessarily a good thing. Elbow injuries aren't what you want to see out of your pitchers. So he was taken out of the game. We'll learn more probably today or tomorrow as far as what's going on with him. But yeah, Dowry Moretta, not great news there. He wasn't looking very good this spring, so you wonder if there was just kind of something off there, the whole time, and he was trying to pitch
Right.
through it. But yeah, not a great spring so far for Moretta, and he now potentially, going to miss the start of the year. Potentially, we don't know. I'm not speculating it's like a UCL or anything like that, but elbow injury on March 4th. If he's got to be shut down for a while, he's likely not going to be ready by opening day, would be my guess.
Yeah, I feel like this is one of those things where, I mean, just like you're saying, he hasn't looked good so far this spring, but it's spring training. Like this is where stats don't really matter, right? We talk about it time and time again. But you would prefer the person look better than not look good, right? And Dowry just hasn't looked good. He gave up this few home runs the first time out. He gave up a home run last night as well.
Yeah,
I can't remember. It was okay.
Yep.
Before I said he did, I want to make sure I did. So he did yesterday as well, right? But then, right, like he left. The velocity was down, and his last pitch was 89 miles an hour. And you saw it. I mean, as soon as he released that pitch, it went right to the arm. So it's one of those things, like you're saying. Was he maybe just injured? I mean, that makes you feel a little bit better about like the results that you've been seeing. Was he kind of injured and pitching through this whole time? But in the same sense, like, has he been injured this whole time? Because that's not good. So yeah, there's a lot of unknowns right now. We just know that he's injured. It's an elbow injury, which, like you said, usually isn't too good. If we want to go on the speculation train here, I don't want to say he's like this huge piece in the bullpen. Like, it's not David Bednar, it's not Chapman, Halderman. Like, those are the dogs that you want to make sure they're healthy right now and such. But Dowry, like the Dowries and the Majinskis, and we talk about the Bruckies, are big parts in the sense that if this team is going to be good, it's because they're shortening the game, right? This rotation isn't as desirable. It's probably not going to be a ton of innings there, quality innings. So you want to see this bullpen make up for that. And that's where Moretta falls in. Like, he's the guy who's been coming in probably the 5th, 6th inning, making sure that team shut down still to carry it over to Halderman and Bednar and Chapman and such, right? So, I mean, it's still big news. This is a really good unit because of the quality and the depth that's there. And if Dowry Moretta is lost, there's potential that, it takes a big hit there. So at this point in time, again, like, we don't really know what's going to transpire with him, but, you want to stay hopeful that maybe it is just the beginning, the few first weeks that he misses. But yeah, Jim, I don't know, man.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you're right. Like, as far as from a depth standpoint goes, like, Moretta's probably like the number 6 guy in this bullpen. If I'm just kind of looking at it, 5 or 6 guy would be my guess.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I mean, it's a hit. Like, this is a guy who you were counting on to give you some major league innings, and if he can't go by opening day, then you've got to bring someone else on. Like, probably this opens the door for those non-roster guys. If anything, Brent Honeywell, being probably, a very likely choice. Ben Heller. I would say, like, those two, if you're looking at non-roster guys, Ben Heller and Brent Honeywell probably have the best shot of making this team. Chase Anderson maybe too, because he didn't look too bad. Willie Peralta, another one who hasn't looked terrible in his little bit of time. So there are guys there who can be slotted in, and like, you can live with Brent Honeywell being like your 8th guy in the bullpen, right? But what it does is it kind of, puts everyone up a tick. So yeah, I mean, it's definitely something to monitor. It's a huge bummer. Dowry Moretta. I like him, and he came up big for a few times last year. Was pretty consistent too, just an overall, a pretty decent performer throughout the entire season. So yeah, you're counting on him for something this year. Again, he could be fine. Like, this could just be like a one-time, oh, my elbow got a little sore, and by next week he's fine, right? Like I said, we'll find out more later on. But yeah, definitely not good news. We were getting through spring relatively healthy up to this point. And Moretta's the first guy to really go down with any sort of injury. You mentioned some other guys. There have been a few players who haven't gotten in a game yet. right? Because of issues. But I don't really have too many concerns with that. Like you talked about Bednar, they came out yesterday and said that Bednar is dealing with some sort of lat issue. David Bednar doesn't need a whole lot of time to get ready for the major league season. Like if David Bednar can pitch by next week or the week after and just get like 3 or 4 innings in, then I feel pretty confident that he'll be fine. So, that's a little bit different of a scenario. McCutchen hasn't gotten in a game. Kind of same thing with him, right? Like you don't need to get Andrew McCutchen 100 at bats in spring training. Palacios, the one guy where he probably needs to get some swings in because he's competing for a roster spot. He being the other one who still has yet to get into a game. But yeah, the Moretta news definitely hurts. But they do have quite a few arms there where someone should be able to step up. Out of all of these guys that they've invited to camp, find one. Find one of them who can be a competent major leaguer. And the odds of that happening are pretty high, to be honest. Like, I mean, you take 8 guys with major league experience. Hopefully one of them looks good.
Right. I'm with you. Again, like the David Bednar news, I'm not going to say worrisome because I'm not worried about the news. I'm not worried about that injury, the way it's coming off. It just seems like, I mean, it is spring. It's spring training. You are not going to risk anyone getting injured. If you're a pitcher and you're having any type of discomfort, like you just chill there. The fact that he was scheduled to pitch one day, and like they decided, no, I just feel like if the injury was even that bad, he's not scheduled to pitch, right? It's just like, what, it's I woke up today and still just not feeling right. All right, what, we're just going to take your week, right? We'll be extra cautious. You are David Bednar. We know you're the closer. We know you're going to be good. That's how I look at this, right? So I'm not worried about David Bednar, I guess, in that aspect of like, oh, how bad is this injury? I think he's probably fine. I would rather not hear that he's injured, but this is why he hasn't showed up to a game. Like now we kind of actually do know. But like with the Moretta news, like you're talking about, that's not good seeing how he left. But like you said, the positive on that is the fact that this isn't the guy that you're really relying on. And again, that's like what adding Chapman does with his bullpen. It makes it super deep and pretty competitive. So, like you don't really need Moretta to be there all year to think, this bullpen has to be good with him and such. Like it still can be productive. Like you talk about, like Willie Peralta, to one is kind of stands out to me. I mean, they did just sign Josh Fleming, recently. Like there's a lot of opportunities here. Your boy Stratton too. You love Stratton. This is your breakout guy. Maybe this gives him an opportunity as well. I think he'll probably go with like an NRI guy that you're talking about, though, obviously also. But I'm not. This is again like this isn't something you worry too much. There's a lot of opportunities here. There's going to be almost a full more month left of baseball for them to fight for this position if it's needed. And yeah, like may the best guy win. I mean, again, we're talking about a guy who last year was a nobody, right? I mean, this was about a guy that the Reds are basically DFAing, but they traded for Kevin Newman, and it's like he's a terrible pitcher, and now we're talking about him being injured. Like, oh, what are they going to do, right? So like you can usually fill bullpen with some arms. So yeah, again, like this isn't one of the guys you're truly relying on. So that's like the more positive news. And again, we don't really know what's going to happen, but it didn't look good. I will say that.
No, I mean, anytime a pitcher grimaces after a throw and then you hear it's their elbow, it's not great. Yeah. No. So best of best wishes to him. Hopefully he's all right. And hopefully it's just like a short thing. But yeah, he hasn't looked very good in his limited outing so far this year, but this was the first time that we saw the velocity like super down. I just went back and looked when he pitched on Wednesday. He was sitting 94 and a half, somewhere in that area, hit 95, which is, where you'd expect him to be. But yeah, yesterday, he was below 90, low 90s the whole time. There was clearly something wrong.
Agree. All right. So there's the injury report, I guess, up to date so far. And then I guess, like you said, Plaza is like the other one. Won't go too deep into him. I'm not sure what's going on, but yeah, he's obviously injured, and that's why he hasn't shown up for any games yet. So, do we want to talk about Brian Hayes next?
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's get this.
I want to talk about Brian Hayes. I want to talk about Brian Hayes.
Brian is having a really good start again, Jim. Like a really good start.
Yeah, and it's one of those things where, like, again, he's always played really well in spring training. He has a career spring training OPS of 1,084. So I want to like everybody to realize, like, this is just like what he does when he's down here for some reason. I don't know what it is. Like, he's just really comfortable in spring training. But he's just looked so good this first, these first 8-9 days of spring. Obviously the fielding, like, we know how good of a fielder he is, like, and that hasn't missed a beat. But offensively, he's doing everything you want to see him do, right? He's having good at bats. He hasn't struck out yet. So, I mean, 14 at bats so far, no strikeouts. He's putting the ball in play. He's putting it in play hard. Like, he's hitting the ball and he's blistering it. He's lifting the ball. He's hit 2 home runs already. He's driving in runs. Man, like, he's just he looks really, really, really good. And you titled this, breakout season. I need to see a little bit more. Like, I actually need to see it in the regular season. But, like, right now, my expectations of Ke'Bryan Hayes are the highest they've ever been. Like, I think this dude legitimately has figured it out. I think he's figured it out finally, right? And all these years we've waited for him to figure it out. I think he's finally done it. You look at how he finished last year. You look at how he looks right now. He just looks like a different baseball player than what he looked like in 2022 or 2021 or even the beginning of last year. Like I said, a lot of pulling the ball, a lot of hitting the ball hard, a lot of hitting it in the air. I am excited for this season to see Ke'Bryan Hayes. Like, I put it out there, like, this dude could get MVP votes this year if he's able to do this over the course of a season. Yeah, like, I think this is the year, like, he puts it all together.
I'm very hopeful that this is the year. Things seem to be lining up that it could be. I said on NS9 Live that, yeah, like, to me, March doesn't matter. You show the career stats in spring. What he's doing right now isn't why I'm going to be intrigued, isn't why I'm hopeful, isn't why I'm excited about Ke'Bryan Hayes. But I am going to pump the brakes. Like, again, I need to see it in April to then say this is why it is a breakout season. This is why to hype it and believe it. All I can tell you now is things that make me feel like it is different. Like you, I think what you're alluding to this time. Like, we're not going to be tricked this time. It is different. Believe me. Trust me on this one, right? And I guess the reason is a lot of it deals with last year. A lot of it deals with the fact that, of course, he did it for 2 months at the end of the season, right? That's what we talked about. Like he's done it. We've seen it, so maybe it can carry over. But I think what's most important is not so much like the performance. Let's talk a little bit about like the mental aspect of it.
Yep, I was bring that up too. Yep,
it seems like okay. I think Fort talked about someone else, but it's like people need to start taking like their careers in their own hands, right? And the coaching is one thing, but until a player says like I'm going to take this into my own hands, I'm going to find out who I am and do that. That's usually when things like start to click and such, right? And I feel like Ke'Bryan's done that, like last year, and just about talking. I mean, we still don't know the exact story between Nunnally and everything, right? But it just seems as if Ke'Bryan Hayes got to a point where he said, I'm tired of this shit. I want to be a good player, and I'm going to be a good player. And he did whatever he needed to do to like achieve that. And we saw like those final few months of what he was, right? That to me is like, I feel like what the most important is. And we talk about also like with more or less with rookies, right? Like you want to see players struggle because it's through the struggles that they usually learn, develop, become a better person. They come up and they're just good. They don't find out like what they're not good at. They don't learn to adapt. They don't learn baseball, right? They're just the talent's taken whatever. And Ke'Bryan Hayes has struggled a long time. and again, like maybe it just took that long time to him to say like, I'm tired of this. But like on the other aspect, and this is like, I'm not psychoanalyzing everything, but on the other aspect, like he is a very typically quiet person. we've seen him be more vocal. And I don't know if this is all a combination of everything as well, but like we've seen him be much more vocal about things. And he's even talked about like on the broadcast, like this, like I'm now one of the older players. I'm now a guy that they come to and talk to. So like, I don't know if this whole leadership thing is clicking. I don't know if it's like, I need to be a better person. I need to be a better player. And like, it's all clicking happening. But like, that's the thing that kind of stands out to me. That's what's different. That's what I can actually see. It's different. The spring training numbers are the same as they've pretty much been all his career. But it seems to be what's different is him, Brian. He seems to be different. So that's kind of where I think that's why I feel more confident what these numbers are and how it could translate. I think he wants to be a better player, and damn it, he's going to be.
Yeah, I went into originally there just how he's looked, right? But you also hit the nail on the head there. He just seems like a different person, like in general. Like he's changed his demeanor. He's confident. Like you can tell he is riding high with confidence right now. And I mean, he should be, right? Like he just won a Gold Glove. He just won his first career Gold Glove. He ended last season just tearing the cover off the ball. Like he legitimately played MVP caliber baseball for the last 2 months of the season last year, right? So he should be confident. And that's a big difference, I feel like, between now, because he's like exuding that confidence. He's saying, hey, you know what? Like I'm here. I deserve to be here. I'm a good baseball player, like you mentioned. There was something that stuck out to me last week. MLB Network was in Bradenton, and Cliff Lloyd interviewed Brian Hayes for, like a 5-minute segment. First off, have we ever heard Brian Hayes talk for 5 minutes in his entire career? I don't know, but like the dude like never opens his mouth. But that's another thing you're seeing this spring is like he's talking a lot more. He's on camera. He's being more vocal. He's being like that leader. But I think it just comes back to the confidence. Like I think he's just riding high with confidence right now. But one thing that stuck out to me in that interview with Cliff Lloyd, and if you haven't watched it, go on like the MLB TV app or MLB whatever. But if you go on there, you can see like the Pirates spring training thing. It's like 21 minutes long. It's a good watch. You should go watch it. But in there, Cliff Lloyd asks him, you're coming off a Gold Glove this year. Do you have any goals for this season? And Hayes said that he's actually never set goals for himself, like going into a year. He kind of just like went into it and just tried to do his best, right? But Hayes mentioned on that interview, he's like, I do have some goals this year. He's like, I'm not going to tell you what they are, but I've got some goals this year. And I was like, ooh, that means he's got some high goals this year. Like he believes in himself. So I think we're seeing a more confident Brian Hayes. We're seeing a Brian Hayes who just like, he has a plan now. Like he knows what he's doing. Whereas before it just seemed like, yeah, he was in the batter's box and he was just kind of doing whatever felt right at the time. But he's a different player now. He's a different person now. He's got a whole different demeanor. Like I said, I'd recommend going back to watching that interview, because when I saw that, I was like, he's different. Like he's different this year. I was like, I can't wait to see it like over the course of a whole season. And he keeps talking about how like he needs to stay on the field, and I get that. Like Bucko Mike with his whole fragile Hayes thing. Like, yeah, Brian Hayes needs to play 150 games. Like if he wants to be that dude, he's got to play 150 games. He can't do this 120, 130 game stuff. Like he's got to be on the field a lot, because the Pirates need him. They need him in that lineup every day.
Yeah, man. Like this is all reasons to actually like buy in and get excited. The results is what ultimately matters. And again, like we're going to find out more of this in April, I feel, because it is March. He does well in Bradenton. He's doing well again. So, it's not as if it's like, well, this time in March, he's actually like carrying over and playing good. He's done this before. And trust me, I get it. And I'm not here to tell you like it's going to happen. He's going to be an MVP. But what I'm going to tell you is there's a lot of reasons to actually buy in this time going into this year. And I think you're right. I mean, this isn't also, this isn't also something we've done every year with Cabran. Like, it's not as if he's done this and it's like we've hyped him up. We've always had these concerns. Like you said, this is the most excited you've ever been for Cabran, and I'm with you. You know, we've been pretty much calling like, hey, if he can just be like the bat, there's more to desire. There's definitely talent there. He hits the ball very, very hard, right? But like typically into the ground. I mean, I've kept talking about like Eric Hosmer with him all the time. Like the comps in that sense is just he hits the ball very hard, but into the dirt. He could be better, but just isn't, you know, in that aspect. But I don't. I feel like he wants it, and I feel like we're not settling for an average bat here. Like he has that potential to be a much better, above average bat. And if, like you said, if he can, we've already seen the defense. You already see the defense, and he's already gotten to that point where it's being recognized. You got to go glove this year.
Yep.
And we raved on NS9 Live watching him play defense just in batting practice and his drills. And it's just like, God, this guy's so good. He's just so good defensively. Just so good defensively. And Jim, if he can have that plus bat, we know he's a 5-WAR like walking floor. If he has a plus bat, he's a 5-WAR player year in and year out because of that defense.
Yep.
Huge for the Pirates.
I mean, he's a perennial all-star if he can hit a little bit. And like I said, going back to the second half of last year, 539 slugging percentage. Second half of last year for Brian Hayes, he had an OPS of 874. 874. Like if that's, and I'm not saying like that's who he is, like, but if that's who he is, if Brian Hayes is an 874 OPS hitter, he's literally like in MVP talks.
Yes. Because that's like 5-WAR offensively. He's like an 8-WAR player right then and there with those numbers. So like a 7-8 WAR.
Like I said, it's hard to take stuff from spring training, but he's just doing every single thing you want to see him do, both on the field and off the field. Like
we talk about question marks
right now. Yep.
Right. And you talk about question marks, and like Brian Hayes was a huge question mark. Like, which version of Brian Hayes is he? I'm not saying anything's answered, right? But again, these are a lot of reasons that you can start looking on the other side of the question mark and saying, you know what, I'm kind of believing this. Want to see more of it, but I'm kind of believing this.
Yeah, like with all the questions that this pitching staff has, sitting right here on March 4th, I'm pretty confident that this team's got a pretty good core of position players. You know, I mean, it all starts with Reynolds and Hayes, right? Like those are your two centerpieces. But you look at Cruz, who's done everything you want to see him do. I mean, you'd like to see him maybe hit a few bombs, but he has a good approach to the play. You know the bombs are going to come. There's too much power. You know, you saw what Sawinski did last year, inconsistent, but like there's obviously some pop there. And if Hayes, like I said, if Hayes and Davis too, Davis looking really good so far this spring.
Ooh, yeah.
If those two can hit, like this lineup doesn't look bad all of a sudden. Like it looks like it can do some damage. Like I said, the pitching is going to be the main problem with this team, and we've kind of been talking about that for a long time. But I'm feeling more and more confident every day that this team's core of position players is pretty solid. Like they've got a good 4 to 5 guys that are in that lineup every day who you can count on.
Yeah. It's tough. This is tough. It's 1 week of spring training, and trust me, like we get that.
Yeah. I'm trying not to
the ones like
overreact.
pump the brakes, guys.
Like I'm trying not to overreact. Because the pitching still huge question mark. But I
right.
do. I feel a lot more confident in the position players.
Yeah. Just to kind of branch off a little bit on that aspect, but you're right. And again, like knowing that it's just a week. It's good that in that week, Brian is doing that. It's good that in this week that Henry Davis looks very comfortable too. He looks like very good.
Looks like,
and that's the thing.
Yeah.
I'm not here to tell you he's a good catcher. I'm not here to tell you that he's looked fantastic, but what I am going to tell you is I haven't noticed that he's a bad catcher. And that's all you need as long as he's going to do this stuff that he's doing now offensively. And again, with it just being the first week, it's been off of major league pitchers too. Like those 2 home runs he's hit, Corbin Burns and yesterday, like those are major league starters. It's not as if he's doing it on like the guy that's going to be pitching in Double A this year. So encouraging stuff from Henry Davis so far, encouraging stuff from Brian Hayes. And you know the rest. I mean, you're not worried about Brian Reynolds, who's also looked good. O'Neal Cruz coming back, still question marks, like who's he going to be? He looks like where he left off last year, which is also encouraging. You know, he's matured and developed as a hitter last year. That's what we're talking about in spring. Not striking out as much, walking more, making better contact. And that's what he's doing again this year. So I know it's just a week, but that's what you wanted to see out of O'Neal Cruz, which makes you more positive that, okay, what you're hoping to see last year, you probably can see this year. Jack Sawinski's struggling a lot. That's what we saw last year too. It's just going to come. I mean, we'll find out, but there's still talent there. Yeah, like I like the potential of the lineup. And so far we're seeing this spring is reasons why to like the potential of this lineup.
Yeah, so we haven't even seen Andrew McCutcheon, who he's just going to be – he's going to at least give you really good at-bats every single time. He's going to get on base. Like I said, you add him in there too, and that just – this lineup's got length to it. It's got more length to it as it has in years past. Before, once you got to like that number 5 hitter, it was like 5 through 9 kind of suck. And I don't know if we'll see that this year. We might get to the point where like 7 through 9 kind of suck, but I think we'll have a little bit more length to the lineup than we've had in years past.
I agree. I think this lineup has the ability to be, and I'm not talking potential. Like I think this definitely has the ability to be interesting and fun to a degree. Because even when you get down to 7 through 9, at least for this year, maybe outside of Rowdy, they're interesting. They're interesting parts. You know, like if it's Peguero or Nick, like whoever, like those are players you want to say. It's not like the Austin Hedges of the world, right? I guess that again, that's maybe where Rowdy is, but he's still not even Austin Hedges. But I guess, yeah, like that's what I'm alluding to. This is even if it's not as desirable towards the end of the lineup, it's guys that you want to see. And hopefully as well, like if they're not, then someone else is coming because there's depth. Again, we can discuss the quality of the depth, but there's depth. So if Peguero is struggling, then maybe it's Nick Gonzalez coming up and finding out, right? Or it is Triolo that's there and he isn't struggling, So like there's a lot of players to move in and out. So again, that's why I find it interesting about this lineup too. Is even if it's not good towards the end, their struggles, those guys are going to come up and you're going to find out who they are next.
Yeah. So there's it's one of those things where like I was pretty pessimistic this whole offseason just because I feel like they didn't do enough. But you know what? Baseball's here. The games are starting. Offseason's pretty much over. Could they still add somebody? Yeah, but I don't think they are. Like I think they're going to roll with what they got. So now it's like, all right, let's focus on these guys and let's see what we can do. I'm excited. I'm still not willing to say this is like a playoff contending team yet, mostly because of the pitching staff.
Right.
But yeah, there are reasons to be excited to watch the Pittsburgh Pirates this year.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. I think that sums it up. I'm not a believer in this team, like being a playoff team or such either, but we've seen the past years. I mean, this will certainly be more interesting. Again, I'll put it that way because, I mean, they did actually win some games last year. But I think there's a lot, like, with that record of not being terrible. We keep hearing how many games they improved by and such. With that, there was certainly some bad months there.
April. Like, they just came out of the gate super hot.
Yeah, but again, like
May through September, they were bad.
August they weren't so bad.
They were okay.
But you're right. That's what I'm saying. Like there was really bad baseball in between, and I don't think we'll have that as much this year. It just will be more evened out, right? You're not going to have the hot April likely, but either way, what I'm getting at is team is definitely more interesting. Yeah, a lot comes on the pitching, and I guess just to touch on this real quick too. Martin Perez made his debut yesterday, and he's going to be a big part of that, right? He was signed. He's probably their number 2 pitcher after Mitch Keller. He looked good. He looked good, Jim.
Yeah, the biggest thing that stood out to me yesterday with Perez was the command. Like he seemed like he was hitting his spots. He definitely benefited from Laz Diaz was behind the plate, and Diaz was in midseason form with his like 8-foot wide strike zone. I mean, Perez was getting like 3 inches on that outside corner, I feel like. But to his credit, like he was like, hey, if Diaz is going to give me these pitches as strikes, like I'm going to take advantage of them. And he hit his spots every single time. So yeah, really good game for Perez. Definitely what you want to see. The velocity was down a little bit, but he was pinpoint with his command, and the changeup in particular, I was very, very impressed with. If that's a pitch that he can kind of hone in on and get back on track, because I think that pitch has always been like his specialty, and I want to say just in that it wasn't all that great last year. But that changeup, if he can get back to using that changeup pretty consistently, especially against right-handed hitters, and locating it, he has the potential to be pretty good. Yeah, last year that changeup was worth -7 runs, where in the past, it's always been it's been inconsistent. It's been a pretty inconsistent pitch for him. But if he can go like that sinker cutter changeup, gosh, he's been all over the place. He's been the most inconsistent pitcher. But
that's why he's a Pirate.
You see the stuff there. Like you can look at him and be like, okay, if he can hit his spots, there could be something here. Like you can squint and convince yourself that 2022 Martin Perez is like somewhere in there.
Well, I mean, it's somewhere in there. Absolutely. It's just, are they going to be able to unlock it and have it there, like you said, consistently? And like this is one thing to stand out too. Just some things. That's what's nice about spring training is you kind of get to talk to players, hear stories, right? And like you kind of heard from him that he was right into the film room this offseason. And it seems like he's a guy that gets it, right? He wants to be better and such. But you can also say, well, if he's that person, then that should have been done throughout his career, right? So it's not as if like, oh, he's in the film room and he's going to be a better person and better pitcher now, because if that was the case, like you said, he probably wouldn't be so inconsistent. But, it's good hearing that. And again, I don't know how much I believe in the Pirates' effectiveness, changing pitchers and making them better and such. That's still to be desired, and I think it's still a question mark to find out with. But like you said, like, there is stuff there with Perez. It's not as if he's just a bad pitcher. This is a very, very low ceiling type of guy. There is some stuff there. If they can unlock it and make this to like a Jose Quintana type of success story, like I think there's that type of potential with Martin Perez. It's just that there's been one Jose Quintana, so I'm not quite sure if I'm ready to stamp that they can do that for him. But that would be huge.
Yeah, I think if that a lot rides on either, like if they're able to get Marco Gonzalez or Martin Perez, just one of them. If one of them can kind of reach their potential and kind of like go back to being the guy who they were when they looked good, that could mean a whole lot for this team. Like if all of a sudden Marco Gonzalez or Martin Perez becomes a 3-WAR pitcher for this team, like that changes a whole lot. Now the question is, will that happen? Right? Like we've seen it happen from those guys before, but is it going to happen for the Pirates in 2023? I don't know. But if one of those two can like really tap into their strengths and put together a good season, it could really, really help this team.
Yeah, absolutely. But the sad part is that's also just a start. There's still so much more.
It still just gives you two decent pitchers.
Right. Because what you're asking is, hey, if the guy they've penciled in to be the number 2 starter,
yeah, if the number 2 starter
be like a effective starting pitcher as a floor.
Yeah, I mean that's where
he's only 3, 4, 5, the depth pieces. Yeah, And again, that's why we talk about this team. That the limits are the pitching staff.
Yep.
So a lot of question marks, a lot of things need to go right. And Martin Perez is definitely one of the top on that list. He was signed. I guess he was outside of Chapman, right? He's the biggest signing the Pirates had this offseason as far as starting pitching goes. So like a lot are on his shoulders to be a good pitcher.
A lot on the shoulders, I think, of the guy pitching today too.
Yep.
Paul Skeens.
Well, I was going to say which
he's
one.
not going to start. He's not going to start in Pittsburgh, but look, if he's able to show that he's ready, you bring him up mid-season at some point, and yeah, he could be a big help as well. So Paul Skeens starting today, his second spring appearance down in Port Charlotte against Tampa. That game is televised as well, so it's going to be on whatever the Rays TV channel is. The Rays are broadcasting that game.
That's exciting stuff.
Yep.
I can't wait. We'll have actual StatCast numbers better than our video to see him from the stands. I'm excited for Paul Skeens. I said it on Twitter after we had that one Starbucks. I said there's not too much that I'm like super excited about or like a single player, and it's officially Paul Skeens. And now, especially seeing that outing, it is absolutely Paul Skeens. So give me all the Paul Skeens you have. Hopefully before June too.
There you
Probably
go.
not. So yeah. So tune in today. Watch Paul Skeens.
Yep. That's all I got though. Unless you have anything else you want to bring up.
Not really. No. I just wanted to touch a little bit on Martin Perez for sure because that was a really good solid outing by him that you want to see. So and he went 3 innings. I want to just credit that too. He also went 3 innings. That was kind of surprising.
Doug on the post-game show. First ever NS9 Postgame Show of 2024, by the way, yesterday. Check it out if you haven't. He used the word encouraging a lot. It was definitely something to be encouraged about. And if you're at this point of the season, you can't really take a whole lot out of things. You would just rather be encouraged than discouraged, right? So
right.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So I'm encouraged. Not intrigued yet. Let's get out of here then. As always, really appreciate you all for watching. We'll be back throughout this week, of course, another NS9 Live and such. And I think just to put out there, because post-show games are back in parentheses, our next one is next Saturday. Is that what it is? Sunday.
Next Sunday we'll be back with another post-game show. So I mean, it's spring training for the players. It's spring training for the NS9 crew too. We gotta get ready to go. We got a grueling 162 game post game schedule that we gotta get ready for. So
162 plus.
162 plus. Hopefully,
there it is. Because of spring training.
So next Sunday we'll have another post game show. NS9 TV. If you haven't tuned in, awesome. Just something to put in the background. 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. every single day. You can just go to our YouTube page and you can watch Pirate stuff for 6 straight hours if your heart desires. So
yeah, all you nutsos, go and check that out. 6 straight hours of us and Pirates.
I'll say this: it's perfect. It's perfect, like background to your work day type thing. Just put it on. You don't have to pay attention to the whole thing. But hey, you got Pirate stuff in the background for 6 hours.
Yep. We try to make it a good mix. Some current stuff, some old stuff. That could be relevant today, obviously. Like we're not just gonna have like a post game from 2022 on, but
right. Yeah.
But yeah, so check it out. Pretty cool stuff. Yeah. So with that said, I guess we'll get out of here.
Let's do it.
All right, guys. Bye-bye.
See you all.
Hey, you all. Thank you for watching. I know we try to provide the most entertaining content that we can, and we'd love to spread it to as many people as possible. So I know it doesn't seem like a lot, but if you could take the 5 seconds to like this video and subscribe to the page, it helps out so much more than you know. Thank you, and let's go Bucks.
Major League Baseball this year are unveiling some new jerseys They're new partners at Fanatics. These are made by Nike, and they are receiving quite a bit of criticism. You know those jerseys that you buy like off those shady internet websites from China that you know are just not good. They're $17 a piece. That's what these new jerseys look like. I feel like the value of those knockoff jerseys, you know, Born Trade, DH Gate, Temu, you know, those types of things. Those jerseys, the value through the roof because these things just suck. Who's paying $170 for these things when you can get the exact same thing knockoff for $17? Unbelievable. Fix it, MLB.
What position does he profile as? Like, what does he play more? Infield?
He plays some catcher. This is your future. He plays catcher, shortstop, and second.
Okay, so everything. All the important positions except center field. Let's go, Burns! Shot!
Center fielder number 83, Enrique Redfield Jr.
For Vanderbilt, another one thing. Right now, he'll be the fastest player in baseball. Might end up being one of the fastest ever.
Where'd you hear that, Andy? Who told you that?
I don't think he's going to. Maybe September. Which was that good? Yeah, I'm still hanging. What do you do with cell phone?
The camera doesn't have internet, so if I want to post something as soon as they do it, I can't do it from here. I have to do it from here. I gave you oh yeah? Yeah, it looked very good. Was it Sony? It looked like a Sony. Okay.
I could have hit that. There's not a lot of open swing.
Right fielder number 80, Carter. Yo!
When you were on the Orioles? Yeah, when?
Let's go, Carter. Yeah, that shot looked pretty good. It looked like it was HD. Like, you're pretty good.
He was in the Beatles, too.
After he called the score.
And he got that money. Two things I could have done.
Did you ever go to Okay. That's quite a process. I'm glad it all happens in here now. Right.
His friends all over the country. Oh yeah, he could easily pick one. When the digital had a translate, it has to be a real time. Then you don't have to have a tape.
Right.
But they tear up. Everybody had a lot of videos. Call me up and get some
That's so meta.
yo. Welcome to the NS9 MLB Draft Preview. I'm your host, Anthony DiNardo. With me, we got Neil, and we have ourselves a very special guest today. We have Jim Callis from MLB Pipeline. How's it going, Jim? Welcome to the show.
It's going good. It's going good. It's like, I call it the calm before the storm, although it's not really the calm because we just updated our top 100 prospects last night. We're finalizing the draft top 250 order right now. I'm working on the mock draft. I think about 10 minutes after we start recording this, they're going to release futures game rosters. So I think it's actually the storm that's only going to get bigger as we get closer to the draft and the All-Star game. But it's a lot of fun. I mean, it's probably my busiest time of year, but also probably the most fun time of the year.
Excellent. Yeah, for you, for sure. And speaking of the top 100, Anthony Salamito entering the top 100 now.
Yeah, he snuck on there, like number 100, right? It's like it's all blur. I believe he's 100, right? Although,
exactly 100.
Yuri Perez is going to graduate, so Anthony's going to, by the time people see this, he'll probably be up to number 99. But yeah, no, it's he's having a nice, one of the better pitching prospects in the minor league. It's crazy. I didn't count it up. I think there's only something like 9 pitchers on our top 100 who are pitching right now in full season leagues. There's some hurt guys on there too, and there's some guys in the big leagues. But in terms of guys who are actually in the minor leagues, I think it's single digit pitchers, which is crazy.
Wow, that's interesting.
Considering that Fangraphs was really, really low on him going into the season, I'm taking it. This is a great development. He's looked really good.
He has looked really good. So
certainly. Well, we have you on the show. Even though I could talk about Salamito for like the next hour, we won't do that. Let's talk about this upcoming MLB draft because it's big stuff for the Pittsburgh Pirates, the number 1 overall pick. And unlike the year with Henry Davis, where there's a lot of questions on who to take because there was good talent, but like not elite. And it's like you could save some money here. You could, do some things which the Pirates end up doing. They took Henry Davis under slot. And then, of course, that's how they got Anthony Salamito we talked about. This one seems a little bit different. There's some really good talent up top, Jim.
Yeah, it's totally different. I mean, I know in 2021, which was a strange draft because you were coming off the pandemic year where you didn't have really college summer leagues, so you didn't get to see guys hit with wood bats. There was some high school showcase stuff, but it was just 2021 draft was sort of getting back to normal. It was our first draft in July. People were figuring things out. Marcelo Meyer was our top-ranked prospect who wound up going fourth to Red Sox, but it wasn't, like nobody was saying, oh my gosh, Pirates have unbelievable opportunity here with guys who are available. And this year, I feel like we have 5 guys who would be legitimate number 1 picks in a lot of drafts. You have, the 2 guys at LSU, Dylan Cruz, one of the best college outfielders we've seen in a long time. Paul Skeens, who you could argue is right up there with Steven Strasburg as the best pitching prospect in draft history, to be honest. Wyatt Langford, who's not that much different than Dylan Cruz. I mean, a little bit different type of players, but if you're grading them out, they're pretty similar. And then you have 2 high school outfielders, Walker Jenkins, who, I think the only difference, I mean, if he'd gone to college and done what Dylan Cruz and Wyatt Langford had done in the SEC, we'd be talking about Walker Jenkins, more, but like he's a high school guy, so he takes a little bit back seat. And then Max Clark, another high school outfielder, probably has the best all-around tools of any of those guys. He just has less power. Probably like he's not a slap hitter, but it's probably more average-ish power, and those other guys are all plus or better power. But yeah, the Pirates have 5 really, really good options. I mean, I'd kind of put Cruz and Skeens and Cruz on a tier by themselves, and Wyatt Langford really close to that tier, and then Jenkins and Clark behind them. But again, I think we're talking 2021, Jenkins or Clark might have been the top-ranked prospect in that draft.
Mm-hmm. All right.
You hold on one second. I think my wife has locked herself out of the house. We got our front door fixed, and now it's locking too much, and our dogs are going crazy. So I'll be back in 1 second.
Sure, that works.
Wait, I need to see if I can get my Pulp Fiction picture in the frame too.
I was just going to say, I saw it behind him, right? Look at you two. There it is. This is riveting stuff right now.
Okay, I'm back now. There you go. My front
There
door
he
works
is.
too well. So it locks too easily.
Neil just wanted to get his Pulp Fiction.
Yeah, I need to
posted
get
in the
my
background
Pulp Fiction. Yeah.
There you go. Yeah, I like that.
But no, Neil, you gonna say something?
Okay, I guess my first question for you would be like, you talked about like how close. So I had two questions about Cruz and Langford are in terms of skill set. So you put Cruz like slightly above, but realistically, like how big is that gap? And I guess my second question is, how likely do you think that either of them stick at center field?
Yeah, I mean, it's funny because we have Cruz ranked number 1 on our draft top 200. We haven't updated it to 250 quite yet. And Langford's 3. And yeah, I think there's a perception among most fans that the gap is larger than that would imply. And it's really not. I mean, if you're comparing the two guys to each other, Cruz, I say, is a better hitter. Maybe he's a full grade better hitter. I think Langford maybe has a half grade better power. Cruz is a better runner, better chance to stay in center field. He's played center field. Langford hasn't. They're both right-handed. But they're both pretty comparable. I mean, I think you feel like Cruz has a higher floor because you feel a little bit better about him as a hitter. And he's the best hitter in the draft. He's running better this year, and I think he's gone from coming into the year, you hope he could stay in center field. Like, realistic hope, but like you weren't sure. And now you feel like, okay, I'm pretty confident he could stay in center. That said, I think he's more of a solid center fielder. You might have a better center fielder on a big league club, but I think he's capable. Whereas Langford, I think has a chance, but you don't know. Cruz is a little bit more athletic. Langford's a little bit more powerful. But I think it's, like I said, I would take Cruz, but I think the gap is maybe closer than fans might think. I mean, we don't talk to all 30 teams. I don't know. I mean, it wouldn't shock me if there's a team out there that valued Langford more than Cruz. Like, that wouldn't be, like, shocking. So I think it's pretty close. You just feel better with Dylan, that better pure hitter, better chance of playing center field, and you've seen him in center field.
Do you think, and we'll go a couple places with this too, but do you think there's a possibility, since they're that close as you're mentioning, the Pirates could look into opportunity again, similar to like what they did Henry Davis, and maybe go Langford under slot to maybe go later rounds, spend some money?
I mean, I think the Pirates are doing what they should do is you've got to kind of try to figure out what each of these guys would cost. Now, I still think when you're picking 1-1, you should pick who you think the best guy is. And there's a couple things at play here. So the bonus pool that teams have to work with, the bonus values for the picks went up about 10% this year. So the first pick is valued at a little over $9.7 million. And that's like $1.3 million more than the all-time draft bonus record. The Pirates pool as a whole is $16.2 million. And since you can go 5% over the pool without losing future first-round picks, that's kind of like, you could go more, but nobody ever does. That gives them about $17 million to play with. So if you signed a guy for $9 million, which would break the bonus record, you'd still have $8 million to play with. You'd still have plenty of money to play with for your other picks. I mean, I think they are looking into things like that. I mean, there's all kinds of rumors. I mean, Dylan Cruz wants $10 million, that Dylan Cruz doesn't want to be in Pittsburgh, or his agent doesn't want him to be in Pittsburgh, because their history of signing guys to long-term deals isn't encouraging. I mean, I don't know if that stuff's true. I mean, you hear a bunch of rumors right now. The tricky thing is, like I said, I would always pick whoever you think the best guy is in pay. Like, I'm of the mind that, let's say you like Dylan Cruz. If I pick Dylan Cruz and I offer him $9 million or $9.2 million, that still gives me almost $8 million to play with. Is Dylan Cruz turning that down to go back to LSU, even if he doesn't want to come to Pittsburgh or want $10 million? I can't see that he could. You never know. But like, I would just take the best guy and figure we're going to get him done. But the tricky part about trying to save money, like, okay, let's do a discount on a guy and save money. So the Pirates pick at 1. They don't pick until 42. And when you get to the end, after the first round, it's 28 picks. You have the Mariners have 2 picks, Twins have a pick, the Marlins have a pick, Tigers have a pick, Reds have a pick, Athletics have a pick, Nationals have a pick, Athletics actually have another pick. So that's 5, 6, 7, That's 9 picks with teams that have $13 million bonus pools. So anybody you're trying to sneak to 42, if you're the Pirates, if that's your strategy, we'll take less up top, and we're going to get a really good guy at 42. There's like 9 teams you have to get in by, and I think that's really, really difficult to do. You know, Langford, yeah, he'd come at a discount, I guess, because I don't think he's going 2. I think he's a pretty strong bet to go 3, where the slot's 8.3. You know, maybe if he went 1, he'd get 8.5. So you're not talking about that much less. I'm making these numbers aren't hard and fast what teams are offering. But if I feel like I could get Dylan Cruz done for 9.2, and I get Langford done for 8.5, that's $700,000 to me. If I think Cruz is a better player, it's not worth it to me to go get Langford there and save $700,000.
Okay. Similar question, because I read from, I believe, Joe Doyle's mock. I think a couple weeks ago, he mocked Max Clark #1 to the Pirates. And he said a big reason for that is because he believes he's heard industry sources saying that Max Clark's ask is about $2 million less than whatever Cruz would be asking for.
Well,
would you say that would be? I don't know, do you know? Have you heard if that's true or not, or like, would you say
that seems a little bit light, just because? Well, I mean, if Cruz is asking for 10 and Max Clark's asking for 8, like again, like I do think Max Clark is the most. You would get the best deal with Max Clark, is what I'm trying to say, I guess, because I think Max Clark is probably going to go 4th or 5th. And if he goes 4th, that slot's $7.7 million. If he goes 5th, the slot's a little over 7.1. So if Max Clark went #1, it probably cost you $7.5 or $8 million. Like I would guess it would be somewhere in there, depending on whether you feel the Rangers are going to take him 4, the Twins are going to take him 5. I mean, I do think it's a possibility. Again, I think all these things are possibilities. You have to look at them all. Ultimately, you know, I'm not running the Pirates, and I'm not playing with real money. I think you got to take the guy you think is the best guy, because, I mean, if you think Max Clark is, like, you could make the argument Max Clark is the best all-around tools of these guys. He probably has average power, maybe a little bit better if you like it more than that. And the other guys are all plus power, but Max can hit. He's the best runner of the group. He's the best center fielder of the group. He's got the best arm of the group. So it's not like Max Clark. You're inventing Max Clark as a #1 pick, but I think most people will tell you he's the 4th or 5th best guy in this draft. And if the Pirates feel he's the 4th or 5th best guy in the draft, again, my advice would be take the best guy and don't pay him. But yeah, I don't think it's impossible. So many people, I think the Pirates are going to cut a deal. Did that 2 years ago. But like you guys noted, it's a totally different draft. This isn't 2 years ago. There was no clear-cut, obvious slam dunk #1. There was nobody like Paul Skeens or Dylan Cruz or even Wyatt Langford in that draft, and so it was different. This draft, you have guys like that. So, like, you know, again, I'm kind of making these numbers up as I go along. Like, I feel like you could sign Dylan Cruz for like 9.2. I feel like Langford probably going to cost you, I would think, 8.5-ish. Walker Jenkins is not going to take a deal because he's got the same agent as Dylan Cruz. I can't see Walker Jenkins taking a deal to go #1 necessarily. But if maybe Max Clark costs you $7.5 million or $8 million. But if you think Dylan Cruz is better than those guys, you should take Dylan Cruz. And if you, again, it's not my choice. If you're asking me, I would take Paul Skeens.
Yeah.
Well, now that we got all that stuff out of the way, all the different scenarios, the different options and whatnot, I'm with you. Like, I feel this is the draft you don't play around with, especially this. Like, back to the Henry Davis one, you could look at 5 of them and say they're all about the same. Who's going to get the best deal, right? This one, I think I'm with you where it's 2 guys. They're just on this whole other level. Is it Skeens or is it Cruz? You pick who you think's the best. You deal with the money and go from there. So,
but let me throw in one more thing too. The thing is,
okay,
like I was saying, the Pirates have the largest bonus pool of anybody. It's $16.2 million. And we're going to round that up to 17 with the extra 5%. So even if Dylan Cruz cost you $9.2 million, that still gives you $7.8 million to spend on the rest of your draft. That's going to be more money than almost anybody else has after the first round. So you could still, go nuts and get some players. And like I said, it's too much risk for me. You don't know who's going to get to 42, but you're going to have a bunch of money. You may not, like, if you go cheap or take a discount at the top to push a guy to 42, you can't guarantee he gets there. So just take a guy, and you're still going to have a ton of money, and you're still going to have more spending power than almost anybody by the time it gets down there. Like, it'd be one thing if, like, you had some crazy scenario, and they've got the same agent. I'm going to take Wyatt Langford #1, and we're going to push Max Clark down to 42. Now, I don't think other teams will let that happen. But, like, if you could do something like that, okay, now you've got me interested. But the odds of that happening, I just think some other team would step in and say, no, we're not. We're going to take Max Clark, and we'll pay him. But yeah, it's just the Pirates don't have – the Pirates have so much money, they're going to be able to, go get Anthony Solomito or Bubba Chandler or whoever, those types of guys like they did with Henry Davis. They can do that without discounting the #1 pick. But anyway, so now to your question.
Yeah, no, that's good stuff. That's really good to hear because, the Pirates have gone through that. And the one thing is the Pirates haven't, like, notoriously, I mean, they're cheap, right? Major League and such. But, like, in the draft, they've never, like, notoriously been that way.
Yeah. That's the only time I've heard that the Pirates have lots of money to spend.
Right. And they'll spend it. But, like you said, it's not our money and I'm with you. Like, what it's going to cost to get Skeens or Cruz, like, you just do that. And so I guess the big question is Cruz or Skeens. And I think you answered it, but tell us a little bit. You said Skeens. It's been Cruz all year, Cruz or bust. So why is Skeens really entering the picture as, like, a legit I am the better player person?
Yeah, and see, it's interesting because I do think, like, we surveyed, Jonathan Mayo did a survey where I think he got about 30 responses to it, and he asked teams just who they would pick if they were #1, and Cruz got about 2/3, 70% of the votes for that. And I think it's easier, it's safer to say we'll take a hitter because they don't get hurt as much. Cruz, and you feel pretty good Cruz is going to hit based on the way he's hit in college. He was a guy coming out of high school. I just think you got to look at, like, I mean, I know there's more risk with a pitcher. And yeah, Paul Skeens throws hard and guys who throw hard get hurt. But I just look at, like, how good he is relative to his position compared to Cruz. Like I was just saying earlier, you guys asked. There's not, like, this gargantuan difference between Cruz and Langford. And if you're tooling them out, like, there's not a gargantuan difference between Cruz and Jenkins. Cruz has done it at the SEC, and Jenkins is a high school kid. Max Clark and Cruz are kind of different types of players. But again, if you were overall grading them out, their overall grades would be similar. You just have more comfortable with Cruz because Clark's, a high school kid. So, I mean, in this draft alone, I know this is a common draft. I've got 4 really good outfielders, like, that I could take. Paul Skeens, I think, the last guy who I think you could even talk about being in the same conversation with him as a draft pitching prospect. I know it's a Pirates podcast, and it's probably making anybody smile. It's Garrett Cole, but he's better than Garrett Cole was. Garrett Cole didn't dominate like this in college, and I think Skeens' fastball is more overpowering than Garrett Cole's, and I think his slider is a better slider than Garrett Cole had. He was just more dominant. I think he even had – I'd have to go back and look, but I memean, Paul Skeens is like a 10-to-1 strikeout to walk ratio. I think he's got better command than Garrett Cole had. So then you have to go to Strasburg, who's the best ever. And it's funny. You can look at Strasburg, and it's kind of like eye of the beholder. You can look at him and say, oh, man, Strasburg's been hurt a lot, and Tommy John early in his career, and this big contract he just signed, he's barely going to earn any of it. But when he was healthy, which was for a good, chunk of years, Steven Strasburg was almost as good as any pitcher in the game. The Washington Nationals won a World Series. I mean, it wasn't only him. I want to say Strasburg was MVP, right? I think he was World Series MVP.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, I think you're right.
And he was part of consistent playoff teams. And I think, having a pitcher like that, they come around like once a decade if you're lucky. And you either draft Paul Skeens, or if you're the Pittsburgh Pirates, you're never going to have Paul Skeens on your team ever. You're not going to be able to trade for him because teams don't trade guys like that. And they're not going to be able to sign him as a free agent. And so I just think it's harder to find a Paul Skeens than a Dylan Cruz. And I like Dylan Cruz a lot. So I know there's guys out there who'd be like, oh, you can't take a pitcher. I'm sorry. If the pitcher's Paul Skeens, I'm taking Paul Skeens at 1-1. And, like, I also think, the NL Central's up for grabs. I'm not saying this year. Like, I wouldn't put him in the big leagues this year. He's pitched a lot of innings. I would do that. But, like, the Pirates, they have a lot of young talent. They could realistically contend as early as 2024, 2025. Paul Skeens can be part of those teams. So if it were me, and again, I'm not drafting for need per se. I'm just drafting this guy. I get once in a decade, a Paul Skeens comes along, and you have to be picking at the very top of the draft to got him. I mean, Cole went 1. Strasburg went 1. You know, I mean, these guys don't last long in the draft. And if he gets to the second pick, the Nationals are going to snatch him up. Even if Max Clark goes 1, I think Nationals will take Skeens at 2. So I would take Skeens 1-1 and not worry. My dogs are going crazy. Not worry about the pitching risk. Yeah, I mean, how about you guys? I mean, who do you guys want the Pirates to take it with?
So I'll start
because the wrong answer.
I'm probably the most open-minded about this. I think my order right now would be Cruz, Langford, Clark, Skins.
Man, okay.
It has nothing to do necessarily with Skins, and we'll kind of get into this because I think you even talked about it on a podcast today, but I see the Pirates' current development right now struggling with guys who don't have the best fastball shape. You see Roansy Contreras being shunted to the bullpen. Quinn Priester's ceiling is being limited because even though his curveball is like a 70-grade pitch, his four-seamer probably doesn't play too well in the majors. And since scouts are talking about Skins kind of having a bit of a flat fastball, and the Pirates seeming to have an inability to fix that, would you say that that would be a legitimate concern in terms of drafting someone?
I mean, maybe. I mean, I would argue, if I was trying to argue for Skeens, that he throws so hard, so consistently, and he commands the fastball so well. That's a little different than, say, maybe Quinn Priester's fastball shape or Contreras' fastball shape at 95, 96, whatever, isn't optimal. Skeens is throwing like 98, 99, 100, 101, 102. I mean, he's going to be pitching on 4 days rest instead of 6 days rest. So he's probably not going to be throwing 148 times in a game every time out. Mm-hmm. But, I mean, I get that, but I just think Skeens, and I don't have the data in front of me exactly how flat or, the shape, how much of a concern it is, but I just think his velocity and command maybe allay those concerns somewhat too.
Okay. Yeah. No, that does make a lot of sense. I guess, like, for me, you're looking to draft Skeens because he's going to be a Steven Strasburg type, and something that kind of reminded me of this was Hunter Green, where Hunter Green has probably one of the best fastballs, pure fastballs in the majors, but he does run into issues where, like, it can be flat. And when hitters get around it, he can get crushed. Yeah, so I don't think his ERA has ever been like spectacular in his young career, and obviously that can change. Like he's a stud. I don't want to take anything away from Hunter Green, but in terms of when you're trying to find a pitcher like the next Cole, like the next Strasburg, would that be something you think that could hold him back from getting to that ceiling?
Maybe. I mean, the thing is, he's got 2 other pretty good pitches. I mean, it's a little unfair comparison. I mean, I know you want to compare him, but I think like we had Hunter Green ranked number 1 on our draft list. Was that 17? I think,
yeah.
Yeah. And like looking back, like I don't know that I would have done that again because I mean he's gotten a much better slider since he's been pro ball, but he was pretty much the Hunter Green appeal was that he threw so hard and he did it so easy. He still got hurt. But like he didn't have great feel for spinning the ball, and his changeup was okay. But like I think Skeens' other pitches are better than Hunter Green's were. And again, I think he commands it because you're exactly right. I mean, we saw it in the Futures game, maybe it was 2018, where he threw like a 102-mile-an-hour fastball and Luis Alexander Basabe homered off of it because it was belt high. No, I'm serious. Like you guys know, I mean, if Hunter Green, as hard as he throws, and he throws consistently harder than anybody in the big leagues who starts, if it's up, letters, up in that area, he's unhittable. But if he gets around the belt, like if it's lower in the strike zone, guys can hit velocity, and it doesn't have great length. And I think that's the difference to me is that Skeens has really good command. So if and again, I don't have the exact data exactly how flat or unshapely the pitch is, but if Skeens is throwing 98 to 100, I trust that Paul Skeens can keep it up high where it's going to be hard to catch up to. So, I'm not as concerned about that as I might be other guys. Like I know it's college and it's different than pro ball, but I mean, he's pretty much blown through guys all year. And, I think he's got, arguably the best slider in this draft. And I don't know if you guys saw, I think it was, I've lost track now, College World Series goes on for a while. It was his first College World Series outing. His slider wasn't as sharp. I think he threw like 36 changeups. His changeup was dancing all over the place. So I think he's got, granted, he's older and he's had more time to develop, but I do think he's got multiple weapons and he commands them very well.
Mm-hmm. And just one more, and I'll let Donardo hop in just very quick. If the Pirates drafted Skeens, and let's say by the time the draft comes around, the Pirates have magically risen back up to contending for the division, could you put Paul Skeens on the major league team in 2023? Do you think his stuff is that good, or would he still need some time to develop and mature in the minors?
I would do. It'd be interesting. I mean, you have to check, the health of his arm. Like we're recording this on the night of the championship game, the College World Series, and he's not going to start, but he's available. We don't know if he's going to pitch 1 inning, 3, 5, whatever. He's pitched, I think, about 110, 115 innings this year. He won't pitch after tonight. By the time he signs, let's say he signs quick, he's probably going to have taken at least 3 weeks off. So you got to ramp him back up. Like I would more and I think it's tough. Like I was going to say is I think if you're going to do that, you want to do what the White Sox did with Chris Sale, but it was different then because the draft was a lot earlier. There was less gap between the end of the season and the draft, and they signed him quick. They sent him, I think, to A-ball to start, and he pitched in relief, and he kind of worked a little bit. So if you're doing I don't think you just take Paul Skeens. Let's say he signs a month from today, at the end of July. It hasn't really pitched, and just say, okay, you're in the big leagues. I think you'd want to try to build him up a little bit. It would be tough because I think because of the layoff, you'd have to build him up so he'd be ready to pitch in games. And I think you'd want to have him pitch a few innings in the minors here, a few innings in the minors there. I think it'd be more realistic if you did that he'd be a bullpen piece this year. Put him in the rotation, I think, would be kind of tough. Okay. You can also think about the difficulty guys have with the major league ball being different than the minor league ball. He wouldn't really have much time to adjust to that. It'd be like, here you go, Paul. Get us to the playoffs type of thing. But so I think it would be tough. I think if the draft were a month earlier, like it used to be, then it'd be more realistic because you could come out of the College World Series and he still theoretically you could sign him July 1st and then maybe ease him into the minors and go rather than have to ramp him back up. So I guess talking through it, I think this year would be kind of tough just because he's going to have some downtime. And I really doubt that he's going to be sitting there over the next 3 or 4 weeks between when he gets done at the College World Series and signs. He'll be keeping his arm in shape in case the major league team wants to try to rush him. I would think he's probably going to take it pretty easy.
And looking currently at the Pirates and Nationals record, he's probably assuming he's not going to need to. So I understand.
You never know in the NL Central. You never know.
I mean, you're right, but I think we're starting to know.
It was like at the heart of the question, it was kind of is his stuff developed enough to where let's say not 2023, but you would be comfortable putting him into the rotation opening day 2024? Would you say his stuff? Yeah, you would say that?
Yeah, I would. I mean, but I think it'd be more likely you'd see a deal happen with Strasburg, where I don't think Paul Skeens is going to pitch this summer. So I think even if he looked great in spring training, I think it might be a little bit of a stretch. I mean, he's good. I wouldn't say it'd be impossible to put him straight in the big league. I think it'd be more likely you'd see maybe send him to Double-A, and if he tears it up, you start thinking about calling him up a month into the 2024 season. It would surprise me if he was on the opening day roster. Because the other thing is, I mean, I know we have this new incentive rule with awards, where rewards you for having guys on opening day roster. But that's also, it's a pretty narrow window you have to fit in. You have to win the Rookie of the Year, be top 3 in MVP or Cy Young Award voting, I think, before you're arbitration eligible. So there would be, whoever takes him, you could argue if you could figure out the free agency, but even the Super 2. But let's say you need to keep him down 3 weeks to delay his free agency a year. That might be more valuable than hoping you get a draft pick out of him because he wins an award. So I as good as Paul Skeens is, to me, the earliest I feel like we'd see him would be May of next year.
All right. The Pirates certainly like keeping their prospects down way too long. So
yeah, we already knew that answer. But I guess for me to answer your question too, I've been conditioned. Now we had a show. It was more to talk about prospects. We talked a little bit about Dylan Cruz beforehand, knowing the Pirates had the #1 pick. And I think the biggest takeaway from there was don't get the Dylan Cruz fatigue. He's the best player. You're going to hear names pop up, the new name of the week, this person, that working. Don't get the Dylan Cruz fatigue. You draft Dylan Cruz, right? So I've been conditioned. Like, listen, let's get all the noise out. It's Dylan Cruz. But like, I'm really at this point, and especially like listening to you and other people, and like just looking like Paul Skeens is really good, guys. And maybe he's like I talked about beforehand, like maybe he actually is making a point that he is the best player. It's not just this guy who came up and like he had a really good hot start. He's throwing 102 on pitch number like 123. Yeah. So I'm starting to feel that way, but I'm also understanding and trying to, buck the trend too. Like Cruz is safer, right? He is a pitcher. So let me ask you something else too, because someone who isn't like in my mind, I want Dylan Cruz because I feel like Skeens might be a little bit riskier. When you see him throwing 102 and throwing 120, 130 pitches in the game, right? And you're thinking Tommy John, right? Because that's the first thing people go to mentality-wise. Put me at ease. Why are we overvaluing and thinking that's too much of a risk, what he's doing right now pitching-wise?
Yeah, I mean, I think all pitchers come with risk. You have to take some risk at some point. And, like, it's weird because, like, I'm saying I take Skeens. I'd be happy with – here's the way I would look at it from a Pirates perspective. There's no wrong answer here. If you get Cruz or Skeens, either way, like that's a great pick. Either one of those guys, probably in terms of what they do for Pittsburgh, going to be the best number one pick in franchise history. Like, so it's, number one overall pick. I'm not saying better than Barry Bonds, but
no Brian Bullington.
You know what's funny though? Brian Bullington gets a bad rap because yes, they should have taken B.J. Upton, and Dave Littlefield was too honest when they asked him on draft day, and he said that Brian Bullington could become a number 3 starter, and people were like, "What? Like number 3 starter is really good." Brian Bullington just got hurt, but he was a legit dude. I feel like Brian Bullington. I always feel like I can't criticize a draft pick if it made sense at the time, if it was a valid pick at the time. I won't go back to this guy. Like Chris Benson didn't turn out, but Chris Benson was absolutely the number one pick in 1996. But so anyway, I was digressing. Yeah, I worry about the fact that guys who throw hard, like, just don't hold up. Like, like if it's Tommy John, guys come back from it. I mean, I would say in terms of Skeens' health, J.J. Cooper, Baseball America, had a great article he wrote about a week ago where he was saying 123 pitches in college is not the same as 123 pitches in a major league game. The guys are pitching on 6 days rest. Yeah, I know he pitched on 4 days rest, for his second start. He hasn't been throwing 120 pitches every game. But also, when you're watching a guy pitch, you have to see what he looks like. And one, he wasn't laboring. He was still throwing hard at the end of the start. It'd be one thing if he's losing his mechanics or he's lowering his arm slot or he's suddenly throwing 96 miles an hour or not commanding his pitches as well. He looked fresh, might be a little strong, but he still looked really, really good. And as JJ pointed out, on the development level, there's a reason guys don't throw 120 pitches every 5th day in the minor leagues. We're talking every 7 days in college. And again, he didn't throw 120 every time out. But as JJ also pointed out, the reason guys don't throw 120 pitches in the big leagues isn't because people are afraid they're going to break, like especially as you get into your 30s and your arms, fairly healthy or you've shown you can handle the workload. It's because guys aren't effective on pitches 100 to 120 at the big league level. They don't want him even going a third time through the order in most cases. Paul Skeens that pitches 100 to 120 is still by far the best pitcher LSU has. And I'm not saying that's an excuse to then let him throw 150, but it's not like I think when people see guys throw 120 pitches, like the Twitter pitch count police get all up in arms, like, oh my God, what's he doing? Like, this is different than Quinn Matthews at Stanford throwing 156 pitches. That's not good. But this isn't like they're running Paul Skeens into the ground. Like again, if people watch the game, I don't know, his last pitch was his second start on 4 days rest, but he was throwing like 98 to 100 in his last inning of work. Again, it'd be one thing. I've seen guys at the College World Series years ago, like laboring where they were. The worst game I ever saw was Ben McDonald versus Kirk Dressendorfer. Ben McDonald's number one pick. Kirk Dressendorfer was best pitcher in college baseball for 3 years in terms of performance. McDonald had a blister. He gave up I think he still holds a record for runs given up in a World Series start. Dressendorfer was this little guy, like 6 foot, won the first round to the A's next year and got hurt. I think Dressendorfer maybe pitched a little bit in the big leagues. Anyway, Dressendorfer had a bad back. He could not bend over, but Texas was short on pitching depth and they were up 11-5. So Cliff Guston let Dressendorfer throw 150. It was awful. that was that Dursendorfer, like, it was painful. It made my back hurt watching it, and the stuff wasn't good. Like that was like, yes, this guy's throwing way too many pitches. It's not the same with Skeen, so I'm not worried about him being abused. And again, like, he's going to be. I mean, and I'm not saying that you shouldn't handle pitchers carefully, but you look at how much care major league teams handle pitchers with. They can't keep guys healthy. Guys get hurt in the minors all the time. Guys get hurt in the majors all the time. You know, it's like there's no magic formula that, hey, if we keep him under 100 pitches, he'll be healthy forever. It doesn't work that way. I think with pitchers, you have to assume that most pitchers are going to get hurt at some point. But, you know, it's somewhere. I still think back to Max Scherzer. I saw Max Scherzer in the Arizona Fall League after he signed. He sat out. He held out for almost a year and signed right before next year's draft. So I think he pitched a little in the minors, but then he pitched the Fall League. And he had literally the biggest head whack I think I've ever seen on a pitcher in person. Like, I mean, his head's bouncing off his shoulder every time he threw a pitch. And every scout said some variation of, you got to get that guy to the big leagues as a reliever right away because he's going to blow out in 2 years. Get what you can out of him. He's going to blow out, and then you see what you have after that. And I think until like the last year or two, I don't think Max Scherzer ever had an arm injury. I think he had like a finger injury at one point, and that's what was cropping up in the World Series. And maybe he had an arm injury last year. But Max Scherzer never got hurt. I mean, look, he cleaned up his delivery some too. But, like, that's just my way of saying, like, there's no real rhyme or reason as to, you know, this guy looks like he's got a pretty delivery and we handle him carefully and he breaks, and this guy, his delivery looks awful and he stays healthy. So it's like, I guess I look at it like Dylan Cruz would be a fine number 1 pick. So I'm not putting Dylan Cruz down. But I guess I look at it like, yeah, Dylan Cruz is safer. I mean, he's good. So it's not like you're just getting like some guy's going to bat 7th in your lineup. But, like, when you're drafting at the top of the draft, do you want to draft safe, or do you want to try to win a World Series? And, like, yeah, you can win a World Series with Dylan Cruz too, but, like, Paul Skeens, he's that type of guy that, like, if he pitches a couple times in the world, like, he's one of those guys who's capable of going on that postseason run, and maybe he wins 4 or 5 games in postseason and carries you to the World Series. Like, there are not many guys like Paul Skeens in the big leagues right now. So to me, I get that Dylan Cruz is safer. And look, he wouldn't be a bad number 1 pick at all. And, like, it is very close. But for me, I'm trying to win a World Series. I think you win. Like, I think if I have Paul Skeens, chances are the other team's not going to have Paul Skeens. So I'm going to feel that that's going to give me an advantage in the games where he's on the mound. Like, Dylan Cruz is really good. There's other guys in the big leagues I'd put, you know, on the level with Dylan Cruz.
Yeah, and I think what I would say, maybe as a reassurance, is that the comps he gets are Cole and Strasburg in terms of, like, what he's like as a prospect. And Garrett Strasburg, who hasn't gotten any WAR the last 3 seasons, 36.6 career WAR. Garrett Cole, 40 career WAR. Like, if you get 30 career WAR out of your number 1 overall pick, that's a successful pick pretty much any way you slice it. And honestly, I don't think the Pirates extend either of these guys past.
Probably not. Yeah. I mean, realistically, if these guys are as good as they're supposed to be, well, so so they'll be free agents by like the end of 2030, 31. Yeah. So we're going to have revenues keep going. We're probably talking like $400 million contracts for these guys. So, yeah, probably not under this ownership.
Yeah. But I think there's a good point. It's like, you can't really go wrong. I guess what I would follow up with that, like, should Pirates fans be happy if they decide to go not Skens or Cruz and they decide to go Clark or Langford? Like, would we still, like, as a fan base, like, still, like, you know, should we still be okay with that? Like, do you think the talent levels are high enough that those are still good number 1 picks?
Yeah, yes and no. I think yes, in terms of they're getting a very good player at number 1. And I like both those guys a lot. Like I said, I think Langford has more power than any of these guys we're talking in the top 5. You know, Jenkins has comparable power, but Langford's done it in the SEC. I mean, we've seen him hit some bombs in the College World Series. Max Clark, like I said, has got the best all-around tools of all these guys. Maybe not, you know, maybe it's more 20 homer power than 30-plus homer power, but, like, he could be a 280. Maybe he's better here than that. And, you know, he's going to run stuff down center field and wreak havoc on the bases. He's got a good arm. So from that standpoint, assuming that, I mean, I don't think we're talking about going outside the top 5. Like, assuming that, yeah, they'd be getting a number 1 caliber player. That would be good. if I were a Pirates fan, I would have a problem with it just from the standpoint of like I get if, let's say, their heart's set on Dylan Cruz, and Dylan Cruz, let's say he wants $10 million, and he's like, I'm not going to sign for less than 10, and the Pirates are like, we think you're going to sign for 9.2, and he's like, okay, but you know what? I'm going to sign with 1 second to go on the clock, and you can't use any of my extra money on anybody else. Because the thing is, too, if he comes out of the pool, his money comes out of the pool. So that's like his 5% of his pick is another $450,000. So it's like he could kind of hold their bonus pool hostage to some extent and fight back. And so, like, you probably don't want to do that if you feel like it's going to come down to that. But then I would be like, okay, fine, we'll take Skeens. We'll take Skeens. We'll give Skeens $9.1 or $9.2 million. I would have a problem as a Pirates fan if you don't take the guy you think is the best player.
Mm-hmm.
And like I said, I don't think Langford's that far from Cruz. But to me, it's Cruz, Skeens, Skeens, Cruz, and it's everybody else is just like the next step down. I mean, they may come out and tell you, hey, we want Langford number 1 on our board. I just don't know if I was a Pirates fan, I'd believe it. Like, if the Pirates don't take a guy they thought was as good as any player in the draft, I'd have a problem if I were a Pirates fan. Mm-hmm. Although there's no way they can take a guy who's not worthy of the number 1 pick in a normal year. Okay. So that's my yes and no. It'll be a very good player that they get, but if it's not one of the absolute best, I'd have a problem. Because like I said before, like they can rationalize, hey, we signed this guy for 8.5. Let's say they sign him for $1 million less than Cruz or Skeens or whatever. Are you going to sneak the guy you want down to 42? You better have some options. And there's like 9 teams that can spend big money before you can on your second pick. So you better have a lot of options you're willing to give that extra money to. So I would just take whoever you think is the best guy, and then still be aggressive, and you're still going to be able to get a pretty good player at 42.
Okay.
I was going to say, if there's one thing know about this fan base is they don't trust anything the Pirates say. So you're absolutely correct. They could come out and draft Dylan Cruz and say he was number 1 on the draft board, and the Pirates fans would still not believe it.
Yeah, makes you believe. I will say this. I mean, I do think. I mean, I've known Ben Cherington for a long time, and I respect him a lot, and I think he knows what he's doing. I've lost track. We've been there a couple of years now, 3 years.
2020.
Yeah,
we're on year number 4.
Yep. Yeah, so I would have faith in Ben Cherington. Now, obviously, you could argue Boston's a little different situation, resource-wise, than Pittsburgh.
Sure,
but I do think he's a smart guy, and he knows player development. He was farm director for a long time. And I think he knows talent. I think he knows development.
Okay. One last question about non-Cruz or Skens, because I am looking at your freshly top 100 right now, and I see a high schooler at the top. I see Jackson Holliday is currently the number 1 prospect in baseball. If the Pirates were to go Max Clark or Walker Jenkins, do you see them on the same level as a Jackson Holliday, who has just been destroying every level he's been at in baseball to skyrocket to the number 1 pick? Or do you think that the risk factor, because they're high school players, just isn't, you can't make that call?
I mean, what you could do is you could compare them at a similar stage of their career when they came out of the draft. Because obviously you're going to take Jackson Holliday every day because he's hit 320 in pro ball and he's already IA at age 19. I think Jackson Holliday is a better prospect than say Max Clark was, because he's an infielder, B, he's got more power, C, I think he's a better pure hitter. I mean, and I love Max Clark. Jackson Holliday's ridiculous. He's my dogs second that. They're fighting here on the floor. Guys, chill out. Jackson Holliday's absurd. I mean, I do think I answered this question and I'm so frazzled I can't remember exactly how I answered. But I had somebody ask me where were the top 5 guys in the draft fit on the top 100 compared to other guys. Now, I do think Max Clark. Well, here's a good one. I'm not saying we put him ahead of him because our guys played in pro ball already. But if you're comparing Max Clark to Pete Crow Armstrong, who's number 10 on our top 100 prospects list right now, Max Clark's a better prospect than Pete Crow Armstrong coming out of high school. Pete Crow Armstrong was the best defensive center fielder in his draft, and we're throwing 80s on it now. So he's better defensively than Max was. I think they're similar hitters. There's a lot of question as to how much impact Pete Crow Armstrong was going to have. It was kind of 40 power, 12, 15 homers. And there were some concerns like, is that like, are we even like, is 15 even maybe a little bit much? And Pete Crow has remade his swing, and it's different now. He attacks the ball better, and he's better than he was in high school. But like Max Clark's better than Pete Crow Armstrong was in high school, and we had him at 10. We have James Wood at 6, and James Wood coming out of high school was weird because he's a 6'6", 240, just crazy tools. But people wondered whether he could hit coming out of high school. He had a terrible senior year at IMG Academy, and then oddly enough, he's done nothing but hit. Like from day one, he hit like 370 in rookie ball. He's never stopped hitting. He's in Double A already. So, I think like if they sign Max Clark, my guess is like Max Clark would probably be when we did the new top 100 in midseason. Max Clark would be in the top 20 or 25 prospects in the game. I think all 5 of those guys would be in the top 20 or 25 prospects in the game. Like,
and I'm assuming Cruz and Skens go immediately into the top 15, if not top 10.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it'd be interesting. Like Dylan Cruz versus like Jackson Chorio's not tearing it up. Like I think certainly Chorio's 19 in Double A, but like Dylan Cruz versus James Wood, like maybe if he doesn't go ahead of him, he probably goes right behind him. I mean, I think Cruz and Skeens go in the top 10, and I do think, especially considering our top 2 pitching prospects right now, Yuri Perez is going to graduate off top 100. Bobby Miller's going to graduate pretty soon. Andrew Painter's yet to throw a pitch this year. To me, Paul Skeens would be the best pitching prospect in baseball when he signs.
Interesting.
All right.
Well, I think it answers too, like just how loaded this top 5 is. I mean, there's real talent there.
Yeah,
so that's interesting to know.
You were saying how the Pirates fans don't trust anything. I will say the one good thing about this is there are 5 really good players in the draft. So even if they do take a discount deal, which would make me grit my teeth, they're still getting a really good player. So it's like you can't really mess this pick. You're getting. I mean, who knows? I'm sure all 5 of them won't turn out to be superstars, but there are 5 guys who are worthy of being the number 1 pick in most years, and they're going to get one of those guys. Yeah, it's better than like Henry Davis looks like he's going to be a pretty good player. Like I still think he's more outfielder than catcher. That doesn't surprise me, but I do think he can hit. But that was a year where it's like, oh man, like there's no like obvious guy here. There's like the year they picked 2nd and the Nationals picked 1st and Bryce Harper was right there. Like, like sometimes you have a good spot or it's a good year. This is a good year to have the number 1 overall pick.
Interesting. And again, that's just the thing. That's with Pirate fans. They always know like it's going to be. You said not all of them will pan out. I think that's part of it too. Cruz is safe. Cruz feels like he's a major leaguer today, where things can happen to Skeens and such. And most Pirates fans feel like if they do take Skeens, well, you're a Pirate fan, something will happen to him. But I want to ask you one last question here, kind of moving on from the draft in this sense, but the MLB Combine. You were there all last week. That's something kind of newer. I don't think too many fans are familiar with it. We know MLB gets all the exposure, but the Combine is much different. So maybe just asking you, did anyone, I don't know if there's much like changing, but did anyone like show up at the Combine and like wow anyone, anything move up, move down, anything like a stand out at the Combine for you?
Yeah, I mean, it's not like the NFL Combine where like a guy's going to run like a 4.2 and all of a sudden like, oh, he's going first round. Like, and it's funny. Like most of those guys seem like they don't pan out, like John Ross or whatever, running a 4.18 or whatever it was he ran. But it's interesting because I think the most important aspects of the Combine actually happen off the field because so at the Combine, I mean, most of the top players like ranked in the say top 40 or 50 on people's draft prospect list don't participate on the field. They don't really have an like Paul Skeens was at the College World Series, but Paul Skeens went to the Combine. Like he was going to go to the Combine had they not been in the World Series. Paul Skeens wasn't going to go throw a 3-minute bullpen because like what does he have to show you in a 3-minute bullpen? He's like, here's my body work. Teams have video of every pitch he's thrown this year to LSU. The high school guys all get scouted on the showcase circuit with wood bats. Everybody's been seeing this spring. So the things they do, like throwing a bullpen for 3 minutes or taking BP or taking infield and outfield, you've seen these guys do. Most of these guys do this a ton. Like maybe if it's a small school guy, like he throws and you get some data on him if you didn't have TrackMan data on him or whatever. But the on-field stuff doesn't matter a ton. Now, there are exceptions for guys who maybe there was an injury question. Like Cameron Johnson, who's a high school pitcher from Florida. He had, I forget what he came down with, minor injury this spring and missed, I think, like 2-3 months. He came back for Florida High School All-Star game a couple weeks ago, and they pitched the combine. I mean, granted, it was only 3 minutes, but he looked great. And so that helped him. Jacob Mizorowski last year, he's with the Brewers now. That's maybe the best stuff in the minors. He was a JUCO pitcher who had, like, between the pandemic and hamstring injury and a torn meniscus, hadn't been seen a lot before 2022. He looked unbelievable on the mound. But for the most part, the important stuff is, A, the medical testing. Like, MLB's wanted medical testing for a long time. And this is year 3 of the combine. The first year they had the combine, there was no incentive for players to do medical testing. Like, if I do we give you a full medical, and geez, man, your elbow doesn't look good. Tough luck, sorry, buddy. Like so nobody's going to take a physical in those circumstances. Last year, the union came to an agreement with MLB. Anybody who takes a physical at the combine is guaranteed 75% of the slot money where they're taking. So you don't have a Kumar Rocker situation where he doesn't do a physical till after the draft. And you're like, oh man, we don't like the shoulder, we don't like the elbow, we're not going to sign him. If Kumar Rocker had gone to a combine and done a physical, you can make your own determination on his arm. And a lot of times the arm stuff's subjective. So the medical stuff's important. I think there were roughly 300 players at the combine, and I think like 75 or 80%, maybe even more, took physicals. So that's a big part. I think it's all the stuff you don't see on camera. This is the super important stuff. Teams do interviews. Every team had a suite at Chase Field. They'll have 4, 6, 8, 10 executives. And the players will spend like 20, 30 minutes, not necessarily doing all 30 teams, but players could say they want to talk to certain teams. Teams could say they want to talk to certain players. They match them up. And you get to meet a bunch of guys in the front office. And you get a feel like in kind of a casual setting. And teams and players, everybody I've ever talked to in 3 years loves it. In fact, Henry Davis, they didn't take him number 1 because he interviewed well. But Henry Davis really impressed people in the interview process at the combine. And especially back then, it was coming off the pandemic. You didn't get as much face-to-face time with players. It's gotten better as we've gotten further away from the pandemic. And then they'll do like athletic testing, like strength and conditioning measurements and 30-yard dashes and broad jumps. And, the players consent to that. I'm no expert on that stuff. But that's stuff you don't have on a lot of players. And it's useful to get, if they're willing to provide it. So it's more that type of stuff where it kind of, I think, fills out a picture for a player as opposed to, we had this guy as a 3rd-round pick, and he had a great BP, so now he's a first-rounder. It doesn't really work that way, but you just can feel better, or I guess theoretically worse about a player when you see his medicals, when you do the interviews, when you get some of the athletic data. Because, this is no surprise here. Most of the guys who performed in the workout, were guys who crushed the ball in BP, and they crushed the ball in BP. And most of the guys who threw the ball in the 3-minute bullpens either throw hard or they can really spin it, and you have the data. You aren't going to participate in those things if you don't think they're going to help you. And like I said, the very best guys, if I'm Dylan Cruz, let's say he'd gone to the combine, well, what's he going to show you? You already know the guy's the number 1 prospect in the draft for most teams. He can take BP and make you think he's even better. You're not going to be the Pirates aren't going to go, oh, okay, now we'll give him $10 million. Great BP, great interview. Okay, now you blank check. It just doesn't work that way.
Sure. Awesome. No, I appreciate that insight. That's really all I had. I really value your time, Jim. I know we went a little over than I told you.
Funny.
Sorry.
I told you I'm busy and we go maybe 20, 30 minutes, but I love talking draft. You guys ask good questions and we went close to an hour. That is funny. Now I'm this just heightens my anticipation. Now it's I want the draft to be tomorrow. I don't want to wait, 13 days from when we're recording this. I don't want to wait 13 days to know who the Pirates are going to pick. I want to know now. So
neither do we.
I know.
But I think what we're hearing is that Jacob Wilson is number 1 pick. Lock it in.
His dad played for the Pirates, right?
Yeah.
Jack.
He's my favorite player growing up. So,
well, there you go. So you'll be the one guy when they announce Jack Wilson. You'll be like, yes. It's funny. I like Jack Wilson. He's a little tough to figure. He's easily the best contact hitter in this draft. I think he struck out 5 times this year after striking out 7 times last year for Grand Canyon.
Crazy.
Yeah.
And I think he's got a good chance to stay at shortstop, more so than some of these other college shortstops are going to go pretty good. It's I think some teams are digging him a little bit for exit velocities and how much impact he's ultimately going to have. He might only be a 10, 12, 15 home run guy, but he also might play a decent shortstop and hit 300. So, but yeah, he's going to go pretty good. He just shouldn't go number 1. If he goes number 1,
Right.
Yeah.
Well, no, for real though, Jim. Really great. Appreciate you coming on. Good stuff. And we'll be adding you when Pirates fans are pissed off that it's not Cruz or Skeens.
We'll see. We'll see. Like I said, they'll get a good. If that's the case, they're still getting a very good player. You should never compromise talent with the number 1 overall pick. You got to take or any first round pick. I'm not saying you should take all ceiling with a bunch of risk, but whoever you think the best player is, that's who you should take. As long as he's signable within your bones, and everybody's signable within the Pirates' bones.
For sure. Awesome. All right. Well, thanks again. Maybe we'll talk to you some other time soon. But you enjoy the rest of your day.
Okay. Thanks, guys.
Thanks a lot.
Hey, you all, thank you for watching. I know we try to provide the most entertaining content that we can, and we'd love to spread it to as many people as possible. So I know it doesn't seem like a lot, but if you could take the 5 seconds to like this video and subscribe to the page, it helps out so much more than you know. Thank you, and let's go Bucks.
This one's going to be tough, and there aren't many guys that come from Ohio. Goodness gracious. Henry Davis did not. Let me go around the diamond here. Rowdy Tellez did not. Triolo did not. Shortstop, no. Third base, no. Jack Sawinski, I don't believe, did no. Oh, God. Mitch Keller didn't. Did Ryan Barucki play in Ohio? For some reason, I feel like he has some sort of Ohio connection.
Ryan Barucki was Illinois.
Brian Reynolds didn't. Marco Gonzalez, no. Martin Perez, no. David Bednar's from Pennsylvania. Did Colin Horman from Ohio? What is up with the Pirates in Midwest? I don't think I'm going to get a single one of these. Colin Selby?
Virginia.
Kyle Nicholas went to Massillon. Yeah, he's from Jackson. I'm running out of time. I know it. I honestly don't know. Why can't I think of any? I got no clue.
Jackson Wolf.
Oh, I forgot that guy exists.
JT Brubaker.
Brubaker is from Ohio. That is almost impossible, Jim.
Don't feel bad. Yeah, those guys are pitchers, and one of them has been hurt for a little while, so I don't want to ask about his health or his status, but that's what they'll do. They open up tomorrow out there. Where? With Street Home Park? Okay. I ride my bike out there when they're not practicing. Pretty good bike riding when it's not like traffic time. That's a little bit of room. You can make a practice area for yourself.
We got a couple barns. I got a batting cage.
Okay. Who's he play for?
He plays for Prime.
Okay. So some of those tournaments that he plays in, they're at Twin Lakes. Good for him.
We've had these 4 seats right here. They're all
Okay. Is that your gentlemanly way of saying I'm in your seat? Okay. Well, tell them thank you very much. I'm happy to support them. Where's he go to school, the 14-year-old? Oh yeah, I remember him. How does anybody not? I don't want to sound like Seinfeld's mom, but how does anyone not like him? Really? That's the whole sport right there.
His swing's unreal.
Okay. Pretty good team. Pretty good nucleus. Oh. Jackson Bowman was the pitcher.
Oh, yeah, Bauman.
Yeah. The other guy, what did you say? The other guy?
That's the guy. He was in the
Oh. Really? Yeah. Well with that. Good for him. And not with the order. I guess. I've been supporting them for 45 years. Stuff from you? Doesn't ring a bell. Okay. What a beautiful jersey.
It does have his name.
Good.
Yeah.
They had 30 home runs last year.
Oh, here we go. All right.
Yeah, who's the shortstop and second baseman when you get a chance? And outfielders.
Oh, for the work. Okay, yeah. I thought you asked. So we got.
That would be tough.
Earl Robinson's a short.
Okay. Thank you.
Oh, those things are like
Okay. Second base is like midfield.
Yo, welcome to NS9 Live. I'm your host, Anthony DiNardo. With me, we got Jim. We got Tyler. Happy Thursday night, everyone.
What's going on? Last time we did one of these, we were poolside in Bradenton.
Yes.
And
Jim
now
wanted
it's
to strangle me.
I don't think he said strangle. I think he just said
I
kill.
said that either. I think I said, actually, I think I did use the word strangle.
You might have.
Yeah.
But hey, we all got a good tan going on. Like, it's 45 degrees where Jim and I are probably, but we're back to real life, fellas.
52.
52?
75.
Okay.
Yeah.
Back to real life.
Yep.
I'm just noticing, like, you guys are just so mundane. If I don't speak, you're just like, hi.
Well, you are the host of the show. So
I know I got to do a lot of work.
We're
Jim's
the
ready to
talent.
strangle
We're
me
the
again.
So, like,
Jim, I'm joining you.
We're
Can
just here. Yeah, we're here just reacting to you. So, yeah.
Well, I'm glad we're all back together Not actually physically together though, unfortunately this time. But it's another NS9 Live. It's we're like 2 weeks into spring training now, so there's a lot to. I feel like there's a lot to talk about tonight, even though it's spring training. It's still early. I think there's enough data for us to. Unlike last week, it was like the very first week, right? Like I feel like this week there's a little more data. There's enough to talk to gauge some interest, and there's a lot of battles and stuff going on. The Pirates signed another pitcher, so there's kind of a lot to talk about tonight. Where do you guys want to start?
Not with the pitcher they signed.
I mean, I guess we could hit on it real quick, right? I mean, we don't want to spend too much time on it, but yeah,
a lot of guys hit on it last year, so we might as well as well.
Ken Rosenthal today says the Pirates minor league deal with Eric Lauer. And again, it's a minor league deal. There's no reason to get upset over it. Was Eric Lauer absolutely terrible last year? Yeah. But he's also just like that 1 year removed from being a pretty decent pitcher in the major league. So it's if you're looking at minor league deals, like there's no reason to complain about this one. I'm good with it. But it's kind of just like every other thing this team has done this offseason, where in a vacuum, the move's just fine, but it's still just another thing that they're doing that's not really going to move the needle at all.
No, it doesn't move the needle. Like you said, though, Jim, he is a year removed from being a pretty serviceable major league pitcher. Last year, the velocity dropped pretty heavily. So I guess it's another one of those cases where we watch out for the velocity. If he does perform in the minor leagues, then, I mean, maybe it's something there, but not counting on it and not upset about it. It's just kind of a thing.
Right. Can I mention something about the velocity, though? Like I know that's a concern. Like obviously, in 2022, he was hitting like 93.3. Year before that, 92.5. But like for most of his career, he was sitting about 92. And last year was at 91.2. So like I just want to preface it because yes, he lost a lot of velocity from like year over year from last year to this year. Well, from 2 years ago to last year. But it wasn't like that was the guy that he was for his entire career either. Like there was like a spike in his velocity more or less in that year. So I just want to kind of put that out there. He was kind of pitching more to his velocity norms last year than the year before.
It's still like a full tick down.
It was. I mean, it's like 2 ticks down from last year.
I know,
but
from
it was like
normal.
a half tick down last year.
It's also
compared
the
to
lowest it has ever been. But yeah, I mean, again, it's a minor league signing. He's 1 year removed from being a pretty good pitcher. It's hard to complain about it. My guess is, I mean, it's depth, right? Like if somebody wants to tell me Eric Lauer is better than Bailey Falter, like I'm not going to really argue that hard with them. So like there's not really a reason to be upset about this move in any way.
It is nice to get a guy that we're not looking back 5 years ago and saying, well, he was good back in 2018. At least like he was good relatively recently.
That's fair.
Right. But I think we've spent enough time talking about Eric Lauer, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm good.
That's fair enough. I was just going to add here too. I mean, it's more or less like, yeah, I have no issues with the move. He's been actually a fine pitcher for most of his career. Come to San Diego and then Milwaukee. So like, it's whatever. It's funny because like there's a ton of depth on this team. Again, it's not much quality depth, but like there's a ton of depth. So he just kind of adds to it. Whatever. All right. So since we're done with that,
the more important news is the Penguins traded Jake Gensel tonight.
Did that go through? Did it go to Carolina?
That's what I'm seeing. Yeah.
Well, I just saw that it was close. So,
but you know what that means? That means instead of Jake Shakes, we need to do Jack Shakes. Do Jack Swinski homers. 2024 All-Star, Jack Swinski.
I'm fine with that. Because
also we need a Milkshake Factory kind of, been off the hook here. They're offering half price milkshakes like throughout the winter. They need a summer half off shake. That's what they need.
I think that adds to it. What I was going to say is like, I think you could probably guess O'Neal Cruz has the potential to hit the most home runs on the team. But Jack Sawinski could definitely second most. So we can argue all day long like how good of a player he is, the batting average, all in that, but he's going to hit bombs. So I'm good with the Jack Sawinski Milkshake Factory deal.
Yeah.
And it's at home. The home away splits a couple years ago. Maybe they were back.
I don't know what the Milkshake Factory is.
Well, it's kind of if you put the two words together, Milkshake Factory.
Yeah.
Thanks, Jim. It makes
really
you, makes you think it's a place. It makes you think it's a place that has milkshakes. They specialize in those sort of things. It's like going to the pants store, right, to buy your pants. You go to the Milkshake Factory for your milkshakes.
The
now
jerk
lids,
store called.
now it really does make sense. It makes sense why they call it lids.
Good job. We're off to
I
a
hate you
great
guys
start.
so much.
Anyway,
I like this one, O'Neill's Oreo shake. I could go for an O'Neill's Oreo shake too.
I mean, sure. Why are we talking about milkshakes?
Because we're talking about penguins, apparently.
But because DiNardo's the host here, and he hasn't brought us anything relevant to talk about yet. So
we talked about Eric Lauer.
So I had to step up.
All right. Well, let's get into some spring training stuff here. I think, honestly, like the biggest news, and it shouldn't be big, but I feel like the biggest news is the fact that, as Alex Stump put out there on Twitter the other day, Jared Jones is technically battling for a roster spot in this rotation. Now, I say that because not for the fact that he's not pitching well, because he is. I mean, he was hitting 100 plus on the radar gun his last start, but he's a rookie. He's a prospect. Put it that way. Not even just a rookie. He's a prospect. He's never seen MLB. And Pirates opening day, top 100. Jared Jones? Is this like real, or is this, we're just talking out our left side of our mouth today?
Tyler, you want that one?
I guess I'll go.
Always goes to Tyler. We're talking about a pitcher.
Yeah, I guess we're just going to talk about pitching. Let's throw it to Tyler. I actually, if we remember back, I said that I'd be interested in seeing him in the opening day rotation just based upon what they have at this point. I'm not for or against him being in the rotation at this point. I got to see how this shakes out. You got to see more from him in spring training. Jim always mentions the efficiency's not there with him, and it's something he does have to improve, especially in order to be a major league pitcher. I think he averaged 4.85 innings in the minors last year per outing, which is just not good enough. I think where I'm at with him right now is if it's between Jared Jones and Bailey Falter, I'm all aboard. Just do it with Jared Jones. I don't need to see Bailey Falter pitch at all in this rotation. If we're between maybe a Luis Ortiz and a Jared Jones, I think upside-wise, they're pretty similar. So I might lean more Ortiz there. But Jones is also in an interesting situation where, being that top 100 prospect, there is some upside there for the Pirates to start him on opening day with the team. It's probably a very long shot that they would get anything out of it, but there is something to be had with that. So I guess it depends on who are your options there for that spot in the rotation. Because to me, if it's Ortiz and Jones, I might lean more Ortiz. If it's Falter Jones, I'm going Jones.
Yeah. I'll tell you right now, I do not want Bailey Falter in this rotation. When we talked about Lauer a little bit before, I think Eric Lauer is a better pitcher than Bailey Falter. So if we're talking about Lauer signing a minor league deal, not starting on the team, I don't see a reason why Bailey Falter should be on this team. Maybe you throw him in the bullpen just because he has no options, and like you want to see if you can maybe get something out of him. Like I could be okay with that, I think. But I'm not putting Bailey Falter in this rotation. So right now you're looking at those two final spots basically coming down to Contreras, Ortiz, and I think Jones is in that mix. I like the upside of Jones. Watching him the other day, hit 101.1 or 2 on the gun. So he's above 101 even by Tyler's standards. I mean, and that's impressive. You don't see too many starting pitchers do that. You did bring up a big concern there. Like, is he actually a starting pitcher, right? Last year, I just did the quick math. He averaged under 5 innings per game in the minors.
4.85?
4.85. Yeah.
It's like
yeah. So I just wanted to do the math real quick. So, yeah, like, can you really trust this guy to be a major league starter? I don't know. I've got my concerns on that. But if the option is Jones or Falter, I'm probably going to go Jones. Contreras, obviously I want to see more of him. But I think it's like, in my mind, it's you got to pick 2 out of those 3 guys: Contreras, Jones, and Ortiz. Those are my 3 guys to fill those 2 spots. And with the way this bullpen is, like, you've got some length in the bullpen too. And what I mean by that is you've got guys who can pitch multiple innings. So you don't need that 5th starter necessarily to go out there and be like an innings eater. If that 5th starter is someone who you can rely on to get 4 or 5 good innings from every time out, like, I'll take that. So I don't necessarily know if you need like that prototypical workhorse there, but I mean, it's impossible not be just like really, really excited about Jared Jones's stuff. It looks really good right now. And I know it's spring training, so results don't really matter, but the stuff itself is legit. Like, it's really good. And there's a reason to be excited about him. The draft pick thing you brought up, I don't really think you're making any sort of opening day moves because of a potential draft pick that you could win. I think it's just kind of like a bonus that, it's a cherry on top. If Jared Jones is one of your 5 best starting pitchers, then Jared Jones should be in the rotation. If he's not, then he shouldn't be. Like, that's kind of where I'm at. And I think right now there's a legit competition between those 3 guys: Ortiz, Jones, Contreras. Falter's pitching his way out of it right now.
Those are all really good points. I just want to go back to the inning stuff. I agree. I want to put it there. I agree. He has to prove more that he can last long into the game to prove like he's a good starter. But, I kind of recall us talking about Jared Jones much early into the season where it seemed as if like it was almost intentional, right? Generally, we talked how many times like it was like he was at like 73 pitches and they pulled him like in the 4th inning. So it almost seemed like, I don't want to fault him too much because it seemed like there was a lot of it maybe by design, at least early on in the season in that. But you're absolutely correct too. Like, he also hasn't proven that he's a guy who can go out there for 7 innings. He tends to throw a lot more balls than you want to see, right? He doesn't just like flood the strike zone. So make a valid point there. And I guess where I'm at too is I want an innings eater or a guy who's going to go out 4 and be like lights out, and because I feel like with this team, outside of Mitch Keller, like, is there anyone that you truly trust to give you like 150 plus? Not really. Right. So that's why, like, I would have liked the Kyle Gibson type on this team because he would have like helped out this rotation, helped out the bullpen. But there is some depth. And again, because they added Chapman, there is some depth. Now that might change with Moretta's injury, but someone can come in and fill that spot, right? Like, there is still some good quality depth. There's a lot of arms. They can play the game where they're putting people up in the minors and majors and such. So, like, with that said and knowing that, if Jared Jones give you like 4 1/3, 4 2/3, 5 occasionally innings of just like really, really good starts, then yes, I will take that. Absolutely. Knowing that he can maybe only go 5, 6 max. The thing about the draft pick though, go out there and get it. I think, like you said, like Bailey Falter is not showing anything right now. I don't trust Bailey Falter to begin with. Jared Jones, and again, it's early, we know that with numbers and such, but like, yes, like he looks like the more productive pitcher. He looks like the better pitcher, just plain and simple. If he's one of your best 5, like this is what we talk about, have the balls, like go out there and do it. This is a very valid point Bridget Bucktober puts out here about like the rookies that are in the NL that will be fighting for the top 3 positions and such. And okay. So you're going to play scared or you're going to go try? Because the worst comes to worst, like if he doesn't produce and he's not playing well, and you just send him back down. It's that simple. Get a new guy up here. But like you said, Jim, if you're looking at like one of the top 5 guys, go out there and do it. And then say, here, kid, prove to me, prove to the world, get yourself some extra money. Get us a draft pick. I love it. I love it. Finally, like there's an opportunity that there might be someone that they're doing this with. Granted, it is Jared Jones. It's not like an upper echelon. It's not like the O'Neal Cruz, the Paul Skeens, and like the NDs that we've had in the past. But like Jared Jones, you see what he's got. Like you said, Jim, 101.2. That's exciting. Show me what you got, kid. Prove it to me. I'll give you the opportunity.
Yeah, and he's gonna have to earn it here throughout spring training. He needs to be a little bit better results wise as well, because he's still not getting the swings and misses with the stuff he has. He should be missing a lot more bats at this point. But if you really look at Jared Jones here, he's almost the perfect replacement for Oviedo. They do a lot of things pretty similarly, where they're not super efficient, but when they're lights out, they can probably be pretty lights out. If we're looking for more of an innings eater at that point, unfortunately, your only option is probably Quinn Priester. He will eat innings, but they will be not very quality innings. But if you're looking for an innings eater, that's really the one option you have. At this point, as you both have said, it comes down to who's the best arm out of this group. And that's who you have to go with.
Yeah, I will push back a little bit on the swing and miss thing. Looking at his start on Tuesday that he had against the Blue Jays. I guess you could say he didn't get the whiffs, right? There was a one whiff on 15 fastballs, but no one put one in play either. There were a lot of called strikes. There were some foul balls, but like no one put his fastball in play. And he threw 15 of them. So you're throwing 15 fastballs and no one can get it put in play, then I'm not as concerned with the whiff percentage, because people just weren't hitting it. Like I said, 4 called strikes, the whiff, it was being extremely effective. This cutter that Baseball Savant has him throwing, I mean, I'm assuming that's just kind of like his slider cutter. They're kind of, depending on what they're calling it, but it's not getting hard. It's not getting hit hard. The curveball's not getting hit hard. He's looked really, really impressive. And like Donardo, you bring up, yeah, you might as well go for it. Like and that's what I mean. Like if you think Jared Jones is one of your top 5 guys, put him in that rotation. If he shows you that he's not, then you can always send him back down. Like it's that easy. Like you're not going to ruin his career if in May 10th, he's got a 5.5 ERA and you're like, you know what, you've got some things you need to work on, go down to AAA, right?
Right.
So yeah, that's kind of where I'm at right now. Like I'm in win now mode, and if Jared Jones is the guy to win now, then Jared Jones is the guy to win now. Plain and simple. I'm not worrying about service time or anything like that with Jared Jones.
Amen. So are we, I want to say nervous, probably the best word. Are we nervous about Quinn Priester?
I don't know if nervous is the word. I'm like, are
we over?
I'm out on him right now. Like, I'm not saying he couldn't figure it out, but like, I don't think you can, with what we've seen from Quinn Priester last year and what we've seen so far this spring, I don't really have much interest in him starting in the rotation right now.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see what he does in AAA. But for the most part, he's pretty close to being written off in my book.
Okay. And I guess that's why I do say nervous, because I'm not ready to write him off. I think it's still kind of premature to just write him off. But I guess if you're the Eric Longenhagen school of thought, you just write him off because the things that he struggles on, I guess you kind of look and say like it's not really there. But yeah, like, to me, I guess I'm not ready to, but I think he's much closer to being a non-major league pitcher than he is being one. And so that's what makes this all the more interesting because, we talked about the Rowansies, the Ortiz, and the Quinn Priesters, and now Jared Jones is sneaking up on there because the Quinn Priester is still just not looking like that dude. And Rowansy and Ortiz are looking optimistic. I'll put it that way. But Jared Jones has now put himself in that conversation legitimately.
And I don't think that Priester's looked bad this spring at all. I think he's done exactly what I'd hoped he would do. He's getting the soft contact. It's just that the velocity's not there, and he just still isn't missing bats. He's not getting Ks. He's not walking people, which is a positive, but it's just it's missing. There's going to be too much hard contact against him. Too many balls in play.
I think you're right. Like I don't have any issues with what he's done so far. It's been 4 innings of work. I think he's looked just fine, but I don't think he's done anything to show me like he's a different guy this year than he was last year. I think that's kind of where I'm at right now. And if you're looking at the people who are competing for that spot, I'm probably the highest on Ortiz at this moment in time. Like I think he's probably got the best shot at landing one of those rotation spots. I think Priester's on the outside looking in. I'm not ready to give up on him though, because I think the things that are his problem, right, which is basically his fastball shape. I think those are things that can be fixed. It's just a matter of figuring out how to fix it.
Tread.
But
right. Okay. Well, so that's interesting. So I guess, are we done with Jared Jones? I'm going to move on to like another battle that's kind of heating up.
Sounds good to me.
How about right now? Who are your two? Who are those 4 or 5 starters right now in your mind?
Well, we know Keller.
4 or
we know
5.
Perez.
We know the top 3.
4 or 5.
Yeah. 4 or 5. Who are they? Right now, on March 7th, there's still 3 more weeks.
Mine, or who do I project?
Yours.
Why do they make it difficult?
I'm going to go Rowansy and Jared Jones.
Okay, I was saying you can't say Skeens. How about that? Yeah. Okay. All right. So you're leaving out today. You're leaving out the one I'm most confident in.
Luis Ortiz. That's fine. I'm kind of encouraged about Rowansy right now. And I like what I see out of Jared Jones right now. Okay. But to me, they're all like kind of right here anyways. I guess it's just preference.
Yeah. Tyler?
So what I would actually like to see is probably Jones and Ortiz, but I probably lean more Rowansy and Ortiz because of the options issue with Rowansy, and I want to give him one more opportunity in the major leagues as a starting pitcher before I completely move on from him or move him to the pen. So I think I probably go that route. But if options aren't an issue, which they are, I'm going Jones and Ortiz, I think.
That's fair. I mean, to me, Rowansy is on this club because he has to be.
Right, but it's about whether he's in the rotation or not at that point.
Right, and I get that, and
I'm not ready to move him to the pen.
That's where I'm at. I'm not ready to make that move as of yet. Not so far from what I've seen from him, but like he could be the Dowry Moretta replacement. Like that could be how you do that, right? You have Ortiz and Jared Jones in there, and you put Rowansy in the bullpen. I'm just not ready to go there yet either. I'd rather much have Luis Ortiz optioned or Jared Jones optioned, and have Rowansy in the rotation to start.
To me, we're beyond optioning Ortiz. He's got to be in the major league. He's too old to go down to AAA again.
Okay, that's fair. He can also be the Moretta replacement.
Fair enough.
Or Jared Jones is 2 or 3 extra innings that he needs to complete his start.
And Jim?
The season ends right now. It's Ortiz and Jones for me. Contreras is in the bullpen.
I think that's perfectly fair.
3 weeks to fight it out.
Yeah, I mean, my mind could change tomorrow.
Yeah.
No, your mind's already made up.
Someone get hurt tomorrow, and then all that changes as well. So,
to me, as long as it's 2 of those 3 and Bailey Falter is not one of them, I'm okay.
I don't know how Bailey
Also,
Falter. I mean, as of right now, like Bailey Falters look terrible.
Because this team loves to make sure they have as many guys available as possible. And options will come into play.
I'm cool with Falter starting in the rotation and in the bullpen. I mean, as of now.
Yeah, maybe one of the other 29 clubs. He can start in their bullpen. I don't want him here.
Yeah. I'm okay with.
Let me throw this right back at you, Jim. Why?
Yeah,
because
why?
I think he'd be one of the best 8 relievers on the team.
Like, truly?
Yeah.
Why?
Because there's 8 slots. I think he'd be number like 8.
Okay.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm not saying I think he'll be there. For some reason, the Pirates really like him. And I think they'll find a way. Like, again, options will come into place. So they're going to have him on this team in some capacity, most likely. But again, like, Charrington has also moved off some players that we thought that would be in this situation. It's just, again, like, I don't think he's had the love for Falter as it seems like he does. Or he's had the love for those players as it seems like he does for Falter. But I'm perfectly comfortable going another direction than Bailey Falter on this club in any capacity.
I guess my other thing,
I
like
think
last year, Bailey Falter was very successful out of the bullpen last year.
But that was like, wasn't that more
So is
with an opener?
He's in Japan.
No, but I mean, he was like as a non-starter, he was very good.
Yeah, but that
1.02 ERA out of the bullpen last year. I'm not saying he's going to put up a 1.02 ERA, but I mean, you look at the other stuff too. Like, he was a better pitcher out of the bullpen than he was a reliever. I think he could be a useful guy as like that long reliever. If you need someone to, and we're talking about how like a lot of these pitchers can't go deep into games, right? Let's say if Jared Jones gives you 4 strong innings, and all of a sudden you bring in Bailey Falter, it's a completely different look too. Where like, you just saw Jared Jones throw 100 miles an hour for 4 innings from the right side, and now all of a sudden you see Bailey Falter come in from the left side, throwing 91, 92, right? With just junk, with long extension. Like, I think there's a path for Bailey Falter to be put in good situations on this team.
Basically, what Jim said there was that you go from one good pitcher to a bad pitcher, and it's a different look.
Yeah.
It's not what I said. It's not what I said.
That's how I took it.
It's the art of pitching. Like, the art of pitching,
is.
keeping people off balance. Bailey Falter, I think, could serve a role on this team of just giving people a completely different look from what they saw out of your starter. Whether that starter is Ortiz, whether that starter is Jones. Like, Bailey Falter comes in, he's a completely different guy that throws the hitter's timing off. And you don't have to pitch him for 3-4 innings. You do it for 1 or 2, and now you're into the part of your bullpen you want to get to.
I'll say that's
what
fair.
I just think there's a role for him. Yeah.
I think that's fair. That's 100% fair. But I guess like Romansy or Ortiz could do that also. Minus the velocity
Not
difference. Like,
necessarily.
I get that. But like, if your issue is Jones is going to go deep, you want someone that's going to have some longevity, like Romansy and Ortiz could do that. And yes, I know
Ortiz
they don't
is in
throw
the
90,
rotation
91
already.
That's the problem. I get that.
Yeah.
But at any rate, I don't know. I think it's going to happen.
I mean, I'd be okay with Falter in the bullpen as a long guy that kind of just eats innings for you there, because you do have to have a guy like that to do that. And he has had some success just results wise at the major league level in his career. It's been a limited sample, but his ERA is not terrible as a major league pitcher. He does kind of profile as that long reliever, like Jemar Gomez type of dude. So, yeah, I mean, if you need a guy to eat some innings, I'm okay, because there are a lot of guys in the bullpen right now that are 1 inning guys. So you do need someone that's going to have a little length to him.
And he's had success out of the bullpen. He's had success out of the bullpen his whole career.
I don't consider coming in as after an opener out of the bullpen.
Okay. Well, he had success doing that then. Like,
he did.
The dude's had success at the major league level when you put him in situations that he's most likely to succeed in. So find a way to do it.
All right.
I think we're all in agreement that as long as he's not in the rotation on opening day, whatever
None of us
happens,
want him in the
we're
none
good.
of us want him in the rotation. Yeah.
That's a perfectly fine argument.
And
The
actually,
rotation,
Bucko-
no, but like if he's your 8th guy in the bullpen, there's worse things to complain about.
And
I
Bucko Mike
just
actually
personally wouldn't.
Bucko Mike actually brings up in the chat Fleming as a long reliever option as well. Like if I'm given the option of
Actually,
Fleming and Bailey Falter, I'm taking Falter.
over
I don't
Fleming?
wanna- Yeah.
Probably. I probably am too. Also, I mean, Fleming's a minor league deal. Like,
he can play the options game.
And again, like if we're going just by results, Bailey Falter has better numbers out of the bullpen for his career than Josh Fleming. Like, plain and simple.
Okie dokie.
Actually, they're about the same.
We're arguing over a long reliever at this point.
That's true. They're interchangeable. Let's be honest.
They really are.
Yeah.
We
It's the
couldn't
8th
talk
guy
about
in the bullpen.
Eric Lauer for more than 2 minutes, and we spent 20 on
Yeah.
Bailey Falter.
Let's move on.
This is why
Thank
you
you.
tune in, baby.
All right. So the other position that I was talking about that there seems to be a battle on is the second base position, which heading in here, you had Triolo, you had Leover Peguero, you had Nick Gonzalez, and then G1 Bay. That's pretty much like the 4 guys battling it out who all had time last year at this position. And like a lot of uncertainty, I mean, there's certainly some hype on some prospects, something you want to get going there. I think it was clear Jared Triolo played the best out of all of them last year. Kind of limited, but he had a really, really strong ending of this season. But he's the babe of God. Not a lot of people believe in him. The babe of God, right? And he's doing it again this year. How can it happen? Having a strong spring. Peguero, I think, is the guy that you want to see. I think we kind of believe in his talents, right? He has that power, speed combo. He's also having a good spring. Even like Nick Gonzalez. Now he doesn't walk at all, but again, it's like 19 at bats or plate appearances he had, but he's hitting the ball pretty hard. 3 doubles, solid enough spring. And then there is G1 Bay. It's whatever. There's one guy that's not. It's probably G1 Bay, but there's a battle going on for second base, and so far it's been a pretty productive battle. What do you guys think?
Jim, you made me go first.
Yeah. Gosh, I love Jared Triolo in that just like super utility role. Like I'm not saying like he needs to be a bench guy, but like Jared Triolo probably needs to be starting 4 times a week. But like bounce him around, use him to get off days for people, things like that. So right now I'm still leaning like Leover Peguero is like your main second baseman, but Triolo is getting a lot of playing time. And I'm not comparing Jared Triolo to like Josh Harrison, but like remember like Josh Harrison's heyday, right? Like he played almost every day. He just didn't really have a position really to call his own. So that's where I think Triolo would thrive in. Like play him 1 day a week at first base, play him 1 day a week at second, play him 1 day a week at short. Like he's shown he can play some shortstop too. I wouldn't mind seeing that. And then, give Brian Hayes a day off at third base every now and then. So like move him around the diamond and that he's going to play competent defense. He's going to give you somewhat decent major league at bats. And you're going to be able to get the guy 350 to 400 plate appearances just by doing that. But you'll also still be able to get in, everyone else. So I think that's where I'm at right now with second base. I think Nick Gonzalez is still on the outside looking in. I think a lot has to happen for him to make this team out of spring training. G1 Bay, I think, still has a decent shot of making the team, but more is like that fourth outfielder. But yeah, right now, second base battle, I'm going Peguero as your main guy, but Triolo's getting a good amount of time there.
Yeah, I'm having a hard time with this because previously I've said that I want Leo Peguero to be the guy, and I in agreement with Jim that I wanted to see Triolo be one of those guys that bounces around and you get to see the defense on full display at multiple positions. But I find myself questioning whether I just fall in love with the upside of Peguero. And I'm ignoring the fact that Triolo could probably be like a 2 to 3 win player as an everyday second baseman by just playing great to elite defense, which I think, at least I assume that he would do. And I know it's the BABIP gods really just shining down on him. But his minor league track record shows he finds a way to hit. If he plays defense at the level that I think we all see he can at second base, we're talking about a 2 to 3 win player, and it's not flashy. But is that better than the potential upside of a Peguero who maybe we're just hoping for a 2 to 3 win player? Like, is Triolo already what we hope Peguero could be, just value-wise? So I might be leaning more Triolo at this point and just let him get the run every day. And I do worry that he will get overexposed at the plate, kind of like we saw Connor Joe do last year, where at some point you just play him so much that it's kind of like a diminishing returns type of deal with him. But that defense is so good. And the other part of it is that I want to surround O'Neal Cruz with guys beside him that are really good defensively. And when you have Brian Hayes on one side and you have Triolo on the other, you can hide O'Neal Cruz at shortstop a little bit better, I think. The first base situation still needs to be figured out defensively, but I think having those two guys there will benefit O'Neal Cruz at shortstop, and maybe you can get away a little longer with him there than you could if it's a guy that's a little more shaky.
I think that last point's fair. However, are we maybe taking away more from Peguero's glove than we should? Like, I know the arm was the issue with him more or less defensively, but I think he's kind of proven he's got a glove. And it's not as if like you're putting like a bad defender next to O'Neal Cruz on his left side, at second base with Peguero there. So like, I get your point. I mean, if you have Brian Hayes and Jared Triolo on each side of you, I don't think there's a better second and third base defensively in baseball, like for O'Neal Cruz, looking in that sense. Like, he's got the best guys defensively, right? But I kind of like Peguero's glove, and he's flashed it a little bit this spring. And I guess that's where I'm at too, is I think what's happening right now in spring is the most ideal situation the Pirates could be in, because I want Jared Triolo to be that utility guy. And I get what you're saying, Tyler. And I think he probably could be like a 2. It's the same argument that you have with Cabrian. Just the glove alone, he's a 3-war player. And I think Jared Triolo, like just his glove alone, he's probably a 2-war player at second base also. But if you're able to replace shortstop one day a week, which you probably want to manage O'Neal a little bit this year, right? With the Jared Triolo outside of an Alika Williams.
Or you move Peguero to short and Triolo play second. Like, that's also a possibility.
I think I would rather have Triolo at short.
So I think at that point, I would just move Triolo to short and then play Peguero at second on those days that you want to give O'Neal Cruz a day off. And then I think you can still bounce Triolo around a little bit too, while giving Peguero his at-bats.
Okay,
but
so you kind of want
the primary second base spot is going to be Triolo. And then on days off, you can move him around a little bit.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I'm more in line with Jim. I would much rather him have 4 starts a week. Second base, shortstop, even third, first. It doesn't look like it's happening. I would love for him eventually to get into the outfield here and there. It's not going to happen, but whatever. Just add more value. Like you're saying with Jay Hay. And again, like, we're not comparing talent-wise. It's just the value-wise, what they do with Triolo. I would love him to have that Jay Hay role. He's playing all over the place because his defense is so good. But I guess what I'm getting at is like this is the most ideal because Peguero is performing. If he wasn't, then it's Jared Triolo's right now locking up second. And now you're wondering, but because Peguero so far, still early, but so far is showing why he was a better prospect, right? And the talent that we've talked about him for some years is so far showing that he's producing right now. And I think if Triolo and Peguero are producing neck and neck, I would much rather have Peguero as my starting second and Triolo the guy that's going all over. And first base also. I wouldn't mind him playing first base, second, third, short.
Yeah, I think an encouraging thing about Peguero too so far. You saw him struggle, making contact last year, coming up. And again, it's spring training, but he hasn't struck out yet this spring. And it's only 16 plate appearances, but when you have a 31.5 strikeout rate last year in the majors, and now you've played 7 spring training games and you haven't struck out yet, that's encouraging to see. So yeah, you're seeing everything that you want to see out of Peguero. You're seeing everything you want to see out of Triolo. I agree. This is a good position to be in. It's better to have this be a tough conversation, I think, right now, than it to be an easy one. Because if it were an easy one, it means that there's really only one choice, and they have 2 choices. And again, I think the upside of Peguero is definitely more enticing than the upside of Triolo. Triolo's floor definitely higher than Peguero, right? Like Peguero is certainly capable of putting up like a 0-win season if he puts up a dud. Whereas if Triolo doesn't hit, the defense is still going to give you some value. But yeah, right now I would prefer Triolo kind of bounce around, but you still play him like 4 times a week. Like get the guy some at bats. He needs to be in the lineup. He's valuable to you in multiple ways. That's where I'm at with this.
At the end of the day, I think it's a battle that's going to shake out through the season. I think by the end of the year, they're both probably going to end up with close to an equal amount of at-bats. They're going to both play a lot, especially with the new age of baseball with the days off. And Triolo's a perfect guy for that, where he can bounce around. So they're both going to end up with 350, 400 at-bats this year. So really, we're probably talking about this for nothing because they're going to both end up playing a lot of second base.
Well, let me just add this. You say we're talking about this for nothing, but I think one reason we are talking about it is, again, it's early, but neither is struggling. It would be a different conversation, again, like if Peguero or Triolo was just having an awful spring to date. Both are performing. So, like, our big concern this year was second base. What's going to happen with it? And so far, this battle has been looking pretty good.
At the very least, I will say I feel a lot better about second base this year rather than last year when it was Castro and Bay. I know you love your Castro, but
I'll say this. Oh yeah, can't hear Jim. Well, at any rate, I'll say, yeah, I like the potential of Castro. It's actually kind of similar to Peguero, like the power speed combination. I think Castro's kind of came out of nowhere, and we saw what he could do. Where Peguero's kind of had this, he's proven a little bit more throughout the minors, at least. But I'll say like it was just Castro. It was like the potential of Castro, like that was it. I don't think I was like a firm believer in Bay. This year, I feel like there's better depth. There's more options. But yeah, I was definitely in on Castro.
But yeah, it is similar to Peguero where you start to fall in love with that upside they potentially have.
Talent, baby.
But with Triolo, I feel like we get into this trap where we fall in love with the potential and we just overlook what's there. And I think Triolo's already there. And it's probably silly because he's going to get 4 starts a week no matter what, I think. But I do wonder what would happen if he just got reps every day at second base. How good could he be defensively? And I do feel like he will hit at least close to a major league average level.
Yeah, man. I mean, if you look at like Zip's projections right now for Jared Triolo, they've got him at 110 games played, 470 plate appearances. He's an 83 weighted runs created plus on these projections, and he's still a 1.3 WAR player because of the defense, right? So yeah, if you can be a league average hitter, then that 1.3 ends up being 2.5, right?
Right.
And I think it just comes down to if you can get 2.5 out of Jared Triolo just bouncing him around, but then you can also get 2 out of Peguero as a starting second baseman. Do that.
Also, value-wise, Trill is going to get dinged because he's going to have to play a good bit of first base. And that defensive ward just hates first baseman. And he's going to have to play a decent bit late in games.
But
that's true. Like, yeah, the games he doesn't start, or maybe late in games, yeah, you move Triolo to first, and he's your first baseman for the last 2 innings.
And again, like this is where I'm at with that. And I get your point in that sense, but like, would you rather Jared Triolo there or Rowdy Tellez? Do you rather have Jared Triolo at short or Alika Williams? Would you rather, like, that's the thing. Like, what doing this does is it limits the really bad players from achieving 200 plus plate appearances, right? So you have Jared Triolo taking away the Alikas and the Rowdies, or like even the Connor Joes to an extent, right? Where he's playing first baseman more than you want to see or whatnot. Like that, again, like that's kind of where I'm at with this. Peguero being at second, and like he can just focus on second base and hopefully become the better player for all the same reasons about Jared Triolo. Like the same mindset for Peguero. Sears, you got second base, it's yours. Be the best person you can be. And now Jared Triolo is running around. He might get dinged, like you're saying in that sense, but it's still a better option than Alika Williams, right? Or Rowdy Tellez late in the game, defensively at first base or whatnot. So like that's where I'm at. Jared Triolo is such a team player that he's going to sacrifice his overall WAR for the better of the team. Such a good guy. That's why the baby gods love him.
Exactly.
He's just such a good guy.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah, I'll take it. I think both are going to play a big role. And you're seeing what you want to see out of both guys. And there's options to
show, guys.
Well, and there are options too if one of them goes down. Like, I don't think Nick Gonzalez is. You give him a ton of playing time and it's going to go well, but who knows? Maybe Nick Gonzalez for a short spurt at some point in June or July can give you 100 decent plate appearances here and there.
There you have it. Cool. So we talked about the starting pitching battle here, the second base battle. Anything else we want to talk about as far as spring updates, or do we want to get into the breakout game?
Let's get into the breakout game.
I will say, actually, I want to say one thing with spring.
Okay.
Just because we haven't really talked to him because he hasn't gotten in really any action. But he played his first spring training game this past week. Joshua Palacios. I'm not quite sure if he is making the team at this point. I don't know if I just froze either, but
you did.
Yeah, I don't know why. My camera's been all kinds of weird. But
that
as
Louisville
far as
internet.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. But with Palacios, Kevin Gorman wrote a pretty interesting article today on Trib. If you haven't read it, check it out. But it basically just highlights how he like really, really dove into like the driveline stuff this offseason. And it's like I said, really, really good article. And Palacios seems to be extremely confident that like he knew what he was doing wrong, but he didn't really know how to fix it. And so they went to driveline and found out what it was, found out the optimal way to do it. And, he's the quotes in here are kind of cool. Like Palacios is in here, I went all tech, straight science. I trust in the science right now. They tell you your preferred stances, preferred angles, and what situations to put yourself in so you move the fastest. I knew what I was doing wrong, but I really wanted to see how it came about. So like really cool stuff in this article that I think I just want to see more of Joshua Palacios, and it was a shame that he was hurt to start off the spring. But I am interested to see if there's something different there. Because if he can just tap into something, right, then there could maybe be something there. So it's just a storyline to watch for. I didn't really see a whole lot of people talking about that article today, and there was just some neat stuff in there.
What I'll say about Palacios is that I'm rooting for him because he seems like a good clubhouse guy. Seems like a good guy in general. It's just that I don't believe in him. I'm sorry, Josh. I hope you prove me wrong. It's just seen this story before, man. He's just not good enough, I don't think. He's fun. The story was fun. Like I said, good clubhouse guy. It's just I don't see it with him.
I think that's fair. I mean, I would much rather have a guy who's came out of nowhere, went somewhere else, learned, went all in with it, come back, and became a better player. And it happened with the Pirates, not as a former Pirate going somewhere else, right? Like, I would love for this story to come true. There would be nothing that would make me happier than if Josh Palacios ended up being like a 2+ WAR player for the Pittsburgh Pirates in 2024. It's just that I also just don't truly believe in it. He just really hasn't been a good player, and it's not as if like he's a 23-year-old prospect coming up, right? He's kind of been around. And if you're a betting person, I'm sure you're going to bet against him. I don't want to, right? Like, I'm with Tyler as well. I love Josh Palacios, the person. I feel like I could hang out with him and have a really good time. And he can definitely hit the gritty. If you saw the Instagram, Jack Swinski not able to hit the gritty, Jim. But Palacios is an awesome dude. I just don't know if I believe in the talent, but we haven't seen it yet. He hasn't given us the ability to talk highly about him in spring. He just came back. So I'll allow him to have a spring and get us talking maybe at the end of it. And if it did work out, fantastic. Because that just makes this team even more better, right? Leave you fans more optimistic about the 2024 Pirates. But again, as it is today, I just don't really believe in it. Can we just say this though?
Mm-hmm.
Regardless, can he just not lead off?
Right. Seriously.
Yeah.
No, I agree. Like I've got to see it, right? But it was a story that caught my eye today. Just a lot of really cool stuff in there. And hey, Henry Davis went to Driveline this offseason, and it's been going really well for him so far this spring. So hey, let's see what Palacios can do. I'm not writing the guy off. That's all.
Fair.
Yeah, I wrote him off.
Cool. I'm not ready to write anybody off yet.
Yeah,
I wrote him off. He didn't write back.
There have been plenty of people who have figured it out at age 28. Like it happens.
There are. There really are.
Jose Batista. If Josh Palacios could be half of Jose Batista.
I was thinking like Justin Turner or someone like that, but sure, we'll go with Batista and just like stab ourselves in the heart a little bit more, Donardo.
But I will say this: if he turns into Jose Batista, he has to follow everyone on Twitter, just like Jose Batista.
Touché.
That's the rules. It's the rules.
Just not get punched in the face like him.
Yeah, I mean, I think a more like Luke Rayleigh. Like you look at somebody like Luke Rayleigh, right? Just quad A guy for years and years and years, and all of a sudden figures something out. Last year goes off at age 28. What if Joshua Palacios is this year's Luke Rayleigh?
Wouldn't it be great to have a guy that just came out of nowhere? We haven't had that in so long.
Matt Joyce, probably the last guy, right? Where he just like,
but he had success before.
Yeah, but like he had his best year, like the 1 year with the Pirates. He like just.
I'd say it's either like Josh Harrison or Garrett Jones.
Garrett Jones was a good one. I mean, he was probably around that 26, 27, 28 too. Yeah. Yeah, like it happens. So
it does.
Yeah. It would be cool if it happened with Palacios.
And the thing is, the good franchises, they always have a guy like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All right, you know what? I'm on board. Let's go, Josh Palacios. First, Joshua Palacios.
Yeah.
Let's go,
This
Joshua.
year's Luke Rayleigh. Let's go.
I'm rooting for him. I just don't see it.
Let me put that up there one more time. All right. So do we want to move on from spring then and into the breakout game?
Yeah, let's do that.
I don't know how much you guys want to talk into this or like what we really want to, but I mean, it's a cool thing. So the Pirates and the Orioles, which they've been playing a lot of games, of course, they're like 10 miles away from each other. But the Pirates and Orioles are going to be playing this MLB spring breakout game, which features like all the, the top prospects and such. So of course, Skeens is going to be pitching. The roster's out there. Do we want to put it up? I could probably get it real quick if we want to, but regardless, it's out there. Something pretty fun and interesting. And I think we have intentions of probably doing like an NS9 game day for it, just FYI. But yeah, I don't know, guys. What do you think? How do you like this roster? First off, anything that? Oh, look at you, Jim. I assume.
Yep, that's me.
Definitely not me.
No, I mean the pitching is like I said, the pitching talent in this organization is pretty cool. Couple things strike out to me first. Braxton Ashcraft is on here. Jared Jones is not. So that leads me to believe that Jared Jones is likely, definitely has a much better shot of being on the major league roster, right? But Hunter Barco, we haven't seen a whole lot of him. Bubba Chandler, we saw him for one inning last week.
I think just one, yeah.
Yeah. But like Chandler, Harrington, Skeens, Solometo, Ashcraft, Barco, and then David Matoma in here.
Yes.
From I mean, how old is he now? Like 17 years old. 17, 18 from Uganda, throwing like 174 miles per hour or something like that. So that'll be fun. Like actually having like footage and StatCast data of David Matoma. That will be cool.
By the way, he turned 18 on February 2nd. So freshly 18 years old.
Yeah. So
Also, just real quick, thank God it's at Lecom, right?
It's at Lecom. Yeah.
Thank God there is StatCast data.
Yeah. So
Right.
we'll have StatCast. We'll have everything. We'll have the whole shebang. So that'll be cool to get some data on some of these guys. But yeah, the pitching stands out the most to me. Offensively, we know where the system is offensively, right? It's Termar and everyone else. So that's kind of what this shakes out to. But yeah, the pitching, it's going to be exciting. And going up against the Orioles is cool because, you'll get to see them go up against some of the best prospects in baseball.
Yeah.
Yeah, the pitching's definitely the intriguing part here. And I am interested to see a little bit more out of Jack Brannigan. We saw a lot of him while we were down there. He looked pretty good. Lonnie White Jr., a little bit interested to see him this year. I'm not a full believer in him, but I'm interested to see what he can do. Mitch Jebb, another guy that Jim loves him to death. And then De Los Santos, Blanco. Yeah. There are some names here, but it's not as interesting as the pitchers for sure.
I think it just kind of shows like the Pirates farm system right now, which is kind of different from like the Orioles. The Orioles got a lot of talent with the bats, right? And I feel like the Pirates are just most of the upper level quality prospects is in the pitching. You're seeing it here, but it's like I want to see De Los Santos. I'm interested in him. Blanco Jr. to an extent, Plaz, Mitch Jebb, Tamar, like those interesting guys. Shylin Polanco.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like they're still so young and so far away, but like that's the next crop. Like next year we're hopefully talking about these guys in the same way you're talking about like the Solometos and Chandlers and such. So yeah, like I'm definitely interested in them, and also like you're saying with Lonnie White Jr. I think it's a big year for him. He's kind of been brushed along with that draft class, he was a big part of, a lot of it with injuries and such. But, if he is healthy and he can show like that talent is legit, maybe he helps back on the actual prospect list and what that does for the Pirates even. Lonnie White, like, still far away. He's lost a lot of development, but he can be a talent. It's a big year for him. So here's a start to seeing that, I guess. But yeah, like there's a lot of interesting guys. But again, like for the bats, there's more to be desired, but it's because they're mostly like 18, 19, 20 years old at max. And yeah, so there's that. But like cool thing MLB is doing. I'll say that.
Yeah, they actually have like a good idea. So and the fact that it's on TV, like it's on it, you can watch it.
I know.
That's kind of cool too.
In the stadium with StatCast.
Yeah. Shout out Pitt City. What? Appreciate you. Glad you liked everything from spring training.
I also appreciate him for saying black coffee each, because these guys do not drink black coffee. They drink some weirdo stuff.
There's not anything weird about, like, I just go Americano. Now I don't drink it black. Don't get me wrong. I got to add some stuff in there, but like I'm not getting too
Black
crazy with my
coffee.
coffee.
All right. Well, some of you guys get like oat milk, and God only
I do
knows
oat
what
milk.
else. Yeah, it was you, weirdo.
Give me my espresso. Get some oat milk in there. We're Gucci, baby.
Just go to the gas station, get a $2 coffee.
No, I'm not going to the gas station. Just
be an adult.
Just gasoline would be cheaper. Just put gas. Just drink from the
I would if
nozzle.
I could. If it would wake me up, I would.
It probably will. If I'm going to the gas station, I'll just take gas and not actual coffee.
I have a feeling that would
You know
put me
what?
to sleep.
Take it back,
but
because like Wawa, we're down like sheets. Like those are technically gas stations, so I guess those are an exception, though.
no, I'm talking about the ones that have like the coffee pot.
I know what you're talking of, and that's why I went
Yeah.
directly where I went to. But I want to make sure I corrected myself, because technically speaking, if you go to like a Sheetz, a Wawa, like that, like that's acceptable.
You guys are
Black
children.
coffee is the cheapest. I mean, yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
And the most delicious.
I disagree on the delicious part, but
No,
like
I
if
love
I
black
have
coffee.
to drink it, like I will drink it, but I would prefer it to taste better. So if the tools are there for me to make coffee taste better, I'm going to utilize those tools.
I'm not gonna lie. If I'm out and about and we have Starbucks nearby, I'm getting something real fancy.
There you go. Yeah, I was saying you were getting what were you getting this
I have
week?
no idea. I
You
just
were
clicked a
getting
few buttons.
you were getting nitro cold brews.
I have no idea.
Yeah.
I literally don't know what I got.
You're getting cold
I
brews.
usually get a cold brew too. Like if I'm not, when I'm at home, I make espressos, oat milk. But yeah, I was getting cold brews out there too. Those are my two go-tos. Now that we're talking about coffee, let's get back to the kids that don't even drink coffee. Well, actually, a lot of them probably do. Yeah. So again, really cool game. And it's kind of funny the Pirates are going to be featured in this. So there's that. Pirates and Orioles. Anything I guess you're taking away or want to see outside of, I guess, Paul Skeens just blowing everyone away?
Yeah, I mean, I think we kind of hit everything. NS9 game day that night will be fun. So make sure you've got the game on, you've got us on. We'll be talking about it the entire time. Should be a good time.
Yeah, I
Maybe
think
maybe
the most-
get some guests lined up. Maybe.
I think the most interesting part's going to be the guys that we don't get to see, like a Paul Skeens or a Thomas Harrington, or guys in that realm. The Polancos, the De Los Santos, the Barco that you mentioned, guys like that we don't get to see every day and aren't broadcast on TV. That's going to be the interesting part.
Yeah. See, that's fair. Now, what I will say, I'm not denying it. I'm not confirming it. She may not. Livy Dunn is a guest. Nothing's been confirmed yet.
Absolutely nothing's been confirmed there. Yeah.
Nothing's also been sent, but nothing's been confirmed. It's all how you phrase it.
We cannot confirm nor deny that she will be on.
Right. No, it's
I
probably
think it's
very, very
safe to
unlikely.
say. I think it's safe to say we can deny that.
No, I can't deny that. I don't know.
Now, here's the thing. If she sees this and wants to come on and talk about Paul Skeens while he's pitching, you know, we'll allow that probably.
Yeah, actually, it might be more of an us thing that we just don't want her on.
Yeah.
I need to find a way to get in touch because I want a latte.
Ooh, White Monster. There you go.
All right. Well, I guess with that said, is there anything else that we want to dive into before we go?
No, once we start getting into the girlfriends of our number one prospects, I think it's time to
time to go.
out.
Yeah. Well. All right. So let's get out of here. Before we do, tomorrow, Bucking Around with Neil Walker airs with Cody at noon. So check that out. That was live. Well, as Cody said, live, but not actually live, pre-recorded in Lecon.
Deductions.
And deductions. Yeah. And then with that said, we'll be back with some Starbucks. Actually, no, post-game show on Sunday. Post-game show on Sunday, then Starbucks on Monday. So appreciate y'all for watching. As always, we'll see you later. Bye-bye.
Peace out, Girl Scouts.
See you guys.
Hey, you all. Thank you for watching. I know we try to provide the most entertaining content that we can, and we'd love to spread it to as many people as possible. So I know it doesn't seem like a lot, but if you could take the 5 seconds to like this video and subscribe to the page, it helps out so much more than you know. Thank you, and let's go Bucks.
We got John Morant. We've got Taylor Swift. We have a tree. We've got the first half of Ole Miss, and then we got the Ohio State player saying "Oh." I have absolutely no idea. So this is the cover of Red. So Jared Triolo. All right, let's go. Jared Triolo. Looks like maybe like a marble rye. Ryan Barucki.
Cal, come on up.
Let's go, Kirsten! Oh yeah, he's here. Full dugout. Let's go, Heston! That is kind of fast. Let's get it started, Kerstead.
All right, what's going on, beautiful people? It is the North Shore 9 Postgame Show. I'm Tyler. With me is my guy, and it's been way too long, Dougie Fresh. What's going on, Dougie?
I mean, hey, I've been following your exploits down there in Florida. You're back from a triumphant spring training tour. You guys were great down there. It was a lot of fun. So I'm excited. I bought tickets to Pirates games today.
Which ones?
May 24th, 5th, and 26th, I'm going to get a Dave Parker bobblehead.
Wait, so
it's funny.
5th and 6th, you will be in Pittsburgh?
Yes, sir. You got to come on. Let's go. That's Memorial Day weekend.
Baby.
Yeah. Let's
get
up
rock
there.
and roll. Everybody in the comments, we're going May 24th, 5th, 6th. I will be there. I will find a way to get there. My guy, Dougie Fresh, as soon as he checks his calendar to be sure here.
I will make sure. I know the 25th is the bobblehead. I don't know.
Okay.
I think it's 24th, 25th.
Well, at the very least, the 25th of May,
Yeah.
Dougie Fresh will be there, which means my little happy butt will also be there.
Oh, that's awesome. That is awesome.
Doug, I'm an hour away. I got to get there.
Yeah. That's why I wanted to give people ample warning so they could either, hide, lock their grandmothers up, that sort of thing. And then
exactly. Whew. Hide your moms.
Yeah.
Tyler and Doug coming to town.
Yeah, exactly.
Here we go.
I got one of those emails the other day about cougars in my neighborhood, and I'm like, I'm 60. Like, what a cougar for me has got to be like 112. I don't know if that's the way to go.
Oh, good to know the North Shore 9 postgame shows are back. The Pirates did play the other day.
Right.
That did happen. The Pirates played the Orioles. They lost 5-2. A lot happened today. It is spring training. This is our first North Shore 9 postgame show back. Man, Martin Perez started on the mound. The Pirates lost 5-2 as mentioned. Friday, Saturday, Sunday. That's when you'll be there.
May 24th, 25th, and 26th.
We gotcha.
We get to see the Braves. So
okay.
I think we get fireworks and we get a Dave Parker bobblehead, the Cobra.
All right, love that.
Enough to get me off my couch into Pittsburgh. So pretty excited.
Well, Doug, maybe if he looks anything like he did today, the guy who started on the mound will be pitching that day, and that was Martin Perez, who got his debut as a Pirate today in spring training. He looked really good, in my opinion. I'd like to hear your opinions on him because I feel like the entire time down in Florida, every time a pitcher came up, it got thrown to me, acting like I know anything about anything. I want to throw this one to Doug. Talk to me about Martin Perez. What do you like here?
Well, I mean, it's his first start of spring, and he had no rust, right? He had pinpoint accuracy. He was doing what he does. He was the crafty lefty. He's changing up his speeds and putting the ball where he wants it. And from just about everybody we've seen, Rowanzi is a perfect example. His breaking stuff doesn't look sharp yet. We're encouraged by his velocity, and that's the kind of thing where like, oh look, somebody's hitting 97, someone's hitting 95. This guy looked like he was just taking his regular return in the rotation on like June 17th. And given that he hadn't pitched yet, right, we made us a little nervous, a little uncomfortable. I thought he looked terrific. I mean, again, it's his first spring outing. It's what I said to you before the show. The only thing I can be at this point is encouraged or discouraged, and that was encouraging. I'm not ready to put him in the Cy Young race quite yet, but I would love to see a Jose Quintana-esque type season from him or Gonzalez or both. So it seems that the Pirates are actually finally figuring out that it's good to have a lot of left-handed pitching when you pitch at PNC Park. And so we may have two lefties. You got Barucki, you got Chapman. I sort of like where the pitching is at right now. Long way to go. A lot has to happen. I hate being that guy and on March 3rd who's like, oh yeah, this looks great. But yeah, Perez looked good. And again, as I said, it's just very encouraging. That's what you want to see in spring. Right. We all acknowledge spring training doesn't count. It doesn't matter. But I'd rather be, saying it doesn't count because they're doing so well, as opposed to, oh, he gave up 10 runs, but spring training doesn't matter.
Exactly. Jim points out here that the changeup was on and he was locating it really well. Really, that's what I wanted to bring up here was you talked about the results and how we like to point out that whenever things aren't going our way, then spring training doesn't matter. And if it's a guy that maybe we aren't as enthusiastic on, spring training doesn't matter. That's a good fallback plan there. But there's nothing that really replaces the way you go about it here. And Martin Perez today located so well. Almost every batter, it felt like, and I don't have the numbers in front of me, he was ahead of almost everybody that came up to the plate. He was able to throw the changeup as a first pitch strike at a ridiculous amount of times. The changeup looked excellent. And with Martin Perez, what you're going to see here is it's going to be a cutter. It's going to be a sinker. You're going to see a changeup. Those three are going to be his main pitches. You're not going to see much breaking stuff, I don't think. But when he's able to locate it as well as he was today, that's going to make you an effective major league pitcher. And that's pretty encouraging to me, just the way he looked location-wise today, because the velocity was down, as Jim mentions in the chat, but if you're able to locate like that, it makes you really, really hard to hit. Everybody was off balance. He was able to get the swings and misses with the changeup. He looked really, 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 really sharp today.
Yes, he did. And one of the things I get excited about with him is if he's able to pitch like that. Just what a great example. We have a young pitching staff. We have a lot of young guys that we're going to count on. And if he can show them, it's like, look, you just don't have to blow people away, right? You can pitch. You can pitch. And the little interview he did, every time they mentioned playoffs, World Series, I mean, he was excited. You know what I'm saying? It's like just the enthusiasm, and you can tell the joy he had from being part of being a winning team. Hopefully he can bring that, here to Pittsburgh with him and get guys focused on, because I mean, obviously, right, we all want to win. The Pirates want to win. And it's one of those easy fallback things to say, oh, we're here to win. We're competing for a championship. But when you're in your second and third year in the league, you're fighting for your spot. You're fighting for your contract. You're fighting for, winning World Series, probably not in the forefront of your mind, right? You're worried about that first big contract, understandably so. So if this guy and Chapman and some of these other guys that have won, Rowdy Tellez even, who's at least, been in the playoffs, get these guys focused, toward that end. It can only be a benefit. But as you said, most significantly, it's his pitching. We need results. We need good pitching and efficient. He was efficient, which
he was.
I'm still tired of watching Mitch Keller go 3-2 on every batter.
I mean, really, though, that's what it comes back to is that today Martin Perez was really able to get ahead of guys, and he really just he took on that mantra of the Ray Miller: throw fast, change speeds, throw strike, or
right.
Oh man,
what is God? I used to have one of those T-shirts,
and it's on a shirt in my closet.
Yeah. Change speeds, throw strikes. Work fast, change speeds, throw strikes. Yeah.
Change speeds. It's on a shirt in my closet right now, and I still couldn't remember off the top of my head because I'm always worried about which one comes first. Work fast But he was
Work
working fast today, which was very enjoyable to watch. That makes it fun for fans, I think. Just watching a guy that gets into a rhythm on the mound, that makes it easy to watch.
It
We were
does.
able to
It's much right. We had that game a couple days ago where it was walk, 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 walk. And it's like those are kind of tough.
Good Lord.
But
Throw fast. Good Lord. I got the 2024 pitching mantra and the 1990 mantra in my head at the same time.
You're a 21st century kind of guy, Tyler.
I guess. But we can move off of Perez. I thought he looked really good. You did too. Let's move on to the hitting. Today, not too much hitting going on. Really, the two guys I want to talk about, it's just going to be Ke'Bryan Hayes and Brian Reynolds. To me, both of them at this point look really, really good. We talked a lot down in Bradenton that Doug didn't attend.
Was I invited? I didn't know if I was invited.
You're always invited, Doug. But we talked a lot about Ke'Bryan Hayes and how he's looked throughout pretty much every spring since he's come up. And it looks like a new Ke'Bryan Hayes is coming. And personally, I wouldn't feel as comfortable with him going into this year if he didn't finish as he did last year. But the way he's on time right now, the way he's pulling the baseball, he's hitting it where it's pitched. Everything he is doing looks so good at the plate. It's hard to not get excited about Ke'Bryan Hayes, Doug. Keep me from doing it.
Absolutely right. No, I can't because he finished strong. He finished strong last year. And it's easy, guys do that all the time. He had a great September of 2020. He had, he's had good months here and there, but he really had a pretty decent second half last year. And then he's coming to spring and it looks like he hasn't missed a beat, right? So it doesn't look, again, it's encouraging, right? You didn't want to see him go 1 for 39 in spring and then say, hey, it's only spring and he'll be back. No, he looks exactly like the guy he did in August, September when he was playing at, and MVP type level with, when you add in his fielding, if he can do that, if he doesn't have to do that. I mean, again, our mantra is if he's just an average hitter, but now we've had to upgrade that to if he could be a slightly above average hitter, because my God, the glove is fantastic. This looks like, yeah, okay, I got to stop. It looks like his breakout season. It does. I can't.
It does.
It looks like, oh man, he's going to be great.
You know what? I'd rather have the cautious optimism over the blind faith. That's where we're at with Ke'Bryan Hayes right now. Last year, it felt like it was kind of not even a blind faith. There were some signs that he was starting to show something and maybe something clicked, and then season started and it didn't go as we planned. And then at sometime during August-ish, July-ish, I don't remember the exact date, but something clicked with him. So as you said, him not being 1 for 39 right now, I'm all aboard the MVP Ke'Bryan Hayes train. Because, let's be, Doug, we're betting men here. Yeah. Is that is there value there?
Oh, there has to be. Come on. We need someone look, Jim, look that up for us. What?
Let's be honest here, Doug,
because I'll place the bet today.
But if we were to take those odds and then maybe July he's hitting 320 and he's raking and fielding so well, you know what those cash out odds would be?
Oh man, yeah, that's true too. Yeah, no, he is so special defensively, and we've beaten that horse to death. But you can't acknowledge, not acknowledge that if he starts hitting, right, his profile is going to blow up.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Because now they're going to start showing these plays he makes. And the only thing he has working against him is that he's so good that none of his plays look spectacular.
Right.
They just look like a solid fundamental play. When Nolan Arenado is, running across the line and doing that underhand flip across, Ke'Bryan Hayes is down on one knee and just making a simple toss on the same play.
Exactly.
And so
he's already rounded the baseball and he's making a simple throw.
Yeah, it's amazing. But you're gonna, he'll get more appreciation for that. Oh my God, I'm making that bet today.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and take that bet too.
Come on, that's value. That's what you're looking for is value.
That is too much value there.
Yeah, that's someone's gonna get fired for that when we're at the window here later in the year.
Oh, as soon as we log off here, that bet's going to get placed.
Yeah, absolutely.
The other guy in the lineup today I wanted to talk about was Brian Reynolds. He's hitting 200 this spring. I have zero concern with Brian Reynolds. Today actually really showed me why I don't have much concern with him. He's so close to being on time with everything. We saw it in his 2 at-bats today. He just missed them. He didn't hit them hard, but he hit them right back up the middle. Line drives, just didn't get them hard enough. Everything about Brian Reynolds, unless you're a very, very, very smart major league hitting coach that can see everything, and you're just watching it on TV like the rest of us, I don't see anything off with him.
No,
he's just as consistent as it comes. I'm not worried about him whatsoever. I think he's going to hit the ground running this year.
Yeah, I do too. He looks, like I said, he looks pretty good right now. Give him another 3 weeks of at bats, and getting to face a pitcher a second or third time, as opposed to hitting against someone different each time. I think he's going to be locked in come opening day. You don't worry about Brian Reynolds. The biggest thing we want from Brian Reynolds is this consistency. And I mean, he is our most consistent hitter, but he does go through some of those little valleys there. If we can just get him, and I guess that's part of the exciting thing about what's going on with this team right now is that we don't need Brian Reynolds to carry the team. Right. For the past 3 seasons, he's been sort of our only offensive hope. And now it's like, okay, I think we're going to get more out of Hayes. Sawinski's going to contribute. O'Neal Cruz even if O'Neal Cruz is at his floor, he's 30 home runs, 100 RBI. And Henry Davis, I'm encouraged. This is my buzzword for spring so far has been approach. And I've liked the approach of guys like Henry Davis, Tamar Johnson. I'm not expecting, Tamar Johnson to start opening, day at second base. I hope he's in Double-A. I just don't want him to go to Greensboro where his numbers get skewed. But it looks like the team has kind of a good approach right now at the plate. And I'm not on the Andy Haynes bandwagon by any means, but maybe what he's been teaching is starting to bear fruit. And because Sawinski's looked pretty good too. I mean, it's not great numbers, but he's squaring up a few balls. No reason to be discouraged, I guess, is all I can say at this point.
Yeah, I have a few guys that I'm a little discouraged by, but I don't want to bring them up today because I'll save them for April. Because once again, I don't want to talk about the negatives during spring training.
Yeah,
but I think the positive that we've seen, you mentioned approach there, is that there's a bit of a variation of approach here, or it seems like more guys are starting to find themselves. Like you see a Brian Hayes or a Brian Reynolds jump on an earlier pitch in their at bat rather than taking a couple and then getting into a deep count. You're seeing like a combination here of we will be patient, but some guys, maybe it's not a one-size-fits-all approach.
Right.
That part's encouraging to me.
Yeah, it does feel like when they see their pitch, they're letting it rip, as opposed to letting that go by. It's like, wait, if you get your pitch to hit, I don't care if it's the first pitch in the bat or the seventh. Get your good swing on it. So, yeah, and I'd like to mention Triolo. I know we need to wrap this up. But,
let's talk about Triolo.
I'm enthused.
Enthused.
I am enthused. I think you're going to like this too, because from what I've seen now, Alex Stump just had an article about why G1 Bay is so exciting because of his speed, and it
wasn't Alex.
All right.
It was someone else.
Wasn't Alex? Okay.
No, it was. Right. I don't know who it was.
Good.
It was Kevin.
But it seems like that was written by someone in the Pirates front office and to explain why Bay is going to be on the opening day roster. But now I'm seeing things. I'm seeing, Triolo's playing shortstop. Obviously, they're playing him everywhere. But they've been running some guys out at center field too. Connor Joe has now played in center field. Oliveras has played at center field. And this sort of gives me hope that Bay may not be on the opening day roster, right? It's because the way we can use some of these other guys. I don't know. That might just be a leap on. I don't want to bury the kid either. He was a rookie last year. He might improve this year. But Triolo is just fantastic defensively everywhere he plays. And I'm really looking forward. And it seems like my favorite thing about him is his approach. He's the only guy in Major League Baseball who does not try to hit a home run every time he comes up. He will just slap it over the second baseman's head. So I am enthused about him. I won't be mad if he's the opening day second baseman, but I'm he could be Josh Harrison. He could be one of those guys that starts 5 games a week, but a different spot every time.
Could I get weird about it? I think it might be Ben Zobrist.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
I mean, like he plays very well everywhere. I don't know that the bat gets to that level. Ben Zobrist had some years where he was unreal at the plate.
Yeah, he was an elite hitter. Yeah.
I don't know that Jared Triolo gets in that territory, but you never know with him. And I to go back on the Ji-Hwan Bae talk there, I really do think that the Pirates are between Peguero and Triolo at this point, based on the at-bats that we've seen.
Right.
It feels like it's a two-man battle at this point. Ji-Hwan Bae really hasn't gotten much run there. It seems like if he does make this roster on opening day, it'll be one of those super utility roles or a backup outfielder that can play the infield as well.
Well, right. That's why we're seeing Connor Joe getting some run in center field and Oliveira's getting some play in center field. It's like, well, if those guys can play center, and along with Sawinski, there doesn't seem much room for anybody else. So, who knows? A lot to shake out. One injury can change everything. But yes, so the Pirates' record's not great right now, and that's a good point about Zobrist there. He was a switcher.
No, it is. No, I know, but I just want to get weird about it.
You're right. I don't expect Triolo to hit that well, but he does seem to be improving at the plate. And he's not his 414. No,
he's not going to hit at a level of Ben Zobrist. Like, it's obvious, but maybe I just got caught up on the white utility player.
Right, but and he can play outfield too. So I know he's played some center field in the minors. It could be an interesting roster construction ahead. So something to look forward to. Today there was, other than Dari Moreta, nothing to worry about too much. Barucki, another thing. Barucki, he came out of nowhere last year. Kind of hard to expect him to do the same thing this year, but he looks like he's there. The king.
I mean, he did give up 2 balls that were hit 107 plus, but Barucki got out of it. I did want to touch on the bullpen before we do wrap up here.
Okay.
Barucki did get out of it, and there was an injury that happened that it's in the chat here. Jim mentioned here that Alex Stump from MLB.com mentioned that it was an elbow injury for Dari Moreta. His last 2 outings haven't looked good. As much as that is awful for Dari and Big Bank, the Pirates are in a much better position this year to deal with an injury like that than they have been in previous years. Hopefully it's nothing serious with him, but these last 2 outings, there was something off with him. The velocity has been down. Hopefully there's enough depth here, which I think there is, to get through that, but it looks like they might be missing him for, we'll see if he makes opening day. I don't want to speculate.
Yeah. There's no reason to take any guesses, but this bullpen does seem ready to withstand that kind of injury at this point, right? And shoot, you got some other. I wouldn't mind seeing Ashcraft. I want them to stretch Ashcraft as a starter, but hey, you can bring him up and let him throw the 6th inning a couple times, and I'd feel very comfortable with that. So the addition of Chapman.
Yeah, I think they're at a point where there's enough arms that you can get through some injury. You obviously can't afford to lose one of your top guys, but one of those more middle of the road guys, they have a roster that is good enough that you can get through that, I think.
Yeah, I think this bullpen could be really good. It comes down to the same thing: injuries and effectiveness. And, bullpen pitchers are so fickle, right? They'll have an ERA of 0.791 next year and 6 the next. So, but I get the feeling our bullpen is going to be a strength. and we're going to need it to be, given the state of our rotation and the fragility of it, fragileness. So our first post-game show, spring training edition.
Yeah, I had to get the rust out here.
Yeah, we're a little shaky, but
I've done a few shows in the meantime, but the post-game show is a different animal.
Yeah, you guys were great. That was fun following along with you guys. Next year I'll go. If I'm invited, I'll go.
Personal invite right here, my friend Doug.
All right. Okay, no getting out of it.
It's not a long flight for you.
No, gosh, no, nothing. And
all right, Doug.
I'm going to be living in Jacksonville next year at this time, so
hop a road, Donardo.
So I'm just gonna, I'm gonna climb in Donardo's carry-on or whatever. So,
all right, baseball is back, baby. It's March 3rd. We're back at it. Everybody's back at it. Spring training's full aboard. Me and Dougie Fresh are back at it. Aside from that, we're gonna get out of here.
Yeah,
Pirates
I'm
lose
getting my
this one
losses out of the
5-2.
way during spring training. So.
Exactly. Pirates lose 5-2. We're gonna get out of here. Peace out, Girl Scouts.
See you next time.
Hey, you all, thank you for watching. I know we try to provide the most entertaining content that we can, and we'd love to spread it to as many people as possible. So I know it doesn't seem like a lot, but if you could take the 5 seconds to like this video and subscribe to the page, it helps out so much more than you know. Thank you, and let's go Bucks.
Okay, that's a pirate. That's Captain. Oh, I get. Okay, so Jack Win. Oh, ski. Okay, so Jack Sawinski. I got that. It's a blue jay, a sun, a blue sun, blue. Who are you? What? Jason Wavy Lays. Jason. Where is that a delay? Who is that? I mean, it's Jason Delay, but I don't know why that's a D.
That's D from Always Sunny.
Oh, well, I outed myself for never watching that show. Is that a chicken or a hen or a rooster? That is my love. That's Rihanna. Ruri. This is us. Rowan.
It's a hen.
Hen. So it is a hen this time. Interesting. Henna tattoo. Henry Davis. Henry Davis. That's interesting, Tyler. I thank you for that one.
Come on up.
Go, Kirsten! Oh yeah, he's here. Yeah, right? Yeah. Full dugout. Let's go, Heston! That is kind of fast. Let's get it started, Kerstead.
I mean, he's phenomenal to watch. You would think, and this was sort of one of the big bullet points, if you will, on him when he first came out of the draft. Kid coming out of high school with that funky, crazy delivery. Is he going to be able to keep his mechanics in check? That was the big question surrounding him. And he does. He really does. He repeats his delivery. His mechanics generally don't get out of whack on him. Although I will say he made an adjustment this season. And very early on, as I recall, highlights of him from out at Pirate City or from his high school days. You see his glove and his hand together kind of far out away from his body as he does kind of the crazy leg kick and Madison Bumgarner arm slot. He actually started at one point sort of tucking his hands a little bit closer to his chest. And that was served as sort of a trigger within his delivery that helped him stay in line a little bit better. And again, as we touched on earlier in the conversation, his ability to adjust and be coachable and to learn as he goes. But he was just exciting to watch in the way that he learned and adjusted in the way he used his repertoire. Sinker, slurve, slider, changeup. All four of those pitches are pretty intriguing to watch. That sinker is just so instrumental in ground ball outs, which he got a lot of, and that speaks highly to the fact they didn't allow a single home run. And as a 19-year-old in his first professional season, which you just don't see. You just don't see that. So good command, good poise, and really above all, a good makeup. He was always bright and positive presence in the clubhouse, gelled very well with everybody, was always really kind and accommodating to any media that wanted to talk to him over the phone or in person. Really solid guy. I'm just, sky's the limit for him, along with a number of the other guys we've talked about tonight. He's just so much fun.
I'm really encouraged by you bringing up that he was able to add that slide step, because as Pirates fans, we've gone through a lot of these minor league pitchers that just have not been able to hold runners or make that adjustment. We watched Tyler Glasnow's struggle with that. Garrett Cole never was able to learn the slide step. And doing that at the single A level, as well as you mentioned, the funky delivery, that's a big change, being able to add a slide step to that. So it's very encouraging.
Yeah. And from an outsider's perspective, you would think that this, this 18-year-old at the time, kid with just a weird, funky delivery, that he's going to be pigeonholed and very stuck in his ways, and you will not mess with it. Otherwise, you're going to mess him up and derail him. No, so far from the case.
I think it's worth noting, too, that, a lot of these guys come out of high school, and it's not that they've never pitched this many innings before, because they have. Like, they've pitched, these guys pitch all year round when they're kids. But, you probably haven't pitched as many high leverage, high impact innings as you do your first year of pro ball. So it was really encouraging for me to see just kind of how he finished. Like the last month of the year, month and a half, he was almost unhittable. I think he had one hit in his last start, 2 hits, 1 hit, 3 hit, and just dominated. He had 2 outings, sprinkled in there too, where, he came out of the bullpen, but went 4 innings with no hits given up. Like, just a special talent. And like I said it when I brought him up. I don't think you could have. I don't know if there was anything more he could have done this year to be more impressive.
Yeah, Yeah, and he's a guy also who I would not count out for skipping a level. Yeah, I would not be the least bit shocked to see him start at Altoona next year.
Okay, that would be aggressive. That would be aggressive. I mean, I'd be all for it, but
man. And again, that's not to make any speculations. Player development will do what they'll do. I mean, if they were to send him to Greensboro, that that wouldn't be disappointing. That wouldn't be conservative. I don't think with a guy who's still 19, who's still young. Yeah, but a guy who can advance up the ranks quickly at least.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to another episode of NS9 Cardboard. I am Jim. It is Topps Update release day. At least the day I'm ripping this will probably go up on Thursday, the day after. But so we've got ourselves a jumbo hobby box of 2023 Topps Update. One autograph, 2 relic cards in every box. There's 2 silver packs included as well for a chance at additional hits. But Topps Update historically, lots of rookie cards. It's a flagship Topps product, so you really can find pretty much anything in here. If you're more of like a value collector, you're gonna find this is a really good set for just getting a ton of stuff and finding a lot of hidden gems kind of throughout the process. So the checklist, not super crazy. A lot of this year's rookies were in Series 1 and Series 2. Main guys we're looking for here: Matt McLain, Zach Neto. Lots of pitchers in update. So most of the rookie pitchers from this year you'll find in this. So yeah, let's take a peek, see what we get. 2023 Topps Update. We got Mike Trout on the cover. We got ourselves some box toppers too, and like I said, these are the silver packs on top as well. Silver packs are one of my favorite parts about one of my favorite parts about this isn't wanting to fold under there, but we're just gonna roll with this, I guess. We're just gonna roll like this if it's not gonna work for us. Julio Rodriguez box topper. I guess this is the Topps Big. These do seem a little bit larger than your standard card. I don't know if this is gonna fit in a nope, not even gonna fit in a regular card sleeve. So might fit in a thick sleeve though. There we go. Julio. We got our 2 silver packs sitting here on top. We will save these for the end of the break. Let's put these, just set these aside over here. And let's get to the cards. First pack, I'll kind of sift through everything. But the majority of the stuff that we're looking for, like you see where the cards kind of change colors right there in the middle. That's going to be where your hits are. Your inserts are going to be in there. Your parallels are going to be in there. Your hits are going to be in there. The rest are going to be your base cards. But yeah, in the way that they do these is, you're kind of all over the place. Again, there's a few rookies that we're looking for. If you're a Pirates fan, here's a Colin Holderman and Yeri De Los Santos rookie combos. We got a Matt Reynolds gold foil. Topps black gold of Masataka Yoshida. That's a nice card. Those black golds tend to do fairly well. All-Star Game insert of Kershaw. You got 1988 Topps Tatis. So those are going to be the inserts in this pack. Rest are going to be your base cards. We'll actually top load this Yoshida. It's not a bad card. I said I love the Topps Black Golds. When I was a kid, I loved those cards, so I'm pretty excited that they. I'm happy that they brought those back. So again, lots and lots of base cards. And if you get a jumbo box of Topps Update, you will get a complete set of base cards. So, you know, that's why I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time going through here, because guess what? We're just going to get at least one of everybody. There's a Tanner Bybee gold foil rookie debut. Again, a lot of the rookies in this set are going to be pitchers. That's a rookie debut, so not really a true rookie. Here's our first hit. Clayton Kershaw's 200th win. Out of 199. 17 out of 199. Kershaw. One of the best pitchers of all time. We got a Byron Buxton laid out insert. Jordan, Bryce Miller. Oh, Nolan Gorman debut. There's a Taj Bradley base rookie. Anthony Volpe rookie debut. Again, most of the rookie debuts, they're not really as nice as the rookie cards. So, like I said, your debut cards of like Gunnar Henderson and Anthony Volpe and Adley, there's a Cody Bolton rookie. Those aren't going to really be like a Michael Harris II rookie debut. The debuts just, yeah, they just don't do as well. All right. Rainbow foil of PJ Higgins. We've got, oh, there's our first auto. A gold of Brian Hoeing and Jeff Lindgren. And then our auto, this is a nice one. Taj Bradley. Rookie auto. Hell yeah. That's cool. Congratulations, you received a Baseball Stars autograph card of Taj Bradley. Nice rookie pitcher for the Tampa Bay Rays. Top 10 prospect in all of baseball. We'll take that for our auto for sure. And as I said, we got the gold. This is going to be out of 2023. Brian Hoeing, Louisville guy. Rainbow foil PJ Higgins. Got some other stuff here. What is Walker Buehler, all aces insert. Lourdes Gurriel, Adrian Beltre. I wish that autograph hadn't snuck up on me like it did. Could have done a better job of Jason DeLay rookie card. Let's go. Could have done a better job probably unveiling that, but I said it snuck up on me. All right, we're gonna cut through the base stuff. Get to the hits. Alec Burleson rookie debut, rainbow foil. We've got a green ice of Casey Legumina. This is out of 499, 55 out of 499. It's a rookie at least. Action Stars, Lubob, Yandy Diaz All-Star Game, and then there's a nice Anthony Volpe 88 insert. Edward Julian, Jose Hernandez rookie. There's a Matt McLain base rookie. There's a McLain. McLain's probably the main guy here, with Neto being the other. So the hits, we've gotten getting some nice hits. Like getting a good amount of them, I guess. It's the right word to say. And you know what? Like I said, that sometimes you can get a real dud of an autograph when you open these. We did not get a dud, so that's nice. All right, first hit, gold foil, Corbin Burns and Contreras. Ooh, here's a nice one. Topps black gold, Jordan Walker. I like that card. I said, love those black golds. Soto All-Star Game, another Taj Bradley, and more base cards that we'll just skip on by because not a whole lot there we're looking for. Gold foil, another rookie combo gold foil. Tim Herron, Michael Kelly. This is an SSP of Juan Then. Rookie card. Seattle Mariners. Probably would have preferred a better SSP than that, but SSPs are always cool to get for sure. They do not make a whole lot of those. Actually, I can check here real quick. The SSPs. One in every 400 and this isn't a mirror image though. Where is this one? I'm not finding it. Not sure. I'll look it up. But that's cool. That's cool. SSP. We'll take it. And then our second hit. Hey, we pulled a jersey card of this guy, Zach Gallen, Diamondbacks starting pitcher, ace, started the All-Star game. We pulled his jersey card in our last break, which was top loader's too big, which was Topps Allen and Ginter. We got the Zach Gallen jersey card, and so now we get a Zach Gallen jersey card and Topps update. All-Star Stitches relic card for Zach Gallen. Time-spanning tandem, Mattingly and Rizzo. Gunnar, there's a Zach Neto base rookie. Rest are gonna be just regular base. So we got Neto, we got McLean. So we got the two main base rookies out of the way. Man, we're on this Zach Gallen train, aren't we? Cole Reagan's rookie card. He's been on fire since moving to Kansas City. All right, rainbow foil. Michael Busch. That's a good one. Michael Busch rainbow foil. That's a good card. That's a good card. Nice card. Gold Hunter Brown rookie debut. 254 out of 2023. Pete Alonso, Shohei All-Star Game, and then a Yuri Perez 88 Topps. It's been a decent box. That rainbow foil Michael Busch is that's a solid card. That's a good card. Ooh, hopefully this is a rookie and not a debut. It's a rookie debut. Bobby Miller, rainbow foil, rookie debut. Rainbow foil there would have been nice. I mentioned all the pitchers, right? Bobby Miller definitely falls in that category of one of the guys that you're looking for in here. So that's a nice card. And then you know what? Another nice Michael Busch. We got the gold. The gold Michael Busch rookie card, 1161 out of 2023. So we got the rainbow foil Michael Busch and the gold Michael Busch. I think that deserves its. I think that might deserve its own stand. All right, Michael Busch. That's not bad. We'll take that. Yuri Perez insert. That's a cool card. There's a Gunnar Henderson 1988 Topps insert. Again, Gunnar Henderson doesn't have his base rookie in here, but those insert rookies typically do pretty well. All right, we still got one more hit to go. It's gonna be a relic, but still got that one more. All right, Chad Green, gold foil. All kinds of Louisville grads, Bobby Miller and Chad Green. Got another Topps black gold, this time a blue parallel. Riley Green, rookie for the Tigers. That's a nice looking card. The blue parallels are not numbered, but they are short printed. That's a cool card right there. Some good Topps black and gold cards. Spencer Strider All-Star Game. There's a Grayson Rodriguez 88 Topps and some base cards. All right, last pack. Should be a relic in here. And then we've got our silver packs. Oh, look at that. We got a big old card there. Big card. All right. All right. Can't hit any really, but rainbow foil JJ Bleday rookie card. I always like the foils. I'm a big fan of the golds, like the ones that are numbered to 2023. But big fan of the rainbow foils too. Eric Hosmer, Orange Ice. That's going to be out of 299. Is it just me, or I don't even remember Eric Hosmer being a Cub for some reason? Like, when did that happen? Did I just completely miss that happening this year? All right, here's our relic card, and it's a commemorative medallion of Thurman Munson. American League 1976 AL MVP. Thurman Munson. I do not have a top loader on hand thick enough for this, so we're just gonna put that in a sleeve for now. Rounding out the inserts, Ronald Acuna, Action Stars, Julio, rookie, Gabriel Moreno, 88 Topps. All right, let's get to these silver packs. Love these cards. Jeter Downs, rookie card. Brewer Hicklin, rookie. There's a Gabriel Moreno, rookie. And we got an orange auto, rookie auto of Jared Schuster.
Rookie silver. So we got the extra hit. Rookie silver pack auto, Jared Schuster. That is number 1 of 25. 1 of 25. That is awesome. That's a nice hit. Some pitcher autos, but hey, those are some pretty good pitchers. Jared Schuster, 1 of 25. All right, well that was a nice silver pack right there. Real nice silver pack. Let's see what we get in the second one. So we're probably not getting an auto in this one. I don't think I've ever seen 2 autos in silver packs in the same box, but that's a nice leadoff. Jordan Walker, silver pack rookie, cool card. We got a Juan Soto, Gianni Brito, and then Mason Miller for the A's. Awesome. Hey, you know what? That could have gone. You never know with flagship stuff. Like, it can go. These breaks can go pretty poorly. This one did not do that. This was a good break. Lots of good cards that we pulled. So quick recap here of our foils and golds. So yeah, 2023 Topps update, jumbo box. Foils, we got gold foil Chad Green, gold Hunter Brown, gold foil Tim Herron, Michael Kelly, gold foil Corbin Burns, Wilson Contreras, silver rainbow foil Alec Burleson, rainbow foil PJ Higgins, gold Lindgren and Hoeing, gold foil Tanner Bybee, rookie debut, and a gold foil Matt Reynolds. As far as our hits go, lots of them, really. Thurman Munson, medallion card. Eric Hosmer, orange ice. That is out of 299. JJ Bleday, rookie, rainbow foil. Riley Green, blue, Topps gold rookie. Bobby Miller, rainbow foil. Zach Gallen, jersey card. Juan Then, that is an SSP. Juan Then, rookie. Jordan Walker, Topps black gold rookie. Chris Legumina, green ice out of 499. Clayton Kershaw, red ice out of 199. Masataka Yoshida, Topps black gold. And then up here on the stands, we got Michael Busch, rainbow foil. Michael Busch, gold. We got a Taj Bradley autograph. Baseball Stars auto. And then from the silver packs, out of 25, Jared Schuster, orange auto. So, good break. That was fun. Appreciate you guys for tuning in. Check out our other ones that we've done. We'll have some more coming out as more product gets released here towards the end of the year. But nice break. 2023 Topps update. You never really know, like, so you can get anything in here, but I feel like we did a pretty good job in this one. So appreciate you all for tuning in. Comment, like, subscribe, post in your comments if you've ripped any of this product, anything that you've pulled, let me know. Happy to see what you guys did. So I'm out. I'm Jim. We'll see you next time. Thanks, guys.
What position does he profile as? Like, what does he play more? Infield?
He plays some catcher. This is your future. He plays catcher, shortstop, and second.
Okay, so everything. All the important positions except center field. Let's go, Burns! Shot!
Center fielder number 83, Enrique Redfield Jr.
For Vanderbilt. Number one pick. Right now, he'll be the fastest player in baseball. Might end up being one of the fastest ever.
Where'd you hear that, Andy? Who told you that?
I don't think he's going to. Maybe September. What you was that good?
Yeah, I'm still hanging.
The camera doesn't have internet, so if I want to post something, as soon as they do it, I can't do it from here. I have to do it from here. I gave you oh yeah? Yeah, it looked very good. Was it Sony? It looked like a Sony. Okay.
I could have hit that.
There's not a lot of open swing.
One killer, number 80, Cardboard. Yo!
When you were on the Orioles? Yeah, when?
Let's go, Carter. Yeah, that shot looked pretty good. It looked like it was HD. Like you're pretty good.
He was in the Beatles too. After he called the score. And he got that money. Two things I could have done.
Did you ever go to? Okay. That's quite a process. I'm glad it all happens in here now. Right. Right.
His friends all over the country.
Oh yeah, he could easily pick one.
Have a transfer. Has to be a real time. Then you don't have to have a tape.
Right.
They clear up. Everybody had a lot of videos out
That's so meta.
All right, welcome to another episode of Bucking Around, live from Bradenton, Florida. Not live, this is pre-recorded. But anyway, we're in Bradenton, and I'm with my friend Neil Walker. Neil, how are we doing?
We're doing good.
How's Bradenton so far this
year?
We've
gotten terrific weather so far this year. Games are started. I couldn't ask for much more.
Absolutely. Well, I just want to say it's an honor to interview you.
Thank you.
You're growing up, that team that went to the playoffs all those years, that was the team I grew up with. It was awesome to watch you guys play.
Thank you.
Hard to see you leave, of course. But I was there for your 2014 opening day walk-off.
Nice.
I just want to say thank you. So,
I appreciate that. We had some fun, though, right?
Yeah, it was a great time. Great time. But anyway, I want to get into it. Most people probably want to ask you, what's it like playing for the hometown team? That's the usual question, right? I want to know, what was it like getting called up to the hometown team and living at home and you're getting a major league salary? Like, what's that dynamic like with your parents?
Yeah, I mean, it was terrific. Just to kind of start there, but for the most part, when I got called up in 2009 at the very end of the year, I wasn't playing a whole lot, right. And I was going to have a decent opportunity in going into the 2010 season to make the team, but then I started bouncing around at different positions, and so when I was in AAA. And I got called up in late May, whatever that was. I was like, well, I don't want to get a place, especially when I'm at home. You know what? At least for the short term, let me just stay at my parents' house. Right. At least I'll have my laundry done and some decent square meals.
Right.
And then that rolled into having a decent year and staying there. And by the time the All-Star break hit, I was like, I'll just stay here the rest of the year. And then rolling into 2011, I was like, I got to get a place.
Hey, even major league players are like the rest of us, right? You live at home for a while when you got your first job, and then you branch out.
That's right. That's right. I saved myself a couple bucks. So that's good.
Well, unfortunately, you were traded to New York. I want to know what that transition was like, going to another team, especially a New York team.
Yeah,
the media is big there. A lot of pressure. What was that transition like, going to a team like New York? And then also, who's your favorite team to play for outside of Pittsburgh?
Oh, yeah. Well, I think that it was the first time you get traded was, I got traded twice, once to the Mets and then from the Mets to the Brewers.
Right.
The first time you get traded, it's, especially when you've been in the place for so long, I'd be lying if I said it was easy. It was difficult, at least internally. You're dealing with a new spring training complex. You're trying to figure out where you want to live. You're taking your family along. Everything that everybody deals with, but when you rolled in the circumstances and all of that, it was a tough adjustment at first. And fortunately, after about a couple weeks in spring training and learning the new players and coaching staff and all of that, it was just baseball as normal. But I went into a situation with New York where they were in the World Series the year before. There was a lot of buzz around the team, and I was quote unquote replacing Daniel Murphy. So there was some pressure on that. But fortunately for me, I was at a point in my career where I didn't feel like I was trying to really prove something on a day-to-day basis. I knew what I did well. I knew what I was being asked to do with the New York Mets, and I had a terrific time in New York. Unfortunately, we didn't live up to the expectations that was set for us. And I would probably say that playing for the Mets was probably the best experience outside of Pittsburgh, just because where I was in my career and kind of the group we had there. And with the Yankees, it was great, but it was, like you said, playing for the Yankees is a whole it's a big thing. Every day you got 40, 50 media members in the clubhouse. You're answering questions every single day. And not like that the Mets was not like that, but it was just a little bit different.
Right. I know someone who's going to like to hear that you like playing for the Mets. My girlfriend's dad's a huge Mets fan.
Nice.
So he's going to love that.
All right.
I do want to go back to, you said when you went to the Mets, you were kind of established and you knew what you were. When in your life did you realize, okay, I'm a little different? Like, I can do this as a career.
Well, honestly, I mean, in those early 2000s years, my goal was to play at the next level somewhere. And being from the Northeast, it still wasn't, there wasn't this whole huge AAU ball and travel ball mantra. It was still a lot of playing for your local teams and whatnot. So it wasn't until going into my senior year of high school, which was going into in 2003, that I was able to try out for Team USA in Joplin, Missouri. And I had no idea. I played all the way down to, Florida and on the East Coast and played against some of the best teams and players and was okay. And then I went and played against guys that, were across the board, Billy Butler and Homer Bailey and Matt Bush and some of these guys. And I realized I stacked up with those guys. And it kind of went from being, hey, I just want to go play D1 maybe somewhere. And it was small D1 at the time that I was looking. And then it just kind of slowly steamrolled into like, holy cow, I made Team USA. I excelled with Team USA and ended up signing with Clemson in November of my senior year. And then that rolled into having a pretty good senior season and getting put on the radar per se by professional teams and ultimately getting drafted 11th overall. So it was a fun experience, but it certainly wasn't one where I was like, yeah, I was 10 years old or 11 years old and I was dominating everybody. It was still a natural progression to my career.
Right. Well, it's a good thing that one year Jason Mackey didn't overshadow you with the batting average.
I know he mentions that every time.
But anyway, to almost wrap up here, this is my last long form question. What was the bigger accomplishment to you personally, your Silver Slugger in 2014 or being inducted into the WPIAL Hall of Fame in 2012? Which one meant more to you?
I mean, both are really, really special, and especially, the Western Pennsylvania, not necessarily a big baseball mecca, but football, especially on the boys' side of things. So to kind of be honored on the baseball side, but also kind of the football side, which I love. I love football. I didn't think there was a path for me to go to the NFL or something along those lines. I thought I could have been a decent D1 player, but that was really, really cool. But yeah, that Silver Slugger, to be considered the best hitting player at your position in your league. I mean, especially to only have that once and and even that year, I didn't even make the All-Star team. I got hurt, and I had an appendectomy in like late May that kind of somewhat kept me from getting the All-Star team. But then to get the Silver Slugger that same year was really special, because that that doesn't tell you just had a good first half of the year, which, certain guys will do that and make the All-Star team. It was the long game. And, I proudly display that Silver Slugger in my house as one of my favorite things. But still, at the end of the day, like I still see things as team accomplishments, especially those 13, 14, 15 years in Pittsburgh. I know I took a lot of pride. And if you ask a lot of the other guys, we took a lot of pride in going from, not being super competitive, 9 through 12, and then really taking that step. And you hope that's the case here in the short term with these guys.
Yeah,
too.
absolutely. These guys are looking great.
Yeah.
I mean, I have a lot of optimism.
I do as well.
I hang out with these guys and they try to bring me down. It's not going to happen. But anyway, I had to ask because, the whip-yule, it means more.
Yeah.
Whip-yule means more.
Yeah.
But anyway, let's wrap it up with a little game here, a little fast hot take here.
All right.
A bunch of Pittsburgh topics for you.
Oh, boy.
All right. So first one, Permanis or Peppies?
Permanis.
Slaw or no slaw?
Slaw.
Good man. Yins or y'all?
Yins.
Iron City or Yingling?
Yingling.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah. Sorry. Sorry, Bednar.
Noel, Cower, or Tomlin?
Cower.
Okay. Sid the Kid or Mario Lemieux?
Oh, my. Wow. That is, the fact that I don't remember watching Mario play as much.
Right.
And the fact that, especially when they won the Cup in 2009 and they were around so much and we kind of mingled more so with the current players.
Right.
I bought a house off of Matt Cook before when he got traded. My neighbor was Chris Letang for a little while.
Nice.
So I got to know some of those guys and Crosby a little bit. So it's like, 1A and 1A plus, but with those two guys, but I'd probably personally say Crosby.
All right. I got to say the same. I didn't watch Mario play. But anyway, we're going to move on to some movies. Sudden Death or Striking Distance?
Sudden Death.
Michael Keaton or Jeff Goldblum?
Michael Keaton.
Eaton Park or Kings?
Kings.
Oh, my man. I love that. Kelly O's or Pamela's?
Pamela's.
Science Center or the Pittsburgh Zoo?
Oh, that's a tough one, too. Both are equally terrific, but I'll have to go with the zoo.
All right. Where am I? The Point or the Incline?
Incline.
PNC Park or Three Rivers Stadium?
PNC Park.
Pitt or Penn State?
Penn State.
Immaculate Reception or Maz's World Series walk-off?
Oh, Maz's walk-off for sure.
Pop or soda?
Pop.
Heinz Field or Acrisure Stadium?
Heinz Field.
And Steelers or Penguins?
Oh, man. Yeah, that's tough, too. I kind of see that as the same Mario and Crosby. Right. I do feel I was fortunate enough to go to the Super Bowl victory in Detroit and the one here in Tampa.
Yeah.
So to a degree, I feel like I'm playing with house money from that standpoint. But then again, we obviously never got to go to many postseason games because we were playing. Yeah. So, oh man, I mean, if I had to pick, I'd probably say the Steelers.
I think I would too, but I will say you missed out on the block parties.
Yeah,
the block parties outside of PPG Paints Arena. Those were the best.
Yeah.
But anyway, Neil, thank you so much for
awesome
talking around with me today.
Yeah.
Guys, thank you for watching. We'll see you next time.
All right, what's going on, beautiful people? It is the North Shore 9 Postgame Show. I'm Tyler. With me is my guy, and it's been way too long, Dougie Fresh. What's going on, Dougie?
I mean, hey, I've been following your exploits down there in Florida. You're back from a triumphant spring training tour. You guys were great down there. It was a lot of fun. So I'm excited. I bought tickets to Pirates games today.
Which ones?
May 24th, 5th, and 26th. I'm going to get a Dave Parker bobblehead.
Wait, so
it's funny.
5th and 6th, you will be in Pittsburgh?
Yes, sir. You got to come on. Let's go. That's Memorial Day weekend.
Baby.
Yeah. Let's
get
up
rock
there.
and roll. Everybody in the comments, we're going May 24th, 5th, 6th. I will be there. I will find a way to get there. My guy, Dougie Fresh, as soon as he checks his calendar to be sure here.
I will make sure. I know the 25th is the bobblehead. I don't know.
Okay.
I think it's 24th, 20th.
Well, at the very least, the 25th of May,
Yeah.
Dougie Fresh will be there, which means my little happy butt will also be there.
Oh, that's awesome. That is awesome.
Doug, I'm an hour away. I got to get there.
Yeah. That's why I wanted to give people ample warning so they could either, hide, lock their grandmothers up, that sort of thing. And then
exactly.
Whew.
Hide your moms. Tyler and Doug coming to town.
Yeah, exactly.
Here we go.
I got one of those emails the other day about cougars in my neighborhood, and I'm like, I'm 60. Like, what a cougar for me is got to be like 112. I don't know if that's the way to go.
Oh, good to know the North Shore 9 postgame shows are back. The Pirates did play the other day. That did happen. The Pirates played the Orioles. They lost 5-2. A lot happened today. It is spring training. This is our first North Shore 9 postgame show back. Man, Martin Perez started on the mound. The Pirates lost 5-2 as mentioned. Friday, Saturday, Sunday. That's when you'll be there.
May 24th, 25th, and 26th.
We gotcha.
We get to see the Braves. So
okay.
I think we get fireworks and we get a Dave Parker bobblehead, the Cobra.
All right, love that.
Enough to get me off my couch into Pittsburgh. So pretty excited.
Well, Doug, maybe if he looks anything like he did today, the guy who started on the mound will be pitching that day, and that was Martin Perez, who got his debut as a Pirate today in spring training. He looked really good, in my opinion. I'd like to hear your opinions on him because I feel like the entire time down in Florida, every time a pitcher came up, it got thrown to me, acting like I know anything about anything. I want to throw this one to Doug. Talk to me about Martin Perez. What do you like here?
Well, I mean, it's his first start of spring, and he had no rust, right? He had pinpoint accuracy. He was doing what he does. He was the crafty lefty. He's changing up his speeds and putting the ball where he wants it. And from just about everybody we've seen, Rowanzi is a perfect example. His breaking stuff doesn't look sharp yet. We're encouraged by his velocity, and that's the kind of thing where like, oh look, somebody's hitting 97, someone's hitting 95. This guy looked like he was just taking his regular return in the rotation on like June 17th. And given that he hadn't pitched yet, right, we made us a little nervous, a little uncomfortable. I thought he looked terrific. I mean, again, it's his first spring outing. It's what I said to you before the show. The only thing I can be at this point is encouraged or discouraged, and that was encouraging. I'm not ready to put him in the Cy Young race quite yet, but I would love to see a Jose Quintana-esque type season from him or Gonzalez or both. So it seems that the Pirates are actually finally figuring out that it's good to have a lot of left-handed pitching when you pitch at PNC Park. And so we may have two lefties. You got Barucki, you got Chapman. I sort of like where the pitching is at right now. Long way to go. A lot has to happen. I hate being that guy and on March 3rd who's like, oh yeah, this looks great. But yeah, Perez looked good. And again, as I said, it's just very encouraging. That's what you want to see in spring. Right. We all acknowledge spring training doesn't count. It doesn't matter. But I'd rather be, saying it doesn't count because they're doing so well, as opposed to, oh, he gave up 10 runs, but spring training doesn't matter.
Exactly. Jim points out here that the changeup was on and he was locating it really well. Really, that's what I wanted to bring up here was you talked about the results and how we like to point out that whenever things aren't going our way, then spring training doesn't matter. And if it's a guy that maybe we aren't as enthusiastic on, spring training doesn't matter. That's a good fallback plan there. But there's nothing that really replaces the way you go about it here. And Martin Perez today located so well. Almost every batter, it felt like, and I don't have the numbers in front of me, he was ahead of almost everybody that came up to the plate. He was able to throw the changeup as a first pitch strike at a ridiculous amount of times. The changeup looked excellent. And with Martin Perez, what you're going to see here is it's going to be a cutter. It's going to be a sinker. You're going to see the changeup. Those three are going to be his main pitches. You're not going to see much breaking stuff, I don't think. But when he's able to locate it as well as he was today, that's going to make you an effective major league pitcher. And that's pretty encouraging to me, just the way he looked location-wise today, because the velocity was down, as Jim mentions in the chat, but if you're able to locate like that, it makes you really, really hard to hit. Everybody was off balance. He was able to get the swings and misses with the changeup. He looked really, 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 really sharp today.
Yes, he did. And one of the things I get excited about with him is if he's able to pitch like that. Just what a great example. We have a young pitching staff. We have a lot of young guys that we're going to count on. And if he can show them, it's like, look, you just don't have to blow people away, right? You can pitch. You can pitch. And the little interview he did, every time they mentioned playoffs, World Series, I mean, he was excited. You know what I'm saying? It's like just the enthusiasm, and you can tell the joy he had from being part of being a winning team. Hopefully he can bring that, here to Pittsburgh with him and get guys focused on, because I mean, obviously, right, we all want to win. The Pirates want to win. And it's one of those easy fallback things to say, oh, we're here to win. We're competing for a championship. But when you're in your second and third year in the league, you're fighting for your spot. You're fighting for your contract. You're fighting for, winning World Series, probably not in the forefront of your mind, right? You're worried about that first big contract, understandably so. So if this guy and Chapman and some of these other guys that have won, Rowdy Tellez even, who's at least, been in the playoffs, get these guys focused, toward that end. It can only be a benefit. But as you said, most significantly, it's his pitching. We need results. We need good pitching and efficient. He was efficient, which
he was.
I'm still tired of watching Mitch Keller go 3-2 on every batter.
I mean, really though, that's what it comes back to, is that today Martin Perez was really able to get ahead of guys, and he really just he took on that mantra of the Ray Miller: throw fast, change speeds, throw strike, or
right. Yeah.
Oh man,
what is God? I used to have one of those T-shirts.
And it's on a shirt in my closet.
Yeah. Change speeds, throw strikes. Work fast, change speeds, throw strikes. Yeah.
Change speeds. It's on a shirt in my closet right now, and I still couldn't remember off the top of my head because I'm always worried about which one comes first. Work fast, but he was working fast today, which was very enjoyable to watch. That makes it fun for fans, I think. Just watching a guy that gets into a rhythm on the mound, that makes it easy to watch.
It does. It's much right. We had that game a couple of days ago where it was walk, 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 walk. And it's like those are kind of tough.
Good Lord, throw fast. Good Lord, I got the 2024 pitching mantra and the 1990 mantra in my head at the same time.
You're a 21st century kind of guy, Tyler.
I guess. But we can move off of Perez. I thought he looked really good. You did too. Let's move on to the hitting today. Not too much hitting going on. Really, the two guys I want to talk about, it's just going to be Ke'Bryan Hayes and Bryan Reynolds. To me, both of them at this point look really, really good. We talked a lot down in Bradenton that Doug didn't attend.
Was I invited? I didn't know if I was invited.
You're always invited, Doug. But we talked a lot about Ke'Bryan Hayes and how he's looked throughout pretty much every spring since he's come up. And it looks like a new Ke'Bryan Hayes is coming. And personally, I wouldn't feel as comfortable with him going into this year if he didn't finish as he did last year. But the way he's on time right now, the way he's pulling the baseball, he's hitting it where it's pitched. Everything he is doing looks so good at the plate. It's hard to not get excited about Ke'Bryan Hayes, Doug. keep me from doing
you're
it.
absolutely right. No, I can't because he finished strong. He finished strong last year, and it's easy. Guys do that all the time. He had a great September of 2020. He had, he's had good months here and there, but he really had a pretty decent second half last year. And then he's coming to spring, and it looks like he hasn't missed a beat. Right. So it doesn't look, again, it's encouraging, right? You didn't want to see him go 1 for 39 in spring and then say, hey, it's only spring and he'll be back. No, he looks exactly like the guy he did in August, September when he was playing at an, MVP type level with, when you add in his fielding. If he can do that, if he doesn't have to do that. I mean, again, our mantra is if he's just an average hitter. But now we've had to upgrade that to if he can be a slightly above average hitter. Because, my God, the glove is fantastic. This looks like – yeah, okay, I got to stop. It looks like his breakout season. It does. I can't help it. It looks like, oh, man, he's going to be great.
You know what? I'd rather have the cautious optimism over the blind faith. That's where we're at with Brian Hayes right now. Last year, it felt like it was kind of not even a blind faith. There were some signs that he was starting to show something and maybe something clicked, and then season started and it didn't go as we planned. And then at sometime during August-ish, July-ish, I don't remember the exact date, but something clicked with him. So as you said, him not being 1 for 39 right now, I'm all aboard the MVP Brian Hayes train. Because, let's be, Doug, we're betting men here.
Yeah.
Is that is is there value there?
Oh, there has to be. Come on. We need someone look, Jim, look that up for us. What?
I mean, let's be honest here, Doug,
because I'll place the bet today.
But if we were to take those odds and then maybe July he's hitting 320 and he's raking and fielding so well, you know what those cash out odds would be?
Oh man, yeah, that's true too. Yeah, he is so special defensively, and we've beaten that horse to death. But you can't acknowledge, not acknowledge that if he starts hitting, right, his profile is going to blow up.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Because now they're going to start showing these plays he makes, and the only thing he has working against him is that he's so good that none of his plays look spectacular. Right. They just look like a solid fundamental play. When Nolan Arenado is, running across the line and doing that underhand flip across, Brian Hayes is down on one knee and just making a simple toss on the same play.
Exactly.
And so
he's already rounded the baseball and he's making a simple throw.
Yeah, it's amazing. But you're going to, he'll get more appreciation for that. Oh my God. I'm making that bet today.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and take that bet too.
Come on. That's value. That's what you're looking for is value.
That is too much value there.
Yeah, that's someone's gonna get fired when we're at the window here later in the year.
Oh, as soon as we log off here, that bet's going to get placed.
Yeah, absolutely. Man.
The other guy in the lineup today I wanted to talk about was Brian Reynolds. He's hitting 200 this spring. I have zero concern with Brian Reynolds. They actually really showed me why I don't have much concern with him. He's so close to being on time with everything. We saw it in his 2 at-bats today. He just missed them. He didn't hit them hard, but he hit them right back up the middle. Line drives, just didn't get them hard enough. Everything about Brian Reynolds, unless you're a very, very, very smart major league hitting coach that can see everything, and you're just watching it on TV like the rest of us, I don't see anything off with him.
No,
he's just as consistent as it comes. I'm not worried about him whatsoever. I think he's going to hit the ground running this year.
Yeah, I do too. He looks, like I said, he looks pretty good right now. Give him another 3 weeks of at bats, and getting to face a pitcher a second or third time, as opposed to hitting against someone different each time. I think he's going to be locked in come opening day. You don't worry about Brian Reynolds. The biggest thing we want from Brian Reynolds is this consistency. And he is our most consistent hitter, but he does go through some of those little valleys there. If we can just get him, and I guess that's part of the exciting thing about what's going on with this team right now is that we don't need Brian Reynolds to carry the team. right? And for the past 3 seasons, he's been sort of our only offensive hope. And now it's like, okay, I think we're going to get more out of Hayes. Sawinski's going to contribute. O'Neal Cruz is, even if O'Neal Cruz is at his floor, he's 30 home runs, 100 RBI. And Henry Davis, I'm encouraged. This is my buzzword for spring so far has been approach. And I've liked the approach of guys like Henry Davis, Tamar Johnson. I'm not expecting, Tamar Johnson to start opening, day at second base. I hope he's in Double-A. I just don't want him to go to Greensboro where his numbers get skewed. But it's it looks like the team has kind of a good approach right now at the plate. And I'm not on the Andy Haynes bandwagon by any means, but maybe what he's been teaching is starting to bear fruit. And because Sawinski's looked pretty good too. I mean, it's not great numbers, but he's squaring up a few balls. There, no reason to be discouraged, I guess, is all I can say at this point.
Yeah, I have a few guys that I'm a little discouraged by, but I don't want to bring them up today because I'll save them for April. Because once again, I don't want to talk about the negatives during spring training.
Yeah,
but I think the positive that we've seen, you mentioned approach there, is that there's a bit of a variation of approach here, where it seems like more guys are starting to find themselves. Like you see a Brian Hayes or a Brian Reynolds jump on an earlier pitch in their at bat rather than taking a couple and then getting into a deep count. You're seeing like a combination here of we will be patient, but some guys, maybe it's not a one-size-fits-all approach.
Right.
That part's encouraging to me.
Yeah, it does feel like when they see their pitch, they're letting it rip, as opposed to letting that go by. It's like, wait, if you get your pitch to hit, I don't care if it's the first pitch in the bat or the seventh. Get your good swing on it. So, yeah, and I'd like to mention Triolo. I know we need to wrap this up. But,
let's talk about Triolo.
I'm enthused. I am enthused. I think you're going to like this too, because from what I've seen now, Alex Stump just had an article about why G1 Bay is so exciting because of his speed, and it
wasn't Alex.
All right.
It was someone else.
Wasn't Alex? Okay.
No, it was.
Right.
I don't know who it was.
Good.
It was
Good.
Kevin.
But it seems it seems like that was written by someone in the Pirates front office and to explain why Bay is going to be on the opening day roster. But now I'm seeing things. I'm seeing Triolo's playing shortstop. Obviously, they're playing him everywhere. But they've been running some guys out at center field too. Connor Joe has now played in center field. Olivares has played at center field. And this sort of gives me hope that Bay may not be on the opening day roster, right? It's because the way we can use some of these other guys. I don't know. That might just be a leap on. And I don't want to bury the kid either. He was a rookie last year. He might improve this year. But Triolo is just fantastic defensively everywhere he plays. And I'm really looking forward. And it seems like my favorite thing about him is his approach. He's the only guy in Major League Baseball who does not try to hit a home run every time he comes up. He will just slap it over the second baseman's head. So I am enthused about him. I won't be mad if he's the opening day second baseman, but he could be Josh Harrison. He could be one of those guys that starts 5 games a week, but a different spot every time.
Could I get weird about it? I think it might be Ben Zobrist.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
I mean, like he plays very well everywhere. I don't know that the bat gets to that level. Ben Zobrist had some years where he was unreal at the plate.
Yeah, he was an elite hitter. Yeah.
I don't know that Jared Triolo gets in that territory, but you never know with him. And I to go back on the G1 Bay talk there, I really do think that the Pirates are between Peguero and Triolo at this point, based on the at-bats that we've seen.
Right.
It feels like it's a two-man battle at this point. G1 Bay really hasn't gotten much run there. It seems like if he does make this roster on opening day, it'll be one of those super utility roles or a backup outfielder that can play the infield as well.
Well, right. That's why we're seeing Connor Joe getting some run in center field and Olivares getting some play in center field. It's like, well, if those guys can play center, and along with Sawinski, there doesn't seem much room for anybody else. So who knows? A lot to shake out. One injury can change everything. But yes, so the Pirates record's not great right now, and yeah, that's a good point about Zobrist there. He was a switcher.
No, it is. No, I know, but I just want to get weird about it.
You're right. I don't expect Triolo to hit that well, but he does seem to be improving at the plate. And he's not his 414. No,
he's not going to hit at a level of Ben Zobrist. Like, it's obvious, but maybe I just got caught up on the white like utility player.
Right, but I mean, and he can play outfield too. So I know he's played some center field in the minors. It could be an interesting roster construction ahead. So something to look forward to. Today there was, other than Dari Moretta, nothing to worry about too much. Barucki, another thing. Barucki, he came out of nowhere last year. Kind of hard to expect him to do the same thing this year, but he looks like he's there. The king.
I mean, he did give up 2 balls that were hit like 107 plus, but Barucki got out of it. I did want to touch on the bullpen before we do wrap up here.
Okay.
Barucki did get out of it, and there was an injury that happened that it's in the chat here. Jim mentioned here that Alex Stump from MLB.com mentioned that it was an elbow injury for Dari Moretta. His last 2 outings haven't looked good. I mean, as much as that is awful for Dowry and Big Bank, the Pirates are in a much better position this year to deal with an injury like that than they have been in previous years. Hopefully it's nothing serious with him, but these last 2 outings, there was something off with him. The velocity has been down. Hopefully there's enough depth here, which I think there is, to get through that, but it looks like they might be missing him for, we'll see if he makes opening day. I don't want to speculate.
Yeah, there's no reason to take any guesses. But, this bullpen does seem ready to withstand that kind of injury at this point, right? And shoot, you got some other – I wouldn't mind seeing Ashcraft. I mean, I want them to scratch Ashcraft as a starter, but, hey, you can bring him up and let him throw the 6th inning a couple times, and I'd feel very comfortable with that. So the addition of Chapman –
I think they're at a point where there's enough arms that you can get through some injury. You obviously can't afford to lose one of your top guys, but one of those more middle of the road guys, they have a roster that is good enough that you can get through that, I think.
Yeah, I think this bullpen could be really good. It comes down to the same thing: injuries and effectiveness. And, bullpen pitchers are so fickle, right? They'll have an ERA of 0.791 next year and 6 the next. So, but I get the feeling our bullpen is going to be a strength, and we're going to need it to be, given the state of our rotation and the fragility of it, fragileness. So our first post-game show, spring training edition.
Yeah, I had to get the rust out here.
Yeah, we're a little shaky, but
I've done a few shows in the meantime, but the post-game show is a different animal.
Yeah, you guys were great. That was fun following along with you guys. Next year I'll go. If I'm invited, I'll go.
Personal invite right here, my friend Doug.
All right. Okay, no getting out of it.
It's not a long flight for you.
No, gosh, no, nothing.
All right, Doug.
I'm going to be living in Jacksonville next year at this time, so
hop around Donardo.
So I'm just going to, I'm going to climb in Donardo's carry-on or whatever. So,
all right, baseball is back, baby. It's March 3rd. We're back at it. Everybody's back at it. Spring training's full aboard. Me and Dougie Fresh are back at it. Aside from that, we're going to get out of here.
Yeah,
Pirates
I'm
lose
getting my losses out of the
5-2.
way during spring training. So.
Exactly. Pirates lose 5-2. We're going to get out of here. Peace out, Girl Scouts.
See you next time.
Hey, you all, thank you for watching. I know we try to provide the most entertaining content that we can, and we'd love to spread it to as many people as possible. So I know it doesn't seem like a lot, but if you could take the 5 seconds to like this video and subscribe to the page. It helps out so much more than you know. Thank you, and let's go Bucks.
This one's going to be tough, and there aren't many guys that come from Ohio. Goodness gracious. Henry Davis did not. Let me go around the diamond here. Rowdy Tellez did not. Triolo did not. Shortstop, no. Third base, no. Jack Sawinski, I don't believe, did no. Oh, God. Mitch Keller didn't. Did Ryan Barucki play in Ohio? For some reason, I feel like he has some sort of Ohio connection.
Ryan Brucky was Illinois.
Ryan Reynolds didn't. Marco Gonzalez, no. Martin Perez, no. David Bednar's from Pennsylvania. Did Colin Horman from Ohio? What is up with the Pirates in Midwest? I don't think I'm going to get a single one of these. Colin Selby?
Virginia.
Kyle Nicholas went to Massillon. Yeah, he's from Jackson. I'm running out of time. I know it. I honestly don't know. Why can't I think of any? I got no clue.
Jackson Wolf.
Oh, I forgot that guy exists.
JT Brubaker.
Brubaker is from Ohio. That is almost impossible, Jim.
I know, right? We're still anxiously waiting.
Thomas
Pick in, Ben.
Harrington. Thomas Harrington.
Is that what they did?
Right-handed pitcher. Yep.
Where's he from?
Campbell.
Yep.
But what I said though, he falls into like that college pitcher arm who's right there.
Yeah, the one I talked about earlier.
You did.
That we talked about, goal 44 there.
Yeah.
He's got great pitch ability. Changeup's good. 90 to 93. I mean, he's a good arm. He's a good college arm.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like he's not like overpowering or doesn't have like a great pitch on anything, but like they're all solid.
Yeah.
And he had a really good year this year at Campbell.
Yes, he did.
So I'm good with that pick. Yeah, 6'2", so like he's projectable. I like it.
It's good command.
Showing some highlights of him right now. Let's see what we can pull up here.
Put him up. We got
load him up. Let's go.
To go.
Wonder if there's a let's see.
Hey guys, Blanco mic's up.
Yeah, like I'm like that's a solid pick. I'm good with that.
No, he's a solid college arm.
Yeah.
As Jim said earlier, he's okay taking a Campbell pitcher, not a Campbell hitter.
Yeah.
Look at us. We talked about two of their picks already. We act like we know what's going on.
We're just huge Southern Conference fans.
Apparently. Thank God I gambled on Campbell a lot. And it was mainly when he pitched.
All right.
Hopefully we'll be gambling on him a lot in the future.
We're going to show a quick.
He's probably
like a video.
He's probably an underslot guy.
Thomas Harrington went from walk-on to Big South Conference Freshman of the Year at Campbell in 2021. And he has a chance to pass Seth Johnson, who went 40th overall in 2019 as the highest pick in school history. Harrington already has two quality pitches in his fastball and changeup. His heater will range from 90 to 93 miles an hour on some days and 93 to 96 on others, but regularly misses bats with its run and carry up in the zone, as does his mid-80s changeup with tumble. He'll flash plus mid-80s slider with depth, though it comes and goes, and he also has a show-me curveball in the upper 70s. A quality athlete who also played quarterback in high school, Harrington repeats his low three-quarters delivery well and pounds the strike zone. He's a projectable 6'2" frame, continues to get better, showing good feel for sequencing his pitches to keep hitters off balance. A draft-eligible sophomore, he offers one of the higher floors in the 2022 college pitching crop, as well as the ceiling of a number 3 starter.
There we go.
Yeah, I think that's definitely a good way to put it. He's got a high floor. He's with the changeup. He's probably a starter in the major leagues. I mean, even with the ceiling of a number 3, that's terrific. He's going to be a major league pitcher, barring any injury.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like high floor, right? So, I mean, and it looks like just with his pitch sequence, like his pitch repertoire there. Yeah, I like the pick. Like I said, cool with a college arm there. They should save a little bit of money on that pick too. So if they want to go higher with this 44th, they can do that. But yeah, I like that.
And he should be, I mean, relatively fast to the majors. There's not much really to improve there. I know they talk projectability with him. I don't really know there's much to be gained. He's going to be a 90 to 93 guy. Probably needs to work on the breaking ball a little bit. Change-up's good, fastball's good.
Hey, look who it is. Clint Hurdle.
Clint Hurdle. How about that?
He's here to tell you about your poverty franchise.
Yeah.
A lot of the Orioles minor leaguers.
Don't feel bad.
Yeah, those guys are pitchers, and one of them has been hurt for a little while, so I don't want to ask about his health or his status, but that's what they'll do. They open up tomorrow out there. Where? What street? Home Park? Okay. I ride my bike out there when they're not practicing. Pretty good bike riding when it's not like traffic time. That's a little bit of room. You can make a practice area for yourself.
We got a couple barns. I got a batting cage.
Okay. Who's he play for?
He plays for Bucn.
Okay. So some of those tournaments that he plays in, they're at Twin Lakes. Good for him.
We've had these 4 seats right here. They're all
Okay. Is that your gentlemanly way of saying I'm in your seat? Okay. But tell them thank you very much. I'm happy to support them. Where's he go to school? Oh yeah, I remember him. How does anybody not? I don't want to sound like Seinfeld's mom, but how does anyone not like him? Really? That's the whole sport right there.
His swing's unreal.
Okay. Pretty good team. Pretty good nucleus. Oh. Jackson Bowmeister, the pitcher.
Oh, yeah, Baumeist.
Yeah. The other guy, what did you say? The other guy?
That's the guy.
Oh. Really? Yeah. Well with that. Good for him. And not with your, I guess, I've been supporting him for 45 years. Justin Hill? Doesn't ring a bell. Okay.
played in the majors a little bit. Probably headed to the Bucn.
What a beautiful jersey.
Yeah, what I'm saying is if you're an Asian Bob,
And it does have his name.
so he must be like a semi-famous.
Yeah.
He's a runner, love him.
Yeah.
Tell me my new guy.
They had 30 home runs last year.
Oh, here we go. Finally got the box. All right.
Yeah, who's the shortstop and second baseman when you get a chance? And outfielders. The Orioles.
Oh, for the Orioles. Okay, yeah. I thought you were So we got.
That'll be tough.
Earl Robinson's short.
Okay. Thank you.
Oh, those things are late.
Okay. Second base is like an outfield.
Say it again.
But I want to get back to the right field situation because you said that adding Swinski kind of gets added to the mix, right? I think Edward Olivares is on this team, like no matter what. Like he's someone who needs to be on this team. You signed Michael A. Taylor, right? And you've got Reynolds, Taylor, Swinski, Olivares. Palacios then becomes AAA depth. Connor Joe is your platoon option at first base, right? With Rowdy Tellez. Kutch is your pretty standard DH. Yeah, I think there's enough. That right there. You give me Sawinski, Taylor, Reynolds with Olivares as a fourth outfielder option with Connor Joe that you can sprinkle in there. Outfield is in good shape. I'm actually really high on Jack Sawinski this year. Like, we haven't talked about Jack Sawinski at all. I'm excited to see Jack Sawinski in 2024.
I'll say excited's a good word because I think Jack Sawinski being good, right, is something this team needs. I don't know if I'm here to say like he's bad, but what I'm trying to say is if you've listened to us talk about Jack Sawinski, you know how we feel about him. You look at the numbers, and the numbers all look well, just more consistency, more, all this other stuff. I'm not saying he can't do it. Like, I'm excited to see what the season is because, again, like, it is going to be like his third year. It's like, what is Jack Sawinski? Finding out that information, what is Jack Sawinski is kind of exciting. I'm just not ready to bank on it. That's all.
I'm not ready to bank on it, but okay. I'm gonna say like a hot take right now that Jack Sawinski is better than Brian Reynolds. We're going to be talking about a Jack Sawinski. Like, we're going to be like, this next offseason, we've got to lock up Jack Sawinski. That's how far I'm willing to go here. 2.8 WAR last year. Reynolds 2.3 WAR last year. So like Sawinski had better actual numbers last year than Brian Reynolds. And I think this year Jack Sawinski hits 30 home runs. And he hits, he's an over 3 WAR player.
I'm not ready to come back on this mic yet. You just need to carry the show because what I just heard is so egregious. So,
yeah, no, we're going to be talking about, hey, we need to lock up Sawinski long term.
This isn't Jim. There's another name I want to throw around here, but this ain't Jim. Really? I mean, really?
Yeah, I'm saying
really, Jim.
Yeah, Jack Swinsky. He's going to be the best. He's going to be the best offensive player on this team. Not named O'Neal Cruz.
I mean, I look at this and I'm just like, how bad is Brian Reynolds going to be? Like, what curse are you putting on this? Like, is Brian Reynolds going to be a terrible player this year that Jack Swinsky ends up being better than him? Is that what's going to happen here?
No,
I'm not ready to do that, Jim. I'm not ready here to stamp that.
This is the year Swinsky.
Jack Swinsky's better than Brian Reynolds.
Swinsky hits 250, OBP over 350, slugging almost 500. We're talking about 8.
You really are trying to get this Brian Juan Soto thing there, aren't you?
Yeah, Prime Juan Soto, Jack Swinsky coming to PNC Park.
Oh my God. All right. Well, now that hot take's done, can we get back to talking, normal?
Yeah.
I'm excited to see Jack Swinsky this year.
I'm excited for Jack Swinsky. Yeah, you know what? I'm super excited for him.
Clearly. No, I'm excited. Again, I really want to find out more like what Jack Swinsky is. And just for the shits and giggles, I'm excited what this year's weirdness is going to be from him also, so we can talk about that all year long. But yeah,
the weird thing about Swinsky is that he's going to be an MVP candidate.
That's the weird thing. I love it. Every day but Saturdays. Saturdays are god awful. Every other day he is Prime Juan Soto.
Yeah,
and
you bring in
6 out of 7 days.
That's what you bring in Olivares for, right?
He's the Saturday player.
Yeah, he's our Saturday specialist.
Love it.
What's going on, everybody? Welcome to another episode of NS9 Cardboard. I'm Jim. Today, one of the best releases of the entire year, probably the most hyped release of the year. We have a super jumbo box of 2023 Bowman Draft. Why is this the most hyped product of the year? This is where you will find the first baseball card of everyone drafted in the 2023 draft. So we're talking about Max Clark, we're talking about Wyatt Langford, we're talking about Paul Skeens, Colt Emerson. There's a few big chases here. So yeah, let's go after it. These historically, I have had not a lot of success with Bowman Draft. Let me just say that. It's an expensive product. Every year, I feel like it just gets more and more and more expensive. These super jumbo boxes cost right around $750 a piece. There are 5 packs in here. Each pack has 120 cards. There are 600 cards in this box. So it is a product that, you get a ton of stuff. We're going to get 5 autographs. We're going to hope that we pull one of those big names that we just mentioned. We're going to hope that we pull some hitters. You want to pretty much avoid the pitchers if you can with this product. They just don't really seem to fare well when it comes to reselling. Paul Skeens probably being the only exception. The packs, if you see, like I said, they're pretty big packs here. The autographs are going to be 1 per pack, and they're going to be in this top section. So let's get going. I'm excited. 2023 Bowman Draft. Pack number 1. Again, bunch of paper. It's going to start off with paper. We'll go through the paper super duper fast. I'll pull out like the main guys just so I can sleeve them up. Ty Pete's going to be another nice name. Colt Emerson. We're going to pull out Max Clark's, Wyatt Langford's, and Paul Skeens. But here we are with our chromes now. Bunch of Bowman Chrome firsts, as you can see in this product. The cool thing that I like about Bowman Draft, and
it's a product that, you know, if you hit one of the big autos early on, you can flip it for a pretty good profit. But also, and you'll see when we get to them here, when we get to, the refractors must be in the other one. We're going to have our first sort of hit here. It's going to be a lunar refractor of Mikey Romero. Lunar refractor, not a Bowman first, so that's kind of a little bit of a bummer there. But when we get to the refractors, what's nice about Bowman Draft is that, you know, each pack of these come with like 10 Bowman Chrome refractors. And, you know, if you're just patient with them, so 2019 Bowman Draft is where Corbin Carroll was in, for example, right? Just a regular Bowman Chrome refractor of Corbin Carroll, right? Great. You know, I had one. I didn't have a whole lot, but I had one. I sat on it. Last year, about mid-season, you know, after it was pretty apparent that Corbin Carroll was going to be the Rookie of the Year, I graded it. It got a PSA 10. And that card sold in October for $190, right? So it wasn't an autograph. It was just a regular Bowman Chrome refractor, but graded it after a few years, sold it for $190. So that's kind of just what you're hoping for in Bowman Draft. You're hoping that, you know, a couple of these guys break out. You're hoping that you've got a few good cards that are in decent condition. Here's a James Wood paper to $199. That's our first numbered card of the break. So that's ultimately what you're hoping here, is you're hoping that some of these guys pan out. And when they do, that's kind of when you can cash in on these, right? Ty Pete, first round pick, 30th overall for the Mariners. Colin Houck, another first round pick hitter. But these refractors here are what I'm talking about, right? So if you can get a good refractor here of like Max Clark, Wyatt Langford, one of those guys. Oh, and there's our first auto. It's a Bucko. It's the wrong Bucko, though. We're going to have a base auto of Xander Meath. Xander Meath, base auto. He's our second round pick. So auto number 1, pitcher, Pirate pitcher, just the wrong Pirate pitcher. So you kind of got the feel of what one pack looks like, right? We'll go through and we'll just open this whole one here. So autograph's going to be there. No autos down here. Roll through the paper relatively quick here. There's so much paper. So much paper. But even the paper stuff too. Like you get a first Bowman Chrome paper of a stud and you know you sit on it for a bit. They end up being worth a lot. So like there's the value in Bowman Draft is just in like the sheer volume of stuff that you get. We're going to have a Bowman Glass of Braden Taylor. So there's our first like somewhat decent hit there. Braden Taylor, Bowman Glass. And then we got a green Camden Minacci out of 99. 81 out of 99. Angels. 6th round pick. Braden Taylor, Bowman Glass. All right. Here's where our second auto should be in here. Roll through the paper. There's a Skeens. First Bowman paper.
I'm just going to pull out the Clarks and the Skeens and the Langfords when it comes to the paper for now. All right. Ty Pete, first Bowman Chrome. Colin Hawk. Forrester Refractor. There's a nice Paul Skeens first Bowman Chrome Refractor. That will do. And we're going to have our first purple auto. Oh, let's go. That's a huge hit. Max Clark, purple auto. That's beautiful. That is gorgeous. I mean, we can't ask for much more than that. 106 out of 250. Max Clark, the dude on the box, along with Paul Skeens. Hell yeah. Well, this, hey, I told you at the beginning of this, like, Bowman draft, typically I don't do well with it. When it comes to Bowman draft hits, like personal hits of mine, this is probably the best one I've ever had. Not going to lie. I've pulled like lower numbered stuff, but not of a guy of this caliber. So, yeah, I'm excited about this one. Look at that signature, man. Max Clark, purple auto from Bowman Draft. Let's go. Followed up by a Max Clark insert and a Cam Collier insert. That was a nice pack. Nice pack. We got the Skeens Refractor in there too. And the Skeens paper. Whew. We could just stop the break right now if we wanted to, right? Hell yeah, man. Let's keep it rolling. Let's make this just an awesome super jumbo box. Let's get you know who we haven't seen yet? Haven't seen Wyatt Langford yet. Let's get ourselves a nice Wyatt Langford. Is that asking too much? Is that asking too much? There's gonna be another Bowman glass in this too. Well, that's good news. That Max Clark, that will I mean, that makes the whole box. Like that's the thing with a product like this. Like it's, you have the potential to really bust, right? But like that card, there's a Max Clark first Bowman Chrome. That auto, man, that makes it. That'll do. Chase Davis Bowman Glass. And then we got a nice purple lunar refractor of Jacob Wilson. That's out of 199. I guess is that purple lunar or fuchsia, whatever the color is. But that will also do. Jacob Wilson, 6th overall pick. Yep, 6th overall pick in the draft. Jack Wilson's little Jack Wilson's son, for you Pirates fans out there. So that's a nice hit right there. 111 out of 199. Jacob Wilson refractor. I'm running out of places to put cards. Yeah, great hit. Sleeve up this glass here. And then the Max Clark. All right. Ready for auto number 3. Roll through the paper. Roll through the paper. There's a Max Clark. Still no, I mean, unless I missed the Wyatt Langford paper, that's possible. But still haven't seen Wyatt pop up yet. There's a nice Colt Emerson, first Bowman Chrome. Jackson Holiday. All right, now our refractors. That Ethan Salas should actually be a pretty decent card. It's not a first. Oh, this is a Max Clark box right here. Max Clark, first Bowman Chrome refractor. That will work. That will work.
again, how I was telling you about our auto's going to be next here. It's going to be a refractor auto. Cole Carrig, 2nd round pick, Colorado Rockies. That's out of 499. Spencer Jones and an Ethan Salas insert. But what I was telling you about, like, those refractors, right? Like, if Max Clark ends up being a monster, that refractor, you grade it, and if it's in good condition, the thing's going to be worth over $100. So there's Cole Carrig, auto number 3. We got Max Clark refractor to go along with the Max Clark Bowman Chrome from the other side. Ethan Salas refractor, not a first Bowman, but I'm sure that fetches a couple bucks. And then we got the Max Clark paper here, but there's some damage on that paper. There's a little, like, there's like half the paper's missing. That thing's not even, that's worthless. All right, we're down to 2 more packs. Two more packs, 2 more autos. We've got ourselves a Max Clark purple auto. We've got ourselves a Max Clark chrome refractor. We've got a Paul Skeens refractor. This has been a good box so far. Can't complain. I must be missing Wyatt Langford's. There's no way we've gone through all that paper and not had a Wyatt Langford yet. All right, chrome time. We got another, looks like another, ooh, we got a hit. Looks like we have a numbered Bowman glass back there. So we got a Noble Meyer, and then we've got, oh, that's a nice card. Bryce Eldridge for the Giants. That's like a sparkle stained glass, numbered to 150. Eldridge was a 16th overall pick for the Giants this year. Probably a borderline top 5 guy in this product. Probably more like a top 6, if I had to guess. I need a top loader that's gonna fit these. It's a little bit, yeah, that'll do. Nice hit right there. Bryce Eldridge out of 150, Bowman glass. All right. But I would say he's a top 6 guy in this product. Matt Shaw probably in that same territory. Again, Wyatt Langford, the guy we're still missing. There he is. There's a Wyatt Langford paper. We got a color paper, $4.99, Nelson Rada. Oh, our auto's in this half too. So this is going to be auto number 4 coming up. Jace Young, Yasser Mercedes, and auto number 4, Michael Carrico, catcher for the Cubs. He was a 5th round pick. We also got a Paul Skeens insert and a Tommy Troy insert. So I will say this. So far, 4 autos. 3 have been hitters. So we'll take those numbers any day. One of them obviously being a really, really good hitter. So yeah. So far, so good. Sleeve up this paper. Wyatt Langford. All right, we are in our last pack. Can we get a big Wyatt Langford? Can we get a big Paul Skeens? What is left out there? We did just hit a nice Max Clark, though, I think, on the back of this. If this is like the Max Clark box. I'm curious to see what this Max Clark is at the back of this stack, because I saw it on the there's a Max Clark paper, which we needed one of those because our other one was super dented. All right, to the chromes. Matt Shaw. Max Clark. Just insert, and then we also have a Max Clark image variation. Holy smokes. This is a Max Clark box, and I ain't complaining, you guys. I am not gonna complain about a Max Clark box. That's gorgeous. I do wish the image variations still came with like the first Bowman logo, but this is awesome. Awesome hit. What a box so far. Really, really, really happy about this box. We're going to put that one back there too with the other Max Clark. We'll sleeve up this Matt Shaw before we hit this last autograph. Let's see who we can get here. This box has been great. So one more auto to go, though. One more autograph. Elijah Green out of 199. Here come our chromes. We're missing a Wyatt Langford chrome. There's a Paul Skeens chrome. Let's get ourselves a Wyatt Langford right here. Where are you at, Wyatt? Well, none of that, but we do have our last auto, and it is Tommy Hawk. Tommy Hawk, outfielder, Cleveland Guardians. 6th round pick. So, not our best hit, but it's a hitter at least. And to finish off the box, Drew Jones, Jacob Wilson inserts. What a break, you guys. What a break. All right. Let's hit a recap here. So first off, sleeved up a few guys. Skeens, Shaw, Salas refractor, Max Clark refractor, Max Clark chrome, Skeens refractor, Minacci out of 99, Romero lunar refractor. We got some Bowman glass here. We got a Chase Davis and a Braden Taylor. We got some color paper here. Elijah Green out of 199, Nelson Rada out of 499, and James Wood out of 199. Some Nationals prospects there. Some other hits here. We'll go through the non-autos first. Bryce Eldridge. This is a Bowman glass out of 150. It's got the nice little sparkles to it. Jacob Wilson. I'm going to say that's a fuchsia or purple lunar out of 199. Nice card there. Autos. Xander Meath base auto. Cole Carrig refractor auto out of 499. Tommy Hawk base auto. Michael Carrico base auto. On the stand here, we've got two really nice cards. We've got a Max Clark image variation, short print, and the hit of the break. Purple
Max Clark auto out of 250. Third overall pick. I mean, he's the second best chase guy in the product. So, I mean, if we're being honest with ourselves. So, huge hit. Really, really happy about that box. Heck of a product, heck of a box. I love Bowman Draft, and hey, that lived up to all the hype. So, appreciate you guys for tuning in. What was your favorite hit of this box? If you've opened any Bowman Draft, leave me some comments with some of your best hits from this year. And yeah, thank you so much for watching. Appreciate it. Hopefully you guys enjoyed it. I will be back later with some more cards, but see you guys. Thanks.